On today's foodie adventure, we are on the hunt for the best loco moco. For today's episode, we're featuring loco mocos in an affordable option, a modern option, and a contemporary option.
And the best thing about loco moco is it's not only great for breakfast, you can eat it for lunch and dinner and a snack as well.
Sounds good to me. What's going on, Foodie Ohana, and welcome back to the channel.
We are Amanda and Felix Eats.
And for our first stop on this best loco moco conquest is, of course, Lily Hill Bakery.
They are known for their Cocoa Puffs, their butter rolls with jelly, and of course their breakfast, also loco moco. There is a huge line, you guys. Because we're doing a best of loco moco video, we wanted to kind of tell you about what is a loco moco, the history of it. So basically, loco moco started in Hilo of Big Island, which is the biggest island in the Hawaiian island. We are on Oahu, which is a different island. But anyway, it started off as a really affordable way to fill your belly. And it has become one of the most iconic things to eat here in Hawaii.
What is a loco moco, you guys ask? Simply a bowl of rice, hamburger patty, gravy, and over easy egg. And over the years, people have concocted many different variations of it, but today, we're sticking to the true, classic, original loco moco.
Our criteria for loco moco is threefold. One, has to have nice, rich gravy.
2, 100% beef, fresh ground hamburger patties. And 3, an over easy egg. I know some people might not like the runny yolk of the egg. You can always ask them to make the egg of your choice, but for us, we love our runny egg yolk, and that's the original way to do it.
And guys, of course, because we are at Lily Hill Bakery, they are known for their butter rolls and their highlighter jelly. We call it highlighter jelly. We have to eat this. We even got an extra order of it. Here. A must get every time we come to Lily Hill Bakery, for sure.
It's like a simple guilty pleasure. All right, so first impressions, the classic loco moco here in Lily Hill Bakery.
It is for sure classic. We have the egg. What ounce patty was this?
7.75 ounces. Pretty exact. I wish they rounded up, make it 8.
The egg looks really runny.
I will say it's not as picturesque this time around when they made it. Yeah, but
doesn't have to be pretty.
As long as the flavor is there. All right, let's dive into this. Gravy all over, the way we like it.
And also, guys, this is a classic diner.
Oh man. Oh my God. I need a little moment.
You can definitely taste the char of that patty. The gravy's kind of on the light side, in my opinion.
It looks like a dark and rich gravy, but it is on the lighter side. That burger patty makes up for it. Oh my goodness.
I love the ambiance of this place as well, because you can actually see them cooking everything on the griddle.
Highly, highly recommend visiting the original Lily Hill Bakery location off of Lily Hill and Kuakini. You won't regret it.
But also, you gotta go to the original. It's the best.
Full-on old school experience. Get your later if you want. Lily Hill Bakery, local moco is a local's choice. If you ask any local here, they'll probably steer you to Lily Hill Bakery's local moco. I love that they keep everything classic, old school here. These are the plates I remember growing up eating off of. Still have charbroiled grill that they grill the burger patties off of.
I think the good thing about this is if you get the local moco here, you'll know the standard of a local moco. This kind of local moco is the one that you can base all of your local moco off of.
First off, I'd say it's a success. Local's choice, Lily Hill Bakery, original location. What the classic local moco back? $15.50.
And guys, if you want to see the full video, we did do a full video here. So check it out. I have it linked here in the cards and down below as well.
And this next local moco spot we're taking you guys is one of my personal favorites. Stick around. We are here at the next location, one of my personal favorites, the modern take on the local moco here at Hamada General Store.
So this spot, guys, that we are at here is called Hamada General Store. It is located in Kaka'ako. We did do a video here a while ago. It was when we were still in lockdown, so it's going to be a little bit different now. We did do a TikTok about this. It went a little bit viral. I don't know if you guys found us through that TikTok. Prior to this, we actually got their ribeye loco moco, which was the reason why we love Hamada General Store. But now we're gonna try the original.
Here at Hamada General Store, they do offer daily specials, but the loco moco is a staple mainstay on the menu. So be sure to come by for lunch because they're only open from 9 to 2, I believe. So at a local convenience store for the neighborhood of Kaka'ako in 1958, they closed and reopened as a food establishment. So newer kid on the block, but modern take on the loco moco nonetheless. I will say this is very aesthetic, over easy, nothing broken. The gravy is so dark, I can hardly wait. And of course, it came with a side of mac salad. That's a winner for me.
Differences from the Liha is that Liha did not have the mac salad. Very, very welcomed addition to our loco moco.
Once again, this is going to be a more modern take, modern day loco moco.
And this is also a plate lunch loco moco, which was a little different from earlier.
Here we go, cheers. I remember why this is my favorite now.
That had no meat.
Was that just a mound of rice and egg?
Rice and egg.
The gravy is so rich, dark, flavorful, home-style gravy. Stick to your ribs gravy. Burger, even though it's not charbroiled, I still taste a little bit of that griddle top goodness, crispiness on the edges.
That's a huge patty.
It's thick. Not sure how many ounces is the patty, but trust me, it'll fill you up.
For me, the star here is the gravy.
Oh, man. Gravy all over it, didn't even have to ask. And I love that there's gravy on the rice. A lot of places, they'll just ladle the gravy on top of everything, but underneath the patty acts like an umbrella, and it shields the beautiful rice from the gravy. So I like that there's gravy on the rice already.
I will say, if you guys aren't big fans of hamburger, but you want to try a loco moco, here they have a ribeye loco moco, which is also very delicious. It's actually our favorite thing to get here. If you're not a burger patty fan, try that. For me, the gravy, 100% delicious. The patty, though, is a little on the tough side.
Also, I love the addition of the potato mac salad. Adds a nice cool creaminess in contrast to the rich, dark beef gravy. It's gonna set you back $17. Oh man, it's gonna be a tough choice to make at the end. Which one is your favorite so far?
I'm not giving away my secrets. If I'm in the mindset of the Bonds, she doesn't like gravy. So for her, I feel like this wouldn't rank very high because of the amount of gravy. But because we're gravy lovers, we like it. You know what And the next spot we are at today, guys, it probably looks very familiar, but we are trying a very affordable drive-in loco moco option here at Rainbows. This is a childhood favorite, so we're gonna get us a classic loco moco.
All right, thank you.
So we got the loco moco plate here at Rainbows. They also have a loco moco bowl.
So the plate is a bigger size portion and it comes with mac salad, so why not?
Growing up, I would always get the bowl, so that's very nostalgic to me. So the plate comes with 2 patties, 2 eggs of your choice, and mac salad. And presentation-wise, it's very pretty. It comes in a box.
If you say for here, it's just gonna be on a plate, but very iconic nonetheless in the takeout box, such as this one, close to Waikiki Beach. So after a long day of surfing or dipping in the water, we get a loco moco.
So looks like here they don't slather the gravy all over. I do know that you can ask for gravy all over, so pro tip if you like gravy all over. And also I forgot to mention that here at Rainbow, their loco moco is actually award-winning. They've been here at this original location since 1961.
It's pretty much what you would think of when you think of loco moco, I guess. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy, just a loco moco.
Cheers. Hold on.
To be honest, I haven't had Rainbow Drive-In Loco Moco for a while.
This hits more of my nostalgia feels.
If you taste everything individually, the beef isn't super flavorful. It's very skinny. There's no char on it. It's just very local. If you're in the mood, something hearty, filling, inexpensive, come to Rainbows.
And I will say, out of all the loco mocos we are eating today, this is the most affordable loco moco that we've had.
This is gonna set you back $11.75.
So if you're looking for something simple, you're on the go, you're in the area.
I mean, it does hit you in a nostalgic way, though. I will say that. And keep in mind, all the locomocos today are the original versions, no alterations, no substitutes, just exactly what you would get if you ordered a locomoco. Keep that in mind. This next spot we are heading to right now is a more contemporary style locomoco. I guess you could call it a bougie locomoco.
Of course, because we're trying to do a wide range of locomocos, this is gonna be a bit more on the bougie side, as Felix says. So that's our spot. So Hana, the next spot we're at is called Scratch Kitchen. This is their second location. They're originally in downtown. Scratch Kitchen is located in the South Shore Market in the Ward Village area.
They're known for contemporary Indian fusions and breakfast goods. They have some pretty creative breakfast items, so let's go back into that. But for today, we're getting their signature Scratch Locomoco. All right, guys, our Locomoco has arrived, and this is the prettiest of the bunch, the most contemporary. You can get it with either pork adobo, chili, or beef patty. We're keeping it OG today. OG meaning original, sticking with the beef.
It's an 8-ounce patty, right?
Yes, 8-ounce patty and
over garlic rice, which is different.
I was gonna save that for a surprise, but Amanda already spoiled it.
Sorry.
Anyway, it's gonna be over garlic rice.
It's even topped with this fancy pickled onion ribbon looking thing, and there's even tomatoes and some kind of like oniony gravy in here as well.
It is served over garlic rice, so that's gonna be different as well.
And right at too, this patty smells way more fragrant. One drawback though I've come to realize is I don't think there's enough gravy, but we shall see. Cheers.
Thank you. Oh wow. The gravy has a nice sweetness from the onions, very savory. I do wish there's more of it though.
This is the best rice so far. The garlic adds so much to it. The patty is very nice and tender, thick patty, but it's not tough at all. It's very moist.
I love the addition of the pickled onions and tomato. It has a nice vibrant freshness to the meal in itself.
I will say though, because I am a huge gravy girl, I'm missing the gravy on this. I wish there was more.
Yes, it needs more gravy.
The patty does have a nice char on it as well.
I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty addictive. Really tasty.
And that means a lot because this is already the fourth locomoco of the day, and the fact that we still want to eat it must mean it's pretty dang good.
And you know it's good when a man doesn't want to put some on her sharing plate, she's going straight for it.
But I feel like this is cheating a little bit because the rice is a garlic rice. What do you think?
Yeah, that's true. It's a little bit of a handicap, makes it more flavorful. I did notice aside from the lack of excess gravy that we crave, the yolk isn't as runny. I think the eggs are a little overcooked, more like an over medium. And once again, it is the more pricier option compared to the other places we visited. This one's gonna set you back $20. You think this is gonna be your top pick for the best locomoco?
You gotta wait to find out.
No joke. Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Right, Foodie Ohana, it is verdict time.
So before we get into it, we went to a place called Lemon Supply. This is a blended yuzu lemonade.
And mine is a basil lemon.
And also this is a sister company, Kitchen. We just had the cheers.
Ooh, this is nice.
Not too sweet, a good amount of tartness.
Yeah, it's not like a ooh squint kind of tartness, but very light and refreshing.
Yours is more herby because of the mint.
Yeah, I like that. Anyway, for the main reason why you folks are here, which was your favorite out of the four, Amanda? Is it still your nostalgic childhood choice, or is it one of the others?
Quick recap. We went to Liliha, Hamada, Rainbows, and Scratch. Today, I feel like my favorite locomoco was Liliha Bakery.
Really?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because you get all the vibe. The diner vibe, you get the nostalgic vibe. The food was honestly delicious. The patty was cooked to perfection. Nice char, great amount of gravy I will say presentation with the egg kind of falling off was not the best, but it hit all the marks for me. Every criteria was hit. I feel like Liliha had a very evenly balanced on every mark, the 3 criteria that we had: gravy, patty, and egg.
Oh man, I was going back and forth between 2 choices. I want to say this is harder than I thought. Oh, I don't wanna be cliche and everything. I'm gonna have to go with the Lily Hill Bakery. It was that char broiled flavor from the match. It was perfection. Bits, juicy, beefy. One of the things about Loco Moco is that it's messy. It's delicious and it's filling. Hit everything that we wanted in a Loco Moco. So, all right, Furiana, there you have it. Of the best Loco Moco choices we curated today, Lily Hill Bakery takes the cake. If you guys have not had the Loco Moco yet, do yourselves a favor. Get down there. You can even get it to go if you don't want to wait in that diner area that we did. Get it to go, get some butter, and be on the way, and be on your way to happiness.
To me, Hamada's, I like their ribeye Loco Moco a lot more. The patty to me was a little too thick.
It was
a little dense.
By no means like a hockey puck dense, but it was just
in comparison.
Yes.
Yeah. Rainbows, it's only like a fast food Moco to me. Like when you think of Loco Moco, for me, I always think of Rainbow, so that's why for me it had to be part of this list, even though it might not be the best of the best.
It's not really fair. Yeah, it's obligatory, but it's kind of not fair because it's like you're pitting up against like a McDonald's hamburger against like Teddy's or, you know, a more restaurant style burger. It's not gonna compare.
And for scratch for me, I felt like the burger was really good. The rice, the eggs, the gravy, everything was really good. The reason why scratch came in second is because of the price point. You get the same size patty as the Liha Bakery, 7.75, but I think ounces, so 0.25 ounces more at scratch. The price was about $5 more. Granted, the rice and the gravy was better quality. To me, it wasn't so much better that it warranted the extra $5, in my opinion.
For me, when I think of Loco Moco, it's something convenient, something filling, something delicious, just accessible, easy to get. And scratch, although, like Amanda mentioned, it was delicious, innovative in what they incorporated for their dish. It is a sit and dine. I mean, I can't imagine coming here asking for takeout. It would feel a little.
You could get takeout,
but it would feel a little out of place, like going to a fine dining asking for a takeout.
Yeah,
you know, that's how it feels. Versus Lily Hill is very inconspicuous. You just have yourself a jolly time. Why not? That's what I think of when I think of Loco Moco.
I know that this Loco Moco video, we've only featured 4 spots. There's probably hundreds of Loco Mocos here on this island alone. So please let us know any of the spots that you would recommend for your favorite Loco Moco. Maybe we'll do part 2.
There's a lot of local food out there, so let us know if you like this series. We're gonna find the best of the best.
But as always, we do leave the links to all the places that we visit down in the description, so make sure you check it out.
All right, Foodie Ohana, this is gonna wrap it up for today's episode of Best Loco Moco. Let us know if you guys enjoy the series.
By hitting that like button, that way we know. And if you have not already, while you're down there, hit that subscribe button, join our Foodie Ohana, and we will see you guys on the next Foodie Adventure.
Till the next Foodie Adventure, expect your foodie. Peace out.
Bye, guys.
Welcome back to the channel.
Well, you're talking.
If there was a job description of food surgical or like food surgeon, I'd definitely apply for that because that was a beautiful decision.
Oh, where'd he go? There he is.
So, you know what? I didn't care that the egg was all over the place. What?
There was no chicken, bro.
I was gonna say it hatched early, but that was a weird joke.
I don't know what else to say.
And for our first stop on this Best of Local,
That was good.
I know
Hair in my face.
All right, let's see what our next location for Loco Moco has for us.
That's weird.
You think this is gonna be your top pick for the best Loco Moco?
You gotta wait to find out.
Just tell me, weirdo.
I see you guys sneaking up on us, listening to our conversations.
Oh man.
I forgot to mention that local, and
There you have it, Furio Hana, of the best local most. So why did the other ones not make your top pick, Amanda?
Where did we go again?
What? Today, we'll be taking you guys along with us on a food tour.
If you come here for that. That is delicious.
You know this is the good stuff.
And this street, you guys, is known for awesome Korean food.
What's going on, Furio Hana? Welcome back to the channel. On today's episode, we're taking you guys along with us on a Korean food tour here on Keamoku.
It is ever changing with the new condominiums, but not to worry. There are still awesome Korean grinds here to check out, so we're taking you along with us.
In the area of Keamoku, known for their awesome Korean food, our first stop today is an amazing Korean home-style restaurant that a lot of locals love.
We are here at Ire in the new Azor condominium. This spot in particular was one of the first tenants here in Azor to move from the old Keamoku, as they call it. But they used to be up the street where the condominium called the Park is being built. In the recent past, they actually kind of knocked down the whole area and a lot of vendors had to relocate. So they actually relocated here. They used to have a shop more up the street and in Macaulay Shopping Center. We came hungry for Korean food.
And not just any Korean food, this is authentic home-style Korean food, guys. And first sign of authenticity, you see a lot of the Korean aunties already coming in to start their day right. And sign number 2?
Boricha, which is kind of like a barley tea. If you had any like Korean friends growing up, they always drink this instead of water in their house. Well, the friends that I had at least. And another very authentic Korean thing is the jug of water.
So let's start off the day right with a nice sip of boricha.
Cheers. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Wow, it looks good.
감사합니다. So authentic, it got me speaking Korean. Wow, Furio Hana, look at the spread that we have here today. And even more is coming as we speak.
Thank
Thank you so much, Nick.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Ire is a family-style Korean restaurant. Come with your family or a bunch of friends, order several dishes and share it.
Guys, look at this amazing spread that we have here. We got a lot of their favorites, their personal Nick's favorites, and also the customers' favorites. Of course, Felix had to get his kalbi, I had to get my tteokbokki with cheese, of course.
Signature dishes known to Ire as well. Did we even say we're here at Ire? Well, if we hadn't, we're here at Ire Restaurant. Been in the biz for over 20 years. Kept in the family, moved a couple places, but now they're here. First and foremost, let's try the banchan. Here, they do it very simply. Only 2 banchans. It's not the usual spread. There's kimchi and pickled onions. 2 of our favorites, of course. And the reason for only having 2 banchan, as Nick mentioned, is because they put their energy into ensuring you get a bigger portion size for the entrees. Come on, guys.
Gotta love that. Going for the onion daikon shoyu thing. Cheers.
Kimchi. Very crisp, very fresh. This is more of the younger kimchi. There's 2 types. If you guys love kimchi, you'll know what I'm talking about. The older kimchi is a lot longer, a more pungent taste. This is very young, as they call it. Very nice palate cleanser. A little sour, a little spicy, perfectly balanced.
I love the shoyu flavor. I love the brightness of the onion, the crunch of the daikon. There's a little bit of a jalapeno in there as well for a little hint of spiciness.
Shall we get into the dishes?
Yes, I am dying to try this tteokbokki with cheese, and this looks very, very spicy. Tteokbokki is pretty much like a rice cake dish. Here they have traditionally with fish cake made with spicy gochujang kind of base sauce. Here they put cheese. They also have other options. They have pork option. They have a non-spicy bulgogi option. They have tteokbokki, which is tteokbokki with ramen in it, which is my personal favorite. But I had to go with something more simple.
And I got their LA kalbi. So a lot of us locals here know kalbi as this version, where it's already marinated and then grilled. In Korea, if you say kalbi, or when you order kalbi, it's just the plain short ribs.
With just like salt and pepper or something, right?
Correct. The type title LA to differentiate it from the regular kalbi. It just pretty much means marinated kalbi. So whenever you see LA kalbi on the menu, this is something us locals are used to. Marinated short ribs, finished over the grill.
I feel like it's weird that we're starting off with the mains and not the appetizers, but
Yeah, but I can't wait to get into this.
me neither. Ooh, look at that cheesiness.
Ooh. Topped with your usual mozzarella cheese. Oh man, the LA kalbi, tender pieces of short rib, perfectly finished over the grill, very soft. The marinade, I will say, is not super sweet like what us locals are used to. Hint of sweetness, hint of soy, perfectly balanced. This is a must order.
The dok or the rice cake is perfectly cooked. Lots of spice in here, but I love that the cheese makes it a little bit less spicy. It kind of cools the heat a bit. And I love the creamy element to it. If you guys like spicy items, definitely get this. It is very flavorful as well. Everything all encompassing is just so delicious. I love the possibilities of this dish. It's endless.
Drop a comment down below. Do you eat your kalbi or short ribs clean off the bone? I think that's the only way to eat it. These next two dishes are a crowd favorite. We pretty much always order these two dishes when eating out at Korean restaurants.
This is the seafood pancake. I see tons of chives, shrimp, squid, octopus.
And I got their pan-fried mandu. And guys, these aren't the ones you're used to seeing at like your local grocery stores, those frozen pot stickers that are always uniform and perfect. No, these are the homemade, handmade, pan-fried style mandu, guys. Very close to my childhood home where I grew up, Omega Mandu House, for you guys that grew up in the Liliha or Pa'o area. You guys know what I'm talking about. Those Korean aunties, they know what they're doing. Here at Ire, they order it special from Omega Mandu House. So you know this is the good stuff. Oh man, the filling is stuffed full of chives, pork, glass noodle in here, very authentic, very fresh. Oh my goodness. Just dip it in a little bit of that mandu sauce.
I love the seafood pancake because it is packed full of seafood. I love the chive flavor and it's not overly oily. It just tastes very light and this is a perfect appetizer to share and it's a very big portion.
For me, what makes a perfect mandu is filling needs to be stuffed, check. Mandu wrapper, crisp, check. I love that the middle part is still nice and chewy, giving it that extra nice chewy textures. That's what makes a perfect pan-fried mandu. This next dish, we actually have never tried before.
It's very interesting. This whole time we were thinking of perilla leaves. We were thinking about shiso, so I thought that this was gonna be like a shiso flavor hand-cut noodle dish, but perilla in Korean is actually different. It's more of like a sesame leaf. So this is their hand-cut noodles. It's a bit on the thicker side as well.
Consistency is almost like a kangji.
So the noodles itself are more of like a green color, and I do see some seaweed in here too, and I think
bit of
daikon.
onions.
Is that daikon? Nick did mention it's a bit on the earthier side. What was this called in Korean?
It's called turge.
Tulge?
Yeah.
Thank you. For you Korean speakers out there.
Oh, this is nice.
Very good.
First time trying this.
Thank you.
Very good. It is very earthy, nutty. I think the best way to describe it is earthy.
I love the texture of the noodle.
If we hadn't mentioned already, they grind up the perilla leaves, mix it in with the flour of the noodles, and hand cut the noodles every day. Noodles are very al dente, very chewy.
Honestly, looking at it, I didn't have too much of a high expectation, but it's honestly really delicious. If you like things that are more herby, you like thick hand-cut noodles that are nice and chewy, heartwarming, like stick to your bones kind of soup, you definitely like this.
Although thick, it's not heavy. It's very light in flavor.
Yeah, I feel like healthier eating this. Is this healthy?
It kind of reminds me of the Chinese jiao. Oh no, that's Vietnamese, how you say it. Chinese kangji, where it's very light in flavor. If you're cold or you're just in the mood for something heartwarming, this is it right here. Another local favorite we want to share with you guys here at Ire, the beloved meat jun. And if you guys are new here and aren't sure what meat jun is, it is basically thin strips of meat that are coated lightly in egg and then pan fried, dip in a little bit of the sauce.
I think their menu said that they use ribeye too.
Oh, okay. That's a very nice welcome take on this meat jun. Oh, it's so tender.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That is so tender.
Oh my god. I think this might be my favorite meat junk. And I just took one bite. Holy cow.
The meat itself has a nice flavor. It's so tender. You barely can chew it. That's how tender it is. And I love that the egg batter is not super heavy or oil logged. It is pounded thinly. That is normal. If you come here for that. That is delicious.
Here, you cannot order these on the side like how we did. Nick was gracious enough to made us some to try because we didn't want to order an entire another plate. So normally, if you guys come here, it'll be served as a plate with a bed of rice, and they'll give you a lot more meat jun than this.
Usually, I've tried that.
Yeah, definitely must order the meat jun here. Probably gonna have to get some takeout boxes because we got more Korean food to show you guys.
And this next place we're going to, you guys, it's very interesting. I think you guys will really like it, so stay tuned.
It's hard to stop when the food's this good.
So we just finished to Nick and his mom. Super nice people, super awesome concept, family restaurant. We have our next spot right over here, Daegu, for some Korean style kon sushi. Yee, I'm so excited.
First off, what does Daegu stand for?
Daegu is a shortened word for Daewang Yubu, which in Korean is giant inari bomb.
Oh.
These are like inari bombs, yeah?
Yeah,
It's like a
yeah.
Korean version of
Kon
Korean
sushi.
/ Japanese version of kon sushi.
Okay.
So we have like Japanese toppings like mentaiko and taku wasabi, Hawaiian style like spicy poke and salmon, Korean like bulgogi, fire chicken, kimchi.
A lot of flavors, different flavors to choose
We
from.
have 19 right now.
Is this a popular Korean street food?
Oh no, not necessarily. There are some restaurants that kind of does this type of food, but most of these toppings are something that just Jane and my wife Jane and I just came up with.
So you won't find these even in Korea then? It's just
Yeah,
here?
some of them you can find because like bulgogi one, I know in Korea they have. Some of these we just came up with on our own.
Do you have a favorite?
Oh, my personal favorite is the bacon kimchi.
Bacon kimchi,
Yeah.
okay, can't go wrong with that.
And we also torch the hot yubus for you guys as well down there. The ladies down there will help you guys warm it up by
Okay.
torching it. You can also place the order for our dap roll, combination of kimbap and futomaki.
So the way it works is you can choose 8, 10, 6, or 4 yubus. So you grab this, is that okay? And then you grab unused tongs here. And me, being really stupid, I didn't know this was open. So you can actually go and grab it yourself. Which one should we get?
I don't know, there's a lot to choose from, so.
I do want to try this one, mentaiko yubu, pollock roll mixed with mayo. Supposedly the one here is really good.
Ooh, the zesty one looks good.
Okay, that's 3. There's spam, tuna,
This one's
fire
calling my
cheese,
name.
chicken. This one, unagi. This one looks pre-torched. And I really, really want to try this one. This crab one looks really good. Maybe corn? This one sounds good. And some of these you can also have them torch it. They do have ones that they recommend torching, and you can pretty much torch anything, but they torch it on the spot for you too. So now it's time to get these torched up. Thank you.
So we just mix this bad boy up and spread it all over. Ooh. All right, thank you so much. What would be like the traditional yubu in Korea?
Usually in Korea, they don't put topping on the yubu.
Like a fried vegetable with rice. They mix the fried vegetable with rice. And there's like a sauce that they use to marinate the rice.
Carrot, zucchini, cut like chop it.
Oh.
Rice. I thought this was a franchise or something from Korea.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, a lot of people ask us that. Yeah.
This next place we wanted to feature is called Daegu, right next to E-Ray in Azure as well. Very innovative, and we thought it was honestly a type of franchise, but this is the one and only.
It is a locally owned and operated business, which is amazing. The couple that owns this restaurant is super, super nice, super charming, and they also have their own like sushi catering business as well. So you know that they have a lot of experience with this, and they even came up with all the toppings, the concept, everything themselves. And just look at this, it's so cute. Even their logo is a little cutie. But it's kind of funny because the word Daegu in Japanese means like fatty or chubby. Oh, First one, I'm going in for this mentaiko one.
Okay, we're gonna do a yubu bow chop omakase style with our hands. I'm gonna do the crab salad bomb. Oh yeah. Ooh, I like this.
The rice is not a vinegary rice, which I kind of like that it's not.
I was just about to say, I love that it's not overly sweet and vinegary like cone sushi.
But I love that this mentaiko is a little bit of spicy, a lot of seafoodness, but then the sweetness of the outside, the tofu skin, is very, very nice.
I like that the flavor of the mentaiko really shines. Just as how this one, the vinegar rice isn't the main this
I think the
yubu.
rice even is vinegary.
Yeah, you can really taste the crabbiness in this. I'm sure it's imitation crab, but
It is.
it's one hell of an imitation. Could have fooled me. It really tastes like crab. Tastes like you're eating a crab salad over rice.
It does taste like a Cali roll. And they use a lot of like really great ingredients, which I've never really seen it on a cone sushi. Like it's very innovative, very interesting, very different. So highly recommend if you want to try something a little different.
Okay, I'm gonna try the unagi one because unagi is my favorite.
I'm gonna try the salmon one.
So if you guys don't know by now, unagi is basically freshwater eel. One of my favorite things to get. And here at Debu, they recommend it torched. So mine is nicely torched.
I got a salmon one. It looked like it was pre-torched. I didn't ask them to, but it came like that.
Oh man. Oh, this is a one. Holy flavor bomb. Is this thing packed full of flavor? It's like taking a bite from a unagi donburi. Nice char from the torch, the buttery fatness of the unagi. So good. Look at the, oh, I saved that. You saw it, slow-mo that. Nice chunks of unagi. Kabayaki so little. Amanda couldn't even help herself. Oh man, I think that's gonna be my favorite one. Must order.
The salmon one, I like it, but there's onions in there. I'm not an onion person. That's my only gripe is the onions.
The salmon one too.
All of them are good.
Okay, Amanda failed to mention the salmon is raw. It's basically cubes of fresh salmon, mayo, and onion. So it's like your salmon Maui onion, if you guys ever eat that. So next one, I guess I'll try the firecracker cheese chicken. That one sounded very interesting. Also torched for this one.
I'm gonna try this garlic shrimp. We met a subscriber named Amanda. She said the garlic shrimp one was good, so I'm gonna try it.
Spicy, cheesy chicken concoction. It's like a whirlwind of flavors going on in my mouth. You look at the cross section, you can see all the sauce imploding from the inside. I will say though, I wish this was warm and not cold. You know, they're all more on the cold side, even though it's torched on the top.
I'm gonna do the bacon kimchi.
And I'm gonna do this corn bomb. What is this one called? Corn mayo? Oh.
Well, if you like kimchi and you like bacon, that has some nice baconiness.
Creaminess from the mayo, sweetness of the corn, zestiness from the herbs and spices on here. Guys, if you had corn salad from like a Korean fried chicken spot, that kind of corn mayo tossed salad, this is it right here, topped on rice. This is really good. It's like Korean corn salsa. Favorites, unagi, corn, and the salmon one.
My favorite, mentaiko, unagi, crab, bacon, kimchi.
If you guys ever tried Debu, let us know what your favorite flavor is. If you guys haven't, come check them out. Let us know what your new favorite is.
But we got a Debu roll as well. This is a monster roll, you guys.
And they have 4 different choices of Debu rolls. We got the ahi version because I felt like it would go perfect with the spicy mayo mixture that you can slather on yourself.
So this is the spicy mixture, mayo with shichimi or Japanese 7 spice. And I love that they don't mix it for you. That way you mix it yourself. It is kind of windy, but we're gonna try mix it. Hopefully it doesn't go in my eyes. I'm gonna close my eyes.
I'm a professional. Okay.
So this is the roll. Can you see that big slab of ahi in there?
It's their take on the Japanese
Slather
futomaki.
some on. Oh gosh, it's windy. It's windy. It's going. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, that's a lot. Oh gosh, it's a lot.
Okay.
It's windy.
Yeah, eat it.
I can't. Look at my hair. You eat it.
Oh, what?
Ooh. Oh, it's going. Oh.
It went.
So in here, it looks like there's some daikon. There's a full fried shrimp, egg, avocado, takuan, green onion. Did I say avocado already?
There's so much flavors going on. It's a hefty roll. This will fill you up for lunch and dinner.
Wow, very flavorful. I love that every bite you get a different taste.
It's a very beautifully presented roll. It's very pretty. I really like this.
This is the perfect thing to bring to like a potluck.
I can imagine a whole platter of these babies. Okay, whoa. All right, Foodie Ohana, our next stop here at Yifang just opened up literally right next door to the places we went to. So why not enjoy a nice, refreshing iced tea?
They're right here.
Here at their new location, Yifang.
We are at Yifang's new location. We got some drinks.
Egg batter pancakes, bubble waffle style batter. And if you guys are longtime subscribers to the channel, Yifang has been one of our favorite drink places, our go-to here on the channel. So they opened up our new location. Congratulations again to them.
So the drink that I got today is their limited seasonal cantaloupe tea. I'm usually not a big cantaloupe fan, but it just looks so refreshing and I love melon.
And I got their famous smashed lime series where they, what do you
He
call
literally
that?
smashed it.
Yeah, what do you, there's a
Mold?
technique. Yeah, like mosh. You made a mosh out of the lime.
Ooh.
There you go. You gotta have that nice, satisfying pop, you know, to enjoy your drinks.
Cheers.
Oh yeah, this is the way to go. Very refreshing limeade with green tea. My choice of beverage here. Be on your way to a refreshing day.
Slightly cantaloupe-y. It's actually not super strong. I'm not a huge cantaloupe fan, but this is very delicious. It has like a hint of sweetness. It can almost pass off as like maybe papaya and mango put together. It doesn't really have like a cantaloupe flavor.
The reason I like lime is because it's not as sour as lemon, so it's not as tart as a lemonade, but the refreshing flavor of lemons. Ooh, this is really good. Whoa, that tastes like a Malona.
Yeah. But also, guys, a reason why we've been coming back to Yifang is because they actually went all the way to Taiwan to train under the actual tea makers.
Headquarters, Yifang headquarters.
Yeah, and they are a locally owned and operated franchisee here in Hawaii. And now we're gonna try their waffles. This is their cocoa flavor Nutella filled pancake. As you can see, it's super cocoa. You can see even on the inside, it's so nice and chocolatey. Nutella.
Is it Nutella or Nutella? Let us know how you pronounce it.
Not too sweet, I like it. You can see the inside is so nice and pillowy and bouncy.
It's like a hazelnut filled brownie.
But it's also lighter than a brownie, between like a brownie slash mochi. But this will go great with the other drink that I got. This is their strawberry tea latte. So previously we tried their strawberry latte, which is just strawberry and milk, like a milkshake. But this one incorporates some tea in there as well. So it's gonna be a little lighter, refreshing, and caffeinated. Oh, and also I forgot to mention, but the cantaloupe drink,
It's seasonal.
it's seasonal. So when you guys come, they might not have it because cantaloupe season is gonna be over. Okay, strawberry tea latte. Ooh. I can never get a satisfying like poke.
Yeah. Maybe you should let me do the poking.
And try it out. It's like a strawberry milkshake, but not as heavy. A little bit lighter. And this one I got 50% sweet, 50. And it's still a little bit sweet for my taste, but you can definitely get it a little less sweet, or you can get it normal sweet as well.
It's almost like a strawberry smoothie, but more of a icy smoothie. It's not as milky and heavy like a strawberry ice cream type of smoothie, milkshake. Here at Yifang, I feel like the fruit flavor comes first. You can really taste the tea. The tea is smooth, it's not bitter.
And I think we forgot to mention too, here at Azure for this complex, there is parking off of Keomoku. It's right by the lobby for the Azure condominium. You don't need any validation or anything, or you don't have to pay for parking as long as you stay within the complex and you actually visit the vendors here. But don't try to go to Walmart by parking there. They're gonna tow your car. Just fair warning.
Right, Foodie Ohana, that about wraps up today's Korean food tour here on Keomoku, located in Azure once again. We hope you guys had an amazing time because we sure did.
And guys, as always, we always try to promote supporting local. All of these businesses that we supported today are local businesses, so definitely give them some support. That way we can help out our community.
Big mahalo to Nick at E-Ray, David and Jane at Debu, and of course our friends from Yifang. Always a great time.
And Tony for setting the whole thing up.
Yes.
Thank you guys so much. We hope you really enjoyed today's content. If you did, give it a big thumbs up. Hit that subscribe.
Oh, is that a leaf?
Hit that subscribe.
In your mouth? A leaf went in her mouth. Like she was a squirrel.
Stop. Hit that subscribe button down below. It'll help us a lot. I can't. And hit that subscribe button down below to come and join our Foodie Ohana, and we will see you guys on our next video.
All right, Foodie Ohana, until the next one, let's hope it's not as windy. Enjoy your Korean eats. Explore your eating foodie. Peace out.
Bye, guys.
Nice sip of booty chow.
No, it's Bodhi.
So let's start off the day right with, so let's start off the,
You say that.
the reason for that being, and the reason for that,
And I was very, they
use is because they, what is Yubu boat? It's super windy today, guys.
going for it. Oh, can I just dig into it? Is
Yes,
that okay?
just dig into it.
Oh, it's hot. It's hot. Never mind. Can't hold it.
Oh, that thing is gone, man.
Oh,
It's like a whirlwind. Oh, it's actually
Okay.
back here.
Oh.
Oh, Amanda's still fetching it. She got it, she got it. Perfect to go, perfect to,
Watch you guys on YouTube.
oh, thank you.
Oh! Can't see.
These are the homemade,
Pancakes? What is it
yes,
called?
Chinese style. For the record, I want it to be there, covered, but anyway, it is basically, whoa, excuse me. Whoa, the buttery, fattery. So that's a nice,
Upgrade.
nice take.
Milk. Cantaloupe tea. Cantaloupe tea?
The garlic shrimp, maybe.
It's not gonna be like not normal, but. Oh my God! Look at me. Look at my hair. There was music playing on the inside, so we couldn't sit in there. And they're very, very busy, so we didn't want to bother them. We got so many. Oh, what the heck? I spit on accident when I was speaking, and it went back in my face.
I guess this works out because you tend to spit, so now I'm safe.
What was I saying?
It's innovative. We don't really see this.
Oh.
Yada yada.
Okay, next one.
Here on Oahu.
This place is so popular, it's taken us months to secure a reservation here, and we're super excited to take you guys along to some authentic Japanese tonkatsu. We are gonna go get dessert. Let's get going. And you don't wanna miss this one. You will not be disappointed.
What's going on, Foodie Ohana? Welcome back to the channel. And for today's episode, a very highly recommended tonkatsu place right here on Kapahulu.
And guys, we have been waiting months to secure our reservation here at Tama Fuji Tonkatsu. It's really comparable to Japan, and yes, we have eaten tonkatsu in Japan, so definitely a must try if you're craving that tonkatsu.
We haven't been back in a while, so let's see if it's still as good as we last remembered.
The line is really long, and we waited months for this, so we're super excited. You don't want to miss this one, and let's get eating because we're starving.
Let's go. Furihana. We are so excited. It's been a really long time since we've last been back here to Tamafuji, and their reputation has grown vastly since then. So real quick backstory on Tamafuji Tonkatsu here in Kapohulu. The original location was actually in Sapporo, Hokkaido. Been around since 1968, guys. They are known for attention to detail. Trust me when I say this, because everything down to the type of panko they use or the batter they use, if you don't know panko,
Breadcrumbs.
yeah, breadcrumbs, is in-house made. Their panko is made from Latour Bakery here in Hawaii. Their rice is even from Honolulu Rice Factory, which is here, and their pork, Furihana. Oh my goodness, their pork is aged 18 days and it's cold aged. I don't know what that means, but all I know is it's amazing. If you want to know the full story, check out their website. Amanda's gonna link it down in the description below. Can't wait to order.
So when you sit down here, they do have the sauces already on the table. The one in the red bottle is their regular original sauce. The one in their black bottle is the spicy sauce. The sauces are kind of like a tomato base, sweetened with honey and orange juice, surprisingly. I was really shocked about that. And then the spicy one has Worcestershire, I think I'm saying that right, and some added spices. And honestly, their sauce is really, for me, what makes it. All of the bento sets, or like the pork loin sets or tonkatsu sets, they all come with rice and a choice of miso soup, Hokkaido brand natsuboshi with gloss and sweetness of rice, seasoned mixed rice, and a 16-grain rice. I guess that's kind of like a multi-grain rice. And then the miso soup for today, they have red miso soup or white miso soup, and then you can choose clam and green onions or tofu and seaweed. And I highly recommend the clam and onions one. If you can eat clams, definitely recommend that one. But if you like the simple tofu and seaweed, go with the tofu and seaweed. But yes, here also another thing is they have unlimited cabbage. And guys, unlimited cabbage really, really makes it for me. And I think rice too. Yeah, we'll find out for you about that. We're trying to get the most out of this visit to Tonkatsu Tamafuji because like we said, it took us months to get this reservation. So excited.
So I asked the server, and awesome good news. It is still refillable. Your rice, your cabbage, and your miso soup.
And the pickles.
And the pickles. Oh my goodness, we're so excited. It's been forever, but you get your money's worth here. It is a little more on the pricey side, but it's quality. Furihana. You definitely will leave here full and happy. Trust us. So we cannot wait to show you everything we ordered. It's coming out soon. We cannot wait.
Dry sesame first and put tonkatsu sauce in here. Two flavors. Sweeter, less sweet.
Okay. That's the spicy.
Not spicy,
Oh, not spicy. Okay.
less sweet. And these are dressing for cabbage. It comes with your tonkatsu.
If you have not had authentic tonkatsu before, the service here is really, really great because they actually explain to you everything. They tell you how to do it, the steps and everything. So just to let you guys know, if you do come here, the first step is they're gonna give you a bowl of sesame seeds with this built-in grinder inside. So all you do is you put this cool wooden thing, and this is the holder when you're done. It's at the table. You grind it up like that, and you just keep grinding until the sesame seeds become a powder, a fine powder, or if you like it thicker, you can make it thicker. It's kind of your own preference. And then when you're done, you put in the sauce. So like we said, the sauces are already at the table right over here. And me personally, I like to actually mix the sweet and the spicy. She did mention that the spicy is not really like hot spicy, like how you would think like a chili spice or anything. It's more a spice as in like herb spice and not as sweet as the original. So just to point that out. But yeah, you just keep on grinding and really, you get to work out too with your meal.
Yeah, so Amanda's arms got tired, so I'll be doing both of ours. Oh, right here. Thank you.
So our miso soup and our rice came out.
And my katsu plate. Oh my goodness. And guys, I got a side order of their shrimp katsu. We never tried that before, and I figured this is a special occasion, so why not? You got bombucha shrimp.
Ooh, it's huge.
I swear that's like a prawn.
Oh my goodness, guys, this looks amazing. It came out on this like hot plate, and it looked like a volcano erupting, and it was sizzling, and I can't wait to burn my mouth on this, guys.
So one thing I want to mention that's different from the tonkatsu restaurant here as opposed to Japan, the salad dressing. In Japan, you use the same katsu sauce for your cabbage dressing, which is okay, but I do appreciate here that they give you a choice between goma and yuzu dressing. We love the goma. So I ordered the tenderloin pork, the most tender cut, 300 grams, which is the biggest size you can order. It comes with 4 pieces. Right away,
Medallions, too.
yeah, oh my god, right away I can tell the crust is gonna be nice and flaky. Look at it coming off. Oh man, it's gonna be such a delicate and sweet bite. I'm gonna dip it in my sweet and spicy sauce. Oh, that batter is so delicate, Furio Hana. It's just falling apart. Like I mentioned earlier, Honolulu Rice Factory.
It's like
locally
a
grown here.
takikomi gohan. Yeah.
All I know is it's delicious gohan. Here we go.
This was the best.
Oh my. I forgot how good this was. Oh my god. It's juicy, porky, fatty, so moist. The moistest pork ever, trust me. Don't be shy either, Furio Hana. It's unlimited refill on the rice and the cabbage. Another pro tip, they give you a little bit of hot mustard right there. Do yourself a favor, get some of that. Put it on your tonkatsu.
Ooh, spicy.
If you want spice, that's where it's at. Oh, this is the bite right here. I'm gonna hold the mic closer so you can hear the crunch, Furio Hana. And I appreciate that it's not overly oily too. They do change out the oil at the beginning of every shift, every day. So the oil is fresh. It's not gonna be old and greasy tasting. As I mentioned earlier, attention to detail. They even use like these specialized copper pots to cook it in to ensure that the heat distribution is even. So it's nice and evenly cooked, doesn't overcook the pork. The rice is so fragrant, so soft. And when it gets a little too heavy, reset your taste bud with some of the in-house made pickle here. Oh man, I could eat like this all day, no problem. So good. What did you get, babe?
So guys, my katsudon, which is pretty much katsu with egg, kind of like a oyakodon if you guys ever had that, and it finally cooled down, so I'm really excited to try it out. I'm gonna get a piece. Hopefully I don't burn my mouth. Look how huge this piece is. Oh my goodness.
I believe when you said 3 eggs, too. It's 3 eggs.
Oh my goodness. 3 eggs? Dang. Oh, it's smoking. Look at that.
You gonna try without the sauce or with the sauce?
No, I think this one, no need the sauce, right? Okay, guys. Cheers. Oh, it's so hot. I'm scared. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look at that, guys. It is so nice and moist and flavorful. I love that the panko batter just soaked up all of that juicy goodness of the sauce, kind of like a soy-based oniony sauce. Guys, if you're looking for something that's a little bit different from a regular katsu plate, like the one that Felix got, this really will warm your soul. It is so flavorful and so filling as well. And it's not as heavy, I feel like, because you kind of because it's sitting in the sauce and you don't feel that heavy. This would be amazing with my rice. So this one is their mixed green. She did mention it's kind of like a hijiki. And hijiki is this kind of seaweed right here that you see. That seaweed is called hijiki, but it's a mix. I think she said 16 grain rice. I love eating these because they're a little bit healthier and you can see like there's beans in there, all kinds of different grains. We actually make this at home sometimes too. Drop the bean. Guys, I'm in porky heaven right now. It's so delicious. Hit it with some cabbage. And like he said, we do love goma dressing. So Felix got this white one. This is white miso and with clam and green onion. I got the red miso with clam and green onion, and you guys can see the color difference. I personally like the red because it's a little bit stronger and more robust, intense flavor of miso. Such a great palate cleanser. You get the hint of that clam, green onion. The miso flavor is strong and robust. Man, my meal today is just warming. Guys, I can't wait for you guys to come here and try it out.
So the first time we're trying the shrimp katsu, it looked like this salmon for sure. This thing is more like a prawn.
or sea serpent that they just battered in the panko.
Ooh, that sounded crispy.
Amanda has mic. I don't even know if you guys can hear me, but
Oh shoot.
shrimp katsu, first time trying it here. I think it's good for a shrimp katsu, but definitely prefer the pork none. Fattiest, juiciest, can't be beat Furiohana. Still our favorite tonkatsu place in Oahu, even in Japan. Do yourselves a favor, trust us, you'll thank us later. I don't know if I mentioned Furiohana. The sauce, do not skimp on the sauce. The sauce here is some of the best katsu sauce I've had. It's not going to be your typical, chicken katsu sauce you're used to in plate lunches. It's very different. The nice sweetness and tang that comes with it. And we mentioned the sauce is in-house homemade. I'd buy a bottle of that if they sold it. Ooh, thank you. Thank you.
Ooh, look at that
I say,
pile.
guys, you could stay here all day and enjoy the rice and cabbage here. It's that good.
But it is limited though. I think the res is hour half.
Of course, I gotta get some more of that sesame dressing or goma dressing. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good day. Furiohana. Last pro tip for you guys: the panko is so flaky and buttery and just awesome and light. You don't want to waste it. Even the panko, seriously, eat it over your rice so that it flakes off, and now you have mixed grain, crispy rice.
Hot tea to round out our meal. Cheers.
Too bad it wasn't sake.
So that's the damage for today, guys. Each set was around $25. The katsu was the shrimp katsu was $6.50, and that's our total. Guys, we just finished eating. So full. It's so bright out here.
Oh man, so full, so satisfied. That about
But don't
wraps
go
up.
anywhere though. No. We're gonna get dessert.
I guess we have to do the dessert segment that you folks love so much, that Amanda loves so much. Also, we forgot to mention there is ample street parking here on Kapahulu where Tamafuji is, and parking is located in the basement as well if you want to park there. And before we get going, special thanks to Gary. We just ran into Gary
Out here on the street.
yeah, just ran on the street. Such an awesome Furiohana member. We know you're watching, Gary. Thank you so much again for the support. You guys are amazing, Furiohana.
We truly appreciate every one of you. We're gonna go get dessert before things start to close. It is lunchtime, but things close early around here, so let's get going.
Maybe I'll just watch you eat. I'm so full.
Let's go.
Jumping from cliffs so high.
So we just parked. Parking is not the greatest here, so we wrapped around the corner, parked down the street. Can't wait to show you guys.
And it's friggin' hot and muggy, so we're excited for some shave ice.
Yeah, so let's go.
Trusting our wings to fly. Sometimes we're crashing down, but we get up and start from the ground. And I really wanna know if I will ever figure out where the road goes. Even if I'm falling down, I will keep on searching for my highs. You can say I lost my mind, I will keep on holding my head high. Even if the sky is falling down, even if the sky is falling down, yeah. The sky is falling down.
So we went to Montserrat Shave Ice here off of Montserrat Avenue in Kapahulu. It's literally like a couple-minute drive away from Tonkatsu Tamafuji. And look at this, it looks amazing. And it's huge, guys. And this was only $5.50. Heads up though, like we said, parking is kind of difficult here, and it's cash only. So we got mango, strawberry with condensed milk and mochi balls.
And the awesome thing is here at Montserrat Shave Ice, they use real fruit to make their own syrups. So their syrups are gonna be a little bit thicker than the traditional syrups you're used to seeing. The girl helping us, she was nice enough to explain why they were poking holes in the shave ice. And she said because the syrups are homemade and thicker, they need to make holes so that it drips into the shave ice so that you're not just eating plain ice in the middle. Pro tip. I mean, very pro move. Oh, wow.
Oh, it is strong.
Ooh, very nice and tart, very fresh fruit flavors. The
That's
ice,
amazing.
as we always mentioned before here on Amanda Felix Eats, when eating shave ice matters. Foodie Ohana, and this is awesome, nice, velvety, smooth, soft ice. I'm gonna try one of those balls over here, soft looking mochi balls, and see how this fares.
Cheers. Oh yeah,
Ooh, really chewy.
I'm sad it only came with 3.
No, nice and chewy. I wish it was a little sweet though, like chichidango, but this is like plain mochi.
I love the mochi, that was really good. I will say the strawberry is a little bit tart for my taste, but
I love it.
The mango is very, very tropical. I think I like the mango more than the strawberry.
You know it's real Foodie Ohana, you can see real fruits, you can see the seeds of the fruit in there. Little pieces, look at that. Little pieces of mango in there too. And fun fact, it's right next to Pioneer Saloon on Kapahulu because they are the same owners. So it's easy to miss. If you're driving down Kapahulu, you'll see where it says Montserrat Shave Ice. Can't miss it.
And
Oh,
we
it's not Kapahulu, it's Montserrat.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you're driving down Montserrat, make sure you see that sign. Montserrat Shave Ice is tucked away right in that alleyway next to Pioneer Saloon.
And fun fact guys, we did a couple videos here. We did a video at Pioneer Saloon, South Shore Grill. We did a bunch of Kapahulu videos. I'll leave them all down in the description below, so you guys can check them out when you're done with this video.
All right, Foodie Ohana, that about wraps up today's adventure of the best tonkatsu here on Oahu. Oh my goodness, I will say that with confidence.
We want to thank you guys so much for coming along on today's foodie adventure. We had such a great time and we hope you guys enjoyed this video. And if you guys did, make sure you give this video a big thumbs up. It'll help us out, help our channel get to more of our Foodie Ohana members that possibly could be out there. And fun fact also, I do want to mention, that's my elementary school right over there.
Oh yeah, it is.
And I used to play at this jungle gym
Oh yeah, she did.
about 30 years ago.
Still standing.
20 years ago maybe. Anyways.
Try to play on it now.
No.
Oh, you know what's cool also, Foodie Ohana? Smash that like button. There's like a new confetti looking thing when you hit it. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know.
If you don't believe me, try it.
And if you haven't already, come and join our Foodie Ohana by hitting that subscribe button down below. It's the easiest way to help us out, to support us. And come and join our Foodie Ohana. We'd love to have you. And we'll see you guys on the next video.
All right, Foodie Ohana, until the next one, take it easy, explore your inner foodie. Peace out.
See you guys next time. Bye, guys.
Sesame and goma dressing. We love.
Sesame and goma's the same.
Oh, I ordered the Ju Kushu. Is it Ju Kushu?
I personally like the green. I personally like the red. Hey, you have a spoon. Anyways, which one you
Shave ice
trying?
places.
Mango?
I'll do strawberry then. Maybe I'll turn it around. There we go. Normally Amanda likes more balls than that. Pits of the, not the pits, what do you call it? The seeds? You can, what?
No.
You know it's, she's actually trying to do it. Foodie Ohana, look at that. What is she doing? Hey, what are you doing?
I'm king of the world.
Get down there before you hurt yourself.
I might break a hip, but that's okay.
No, that's not okay. Get down from there.
Wow. Oh my God, monkey pod. Monkey pod.
Oh
Okay,
my
let's move
goodness.
this way.
I gotta
Bye,
put you guys
guys.
down. I gotta put you guys down and help her down.
Oh.
What's going on, Foodie Ohana? Welcome back to the channel. On today's episode, we're checking out some must-try eats here in the area of Waikiki.
We can't wait to show you all the spots we're hitting up today, so stay tuned and let's get into today's video.
We are back here, Foodie Ohana, in Waikiki. And guys, it is a nice, sunny, bright day. Our first stop for today is a place called the Steak Shack. Very renowned here for tourists and locals alike, serving up simply awesome steak plates. And it's right on the coast of the beach, so you can enjoy some sun, take a dip, enjoy some steak plates after.
If you guys want to see more Waikiki videos, we do have a playlist. Check it down below or click right here. We are here at our first stop. It's called Steak Shack. We've heard a lot of great things about this spot, so we're super excited to try it out. And as we were walking this way, we could already smell the wafting meatiness in the air. We came hungry, guys. We're gonna be eating a lot today.
All right, food. So while we're waiting for our steak plates, we also heard that this acai bowl spot right next door is a must try. And Amanda's been craving acai bowl, so this place is called Tropical Tribe, literally right next door to the Steak Shack. And I believe we are in the Outrigger Hotel area.
So the first spot we're trying out today is called Tropical Tribe. As Felix said, it is very, very renowned here in Hawaii. I've seen it on a bunch of lists for the best acai bowl, so we're gonna try it out. We got the Brazilian style Tropical Tribe bowl. These are the premium toppings, but otherwise I think it's just the standard toppings, which is the granola, honey, and I believe banana. But we upgraded to include blueberry and strawberry. Of course, you gotta have the extra berries, extra antioxidants. We're gonna go for it. It looks so good and it's melting. So acai, I'm not sure if we're saying that correct. I think it's acai or acai, superfood from Brazil, I believe. Very popular here in Hawaii. Cheers. Not too sweet, very strong berry flavor. It has a little bit of crunch from the granola, very fresh with the bananas, strawberries, and blueberries, and sweetness from honey. But as you can see, this one is a bit darker than an average acai.
It's actually mixed with guarana juice.
As a lot of the places that we see here in Hawaii do use milk or milk alternative. This totally hits the spot, especially on a hot day like today. Right off the beach, right before you get a huge plate of steak.
Whoa, this thing is like, that was like chocolate pudding. I will say right off the bat, I wish the slices of strawberries weren't so big.
It's a big strawberry. Doesn't it hit the spot after the long walk here?
Whoa. So heavy. Can't wait to try this out, guys. It's really piping hot. It's burning my fingers. Made to order. Let's go. Oh, so excited, so excited. Wait, what?
Oh snap!
What are you doing here?
Guys, chilling. I had a feeling that you'd be in Waikiki, and I had to hold down the spot. You know, right next to the beach.
Oh my
Prime
goodness.
Location.
I guess we have to share it since you saved us a table, huh?
Ooh, what are we having today?
Steak. Here at the Steak Shack, and with, of course, none other than Yvonne. If you guys don't know who she is, she's my sister, also a professional food critic. Just kidding, not professional, but she does love food as well. Together, we'll be tackling on this 14-ounce steak plate, and this is the largest size that they come in, 14 ounces. They also have other sizes, but other than that, that's it, just steak plates. They also have chicken plates too, actually, but they were sold out of today. Unfortunately, we couldn't try that. Very simple, steak, rice, sauce, salad. We're here for the steaks. Moment of truth, cooked to your liking. I just didn't want to risk it, so I got it done medium, without sauce. Cheers.
Cheers.
First real bite of the day. Not the most tender, but very flavorful. A lot of peppercorn flavor. I did order this medium, so it is a little tougher. I should have ordered it medium rare as I usually do, but like I said, when I'm trying something for the first time, I usually get it medium just to be on the safer side.
Based on my first impressions, I like the peppercorn taste. So if you're more of a peppery kind of person for your spice on your steak, I think you'll really like this one. Not a very fatty piece of meat. I like it.
And it does come with this sauce, little container of sauce. Let's give it a try before we dunk it on. It tastes like sweet soy sesame oil chili sauce, almost like a teriyaki sauce. It's sweet and savory. Let's pour some of it on the steak, see if that amplifies the flavor. All right, steak with the secret sauce.
Oh, yeah.
You need the sauce.
Way better with the sauce.
It really masks some of that pepperiness from the peppercorns that's on the steak. It makes it now more succulent, sweet, savory.
If you're not too much on the pepper side, just put the sauce or use the sauce. It'll take away that taste and then you'll get that sweet sauce flavor instead.
And guys, the wait time is a little long because they are made to order. This isn't though like teppanyaki steak or something of high quality, but a very good, nice stop if you're just craving a steak plate. Pure lunchtime, after go surfing, after laying on the beach all day, and you just want something in your tummy that's delicious, check out the Steak Shack. Oh, did I mention the salad already? Or who cares, right? It's green.
So guys, I guess I'm doing the review of the salad, but because we got the 14 ounce, the salad is gonna be on the side. So that's why usually the salad's with the steak, but we got ranch dressing. I think they have a choice of ranch or Italian. This just looks like a garden salad.
It's leafy.
This gives me like school lunch vibes with the ranch dressing. After that smell of that delicious steak, this hits the spot. The next stop is here for poke. In the middle of Waikiki, a local poke shop. It smells amazing. You guys know how much we love poke. I think we gotta dig in right here. As we mentioned, we are here at Poke Fix. It is a locally owned poke shop. The kind girls in there were telling us that they get the fish fresh every single day and they hand mix it every day. They try not to waste, so they were out of some of the most popular items, things that we normally order. So definitely go early. First off, you have two choices between either sushi rice or salad. We got sushi rice today. We got a two-choice poke bowl. This is the Hawaiian style ahi, which is a $2.50 market price upcharge for today. Market price does change daily, just fair warning. And a spicy garlic shrimp with garlic flakes on top. You can even choose your different sides. It comes with crab salad, ocean salad, and we did do an upgrade for the tegu because that is Felix's ultimate favorite. Okay, I'm gonna go in for the Hawaiian poke. I love that they have sushi rice here as well. It looks a bit spicy, lots of limu. The poke is so fresh. It's almost like translucent, you guys. Do you see that?
It's so clear. It looks like
I love limu. I love Hawaiian style poke because it's very, very simple, but yet the poke fish flavor shines so much. And the sushi rice is not super vinegary. It's actually on a more mild vinegar flavor, but I want to try my favorite, seaweed salad. This is one of my most favorite things to get at any sushi spot. It's a bit sweet, but very, very umami flavor. Tons of umami, nice to crunch. I already know Felix is salivating behind the camera.
Before I dig in, we forgot to mention Poke Fix is located on a side lane between Seaside and Royal Hawaiian. And this is a lively street, so just be careful when you're enjoying here. But anyway, I'm gonna try their second, probably most popular flavor, or the employee's favorite. This is the spicy garlic shrimp, coated in spicy mayo sauce, topped with crispy, crunchy garlic bits. Ooh. There's a perfect balance between fresh shrimp and crunchy garlic. Oh man. I can see why the girls in there were saying this is what they eat for lunch. When it's cooked, it's not perfect. If you guys are not a big fan of raw fish, very good alternative. Let's get into the tegu. How Amanda feels about the ocean salad, I feel about the tegu. It's a must order for me as a side choice if it's available. Tegu is basically Korean style cuttlefish. It's a little on the saucy side. I like the sauce more thick. It gets the job done. It's a little bit spicy, not too spicy. It's more like a sriracha level spiciness. Crab salad is basically ocean salad topped with unagi. Furikake topped all over just to add that nice extra salty umami flavor. Overall, I think Poke Fix is a good place for a quick poke bowl fix.
Hence the name.
Exactly. All right, guys, Devon is waiting for us at the next spot. So let's meet up with her and enjoy some more awesome, delicious eats.
Hana, I know you guys are wondering where we got our t-shirts. These are actually gifted to us by Unikuro Hawaii. They collaborated with Hawaii Walls. It's a very special project. Proceeds of these t-shirt sales will go back to the community. And again, we're super excited to be gifted these shirts by Unikuro Hawaii in collaboration with Hawaii Walls.
Thank you. Ooh, it's a spam corn dog.
So what did we get today at the pit stop truck?
Okay,
What did you get today?
Oh, so I got a cheeseburger, except this is a very special cheeseburger. It's a gourmet quarter-pound patty with grilled onions, a fried cheese, a crispy cheese. He called it a skirt.
Cheese skirt.
Cheese skirt.
Put a ton of cheese so that it creates this crater of cheese until it's crisped up. I'm excited to try that one.
And it's the bun is Hawaiian sweetbread.
And of course, when you order burgers, you gotta have fries, right? Accompanying this burger, bacon, cheese, cheddar fries.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. These are freshly cut everyday potatoes, twice fried, layered generously with cheese and bacon bits. It even comes with accompaniment of ketchup and sour cream.
I don't even know. I've never eaten a cheese skirt before, so.
Ooh.
Oh my
How would you even attack that?
The bun is really sweet. Oh my God, the cheese skirt makes this a very special burger. You get that little kick of cheese bite into the sweetbread, and then the patty is cooked just right. It's a perfect combination of sweet and salty. If you're a sweet and salty fan, you're gonna love this.
Save me some, bro. Oh, come on now.
Okay, yo,
man.
fine. Here.
So I'm gonna try the cheese skirt burger. Oh man. This is what I've been missing and needing in my life. The secret sauce that's on this burger, nice and tangy. A little touch of sweet kisses from the Hawaiian sweet roll. Nice sweetness from the caramelized onion. My skirt just dangling right now, tantalizing you guys for the next bite. It's like doing a striptease as we speak. Shall we try the fries?
Yes.
These are twice fried, so they're extra crispy. Ooh, thick cut fries like Amanda like. Oh, she can't wait.
Oh, she's already going in.
Amanda's going in. Triple fried cheers.
Woo!
Very meaty. I love the skin on the potatoes. It's almost like sliced up potato wedges.
I love too that it's like very crispy on the outside, but nice and soft on the inside. These are not no soggy fries. And even though they're doused with cheese, they're not soggy at all.
Can't enjoy a guilty pleasure with adding more guiltiness to it. So I'm gonna put some sour cream on top, nicely dip it. You gotta just dollop it on. Oh, Jamanda's gonna try the special of the day, which is a
Spam corn dog.
Spam corn dog, guys. You know us locals love our spam, so why not turn to a corn dog? Ingenious.
So this is the Spam corn dog. It's a little bit on the smaller side than a regular corn dog, but I mean Spam is a lot smaller than a hot dog, so this is what we are looking at right here. It's a deep fried, very crispy brown batter going on. Comes with a ketchup mustard situation. I am going for it. Oh, but I don't want too much mustard. Oh, I got mostly mustard. Cheers. This tastes like a real corn dog, but Spam version. I think I like this one better. I love the crispy cornmeal that they use, and it's a slightly sweet batter. Very delicious. This will hit you in the nostalgia feels. A gut punch to the nostalgia, especially for us 90s kids. If you love Spam, try that out.
It should be Spam from now on. I like that it's saltier than your traditional corn dog, but the batter is nice and sweet too. Make sure you try the fried cheeseburger here at the Pit Stop Truck. Of course, the twice fried French fries as well.
And guys, as always, we leave the links down in the description below if you want to check out these spots. But we have more places to take you on this Waikiki food tour, so stay tuned. Now we are in the Royal Hawaiian Center food court. It's called Pa'ina Lanai, and you can get a lot of different stuff like local food and also some chain restaurants as well. But yeah, we can't wait to show you what we eat here. There are some favorites hidden in this food court, so let's get eating.
On our way to the dessert segment here in the Pa'ina Lanai food court, we saw this lobster roll spot that looked pretty good. So we wanted to give it a try. It's called Wicked Maine Lobster. I believe it's a franchise. We kind of heard about it a long time ago, but we just never tried. So I simply ordered a lobster roll today. With the entree, it comes with fries and a drink.
Some coleslaw over there.
And when you order the lobster, they do ask if you want it tossed in mayo or butter. I wanted something more simple. I went with butter. also ordered the lobster tacos. So this is 2 tacos that are filled with lobster. This one is pretty saucy, so I'm glad I just got the butter for this one. If I don't try the lobster tacos, I'll try the lobster roll. I will say for the price point, it is on the pricey side.
Oh, these are some big tacos.
Yeah,
Slaw on the bottom, lobster on top, and a nice like mayo-y type of dressing. I didn't get any lobster.
Oh, I got a lot of lobster. Look how stuffed this bad boy is. The roll is nice and buttery, maybe a little bit toasted. The lobster though, I will say for something that's tossed in butter, it's a little on the dry side. The meat doesn't taste as fresh. A little light on the butter. I wish there was more butter.
A nice corn tortilla. Lots of slaw or cabbage. The ratio for the lobster to the slaw is kind of not balanced. Like I feel like the lobster is a little lacking. Maybe a little less coleslaw would be better. And it's very, very, very saucy.
I see what you're saying about this. The slaw is a bit overpowering. You can see it's like stuffed. All I taste is corn tortilla and slaw.
If you guys do want to see more lobster roll videos, we did do some in Waikiki as well, so check the links down below.
Oh, there's a butter.
Yeah.
Seep to the bottom.
As we mentioned, we do have another spot here in the food court that we've been wanting to try, and it is Penny's Malasadas here in Waikiki. We've been wanting to try this spot out for such a long time. Here, unfortunately, you can't buy just one malasada, which I was like, eh? And me growing up in Kapahulu, hometown of Leonard's Bakery, I am a little bit biased, and a lot of us locals here are malasada connoisseurs. See, I'm honestly going in with certain expectations as one local would.
You can only order by 3, 6, or 12. And a little disclaimer, the Portuguese donut or malasada that's filled, such as this one, it's an upcharge, price difference. But if you order in the 3 and you wanted to try a regular malasada, they're still gonna charge you the price of as if you got 3 cream-filled ones. So just be wary of that.
A little bit odd, honestly, because we're used to malasada just being like you can just buy one, so it's kind of
Sold
weird.
by singles.
Yeah, sold singular. Not really used to that, but we'll see, we'll see. We forgot to mention, Penny's is a little bit expensive. We're more used to the prices like Leonard's. It's usually less than $2 for a simple malasada. For 3 just now, I spent $10.50 plus tax. So I got you your favorite, which is the cinnamon sugar. It's this one here.
Yes.
It's pretty much the classic Portuguese malasada donut, but with cinnamon. For me today, I got a ube-filled malasada. Ooh, look at, oh, it is hot and it is sugary.
Hey, what is this filled one?
That is original cream.
Try the cinnamon one then, yes.
Okay, we need, the sugar's gonna go all over us, so let's put that there.
Right off the bat, it's very light compared to Leonard's. For example, I'm holding this and it's already cracking under the pressure of my fingertips. Doughy, bready, airy. I appreciate that it's light. Sorry, it's not my favorite.
Yeah, I think I need this one.
Yeah. I wish it was a little more airy. I don't know how to explain it. The dough is very light, but I wish the outside, the skin had a little more texture. It's really hard to explain. Like, you need to try both. You need to try different malasadas.
I really like the texture on the inside of the malasada. It's very light and fluffy, as Felix said, but the outside needs that like crispy crunch.
Delicate, crispy crunch that I'm craving right now.
If you are wanting to try malasadas and you have not tried malasadas before and you're here in the food court, why not give them a try? They are a local malasada shop.
Yeah, personally,
You ate all of the cinnamon sugar one?
Yeah. And that's another thing too. I wish the cream filling was a little more generous. It feels like it's only like a little hollowed out pocket. I wish it was a little bit more.
The custard is not thick. It's a very thin custard, and it kind of reminds me of like cake icing. Very different than the malasadas I'm used to.
All right, Foodie Ohana, that about wraps up today's episode of Waikiki's Must Try Eats. We hope you guys enjoyed this one because we all sure did.
Guys, thank you so much for coming along on today's foodie adventure. We really hope you guys enjoyed everything. As always, we leave the links down in the description below. And if you have not already, please hit that subscribe button and the like button for us. It really helps us out. And we will see you guys on the next video.
All right, Foodie Hana, until the next one, enjoy your eats, explore your inner foodie. Peace out.
Bye, guys.
So you can get some sun, get some water. Wait, what?
Yeah.
So you can dig.
All right.
Oh, do you want to see it? Or?
No.
Oh, wait, they know that. I told them we're waiting.
Yeah. I know.
They know. We know.
Day.
Steak.
Yes. I don't know what it was, but I was like so excited.
Make sure you fried the fried cheeseburger.
Fried the fry.
I said try it.
So guys, I guess I'm doing a review.
Hello. What?
I thought I was gonna at least try a bite.
I don't know. You kept pushing me. Eat the cinnamon. Eat the cinnamon. Eat the cinnamon. I was like, okay, you know, I'll eat it. Jeez, man. I originally wanted to try a little bit of that, a little bit of the cream. You said no.
I just said eat it first. Anyway, whatever.
Just buy another one. Oh, wait, you can't. Oh, my goodness. You gotta buy 3.
Okay, screw it. Let's move on.
Well, anyway, I didn't get a chance to speak, but I think this is a good place for a quick bite for... Oh, man, the guy almost ate it. This is a good place for a quick... Overall, all right, so...
I got your favorite.
Oh, no, my skirt's coming off.
Oh.
Oh, no.
The whole burger.
Better hurry.
I know. Oh, my goodness. This is a sexual burger.
Ew.
Sex.
I already stained my shirt.
Hey!
Ow.
Bro, I saved the day.
What's with me eating purple things today?
I think it's with you eating in general. And bacon. And bacon must-try food, eateries. Wait.
The 40 ounce?
Whoa,
Wait,
you wish it was
10
40
ounce?
ounces.
How much? Oh, 14?
Is that okay? Today's episode of Amanda and Felix Eats, we'll be taking you guys along with us on a foodie adventure here at Market City. Oh, look at this, guys. Is that not gorgeous? These restaurants here are bringing the beef. Don't say I didn't warn you guys now.
I cannot wait to get into this. You guys don't want to miss this one because this is a foodie paradise.
So let's get going. What's going on, Foodie Ohana, and welcome back to the channel. For today's episode, we'll be taking you guys along with us on a food tour around Market City.
And we have featured Market City in so many videos because this is a foodie paradise. There's so many food options and we're adding another video.
We'll be taking you guys to some local favorites as well as some new spots as well.
And we'll also have the links for the previous Market City videos in the description so you can check them out after. And shout out to Market City for inviting us down. We're super happy to be here.
Yes, so let's get going because we're hungry.
Let's go.
You're here, guys, at Market City. And like Amanda mentioned earlier, we did feature a lot of videos here, or a lot of places here. We did Donut King right there. We went to Foodland with Dan. You guys remember Dan?
We did this flying noodle place.
Yes, the flying noodles over here. But a lot of you guys mentioned that we didn't feature one of the local favorites, so we're gonna do that today at Gina's. Macaroni, please. The kimchi. The seaweed. Tegu. All right, thank you. All right, Foodie Ohana, so our first stop here at Market City, of course, gotta be Gina's Barbecue. Local staple since '91, guys. Served up by 2 local aunties, and they are offering awesome local Korean grinds, guys. This is what we got today. Voila! Ooh, look at this bad boy. Is that not beautiful or what? Oh my goodness.
I'm so hungry, you guys. I just want to dig in, and the flies here are ruthless. So let's just get into it.
I did want to mention there is a difference between local plate lunch and Korean plate lunch. So Korean plate lunch is a local staple here in Hawaii.
That's what makes Hawaii so unique, and the Korean food here in Hawaii so unique is that we have these things called Korean barbecue, but technically it's like a plate lunch. And today we got a mixed plate, which is pretty much, you can find that at any Korean barbecue place here. And when we say Korean barbecue, we don't mean like yakiniku. This is more like we said, a plate lunch. But we got a combo, which is meat jun and kalbi.
Meat jun is a local staple. Thinly pounded beef coated in egg batter. So it looks like a beefy omelet. Very delicious, you guys. Give this a try if you have not already. And every Korean place, it has their own version of the sauce. So here at Gina's, it's gonna be a lighter spicy type of sauce versus the thick shoyu spicy sauce that we're used to. Meat jun is like a must order here, guys.
Cheers.
Oh yeah. I love that the egg batter is nice and crispy on the edges. The meat is very tender. And guys, we have featured several meat jun places here on the channel, but Gina's is kind of like our go-to when we're in the mood for meat jun because it's so close to where we live.
Yes.
Can't go wrong with Gina's meat jun, guys.
And Gina's has a huge cult following. It's kind of crazy, and a lot of you guys are our foodie ohana. The great thing about Gina's too is that they're one of the only places that have tegu.
One of the few. Some places I know do have it, but it's a more dine-in style restaurant. Gina's only does takeout.
They used to do dine-in.
Like once upon a time, pre-pandemic and stuff.
Okay.
But hence why we're out here eating. Oh yeah.
Spicy.
What is tegu, Amanda? Take it away.
It is seasoned spicy cuttlefish. It's nice and chewy, spicy, a little bit sweet.
As far as the other banchans, you get 4 choices, and you saw the array of choices. You can customize it however you want it. So I got mac salad, of course. Not a plate lunch without mac salad, right? Got the seaweed, because we love our seaweed here. Briny, vinegary. And of course, gotta get kimchi. And we haven't had this in a while, so of course we gotta get the short ribs. Marinated short ribs, that is. Otherwise known as
Kalbi.
so you know it's legit when the bone's still in there.
Okay, I'm going for the bite.
There's no pretty way to eat this, guys. You just gotta enjoy it.
Cheers.
Oh man, nice char, sweet soy marinated flavors, so soft. You guys, just look at the char. This isn't like pan fried, man. This is legit grilled over the grill.
And kalbi, if you haven't tried it before, it's a marinated short rib. It has kind of like a soy base, a little bit of sweetness, a nice char flavor, a really, really great tender texture. And because this is the bone-in kalbi, there's so much bone-in beefy flavor. If you're a beef lover, highly recommend. And of course, you gotta eat it to the bone. All of the fat and the cartilage around the bone, you gotta get that.
I think that wraps up today's video. Come to Gina's, call it a day. My favorite is I like mixing the tegu with a little bit of the mac salad to make it like a spicy, creamy mac salad. So delicious. Pro tip, what do we usually do, Amanda?
No idea. What?
So pro tip, you guys are planning on eating this to go at home, order no rice, because most likely you probably have rice at home, right? Order no rice, they give you an extra side. 5 sides, 5 banchans to choose from, guys. So do yourselves a favor, thank me later. Give this video a thumbs up for that pro tip. But guys, there's more food to come, more places we want to show you guys. So we're gonna mop this, and we're gonna go mop upstairs at a different place. That sounds weird. Is that not how you use mop? We're gonna mop this plate, and we'll see you guys at the next stop. Right next door to Gina's, guys, Kamitoku Hot Pot. Guys, our next location is literally right next door to Gina's. So if you're in the mood for a hot pot, go next door. If you're in the mood for a plate lunch, go to Gina's.
We are here at Kamitoku Hot Pot. They just opened this spot in February. And if you haven't caught our previous video at Kamitoku Ramen at Ward Center, this is the same people. They just have a hot pot spot now. This took over the Nabeya Maido location. And Yu-chan so kindly explained the menu to us. For their hot pot, they use their ramen base here for the broth, for the shabu. So they have different types of pork broth. There's a shoyu beef bone broth. There's a signature creamy beef bone broth. There's a spicy, and there's also a
yuzu as well. They do have sets where pretty much everything is included. You choose one beef and then it comes with the ramen or a zosui, which is like the rice for after to make a porridge, and then the vegetables on the side. Or you can also order like a very famous beef motsunabe, which is a intestine type of hot pot. They also have a bunch of appetizers as well, but we're super duper excited. You guys know we love hot pot.
I love Wagyu beef, so that's what I'm here for.
We're ready to grind, as you know.
This is what I'm here for. That black cow right there.
Okay, you guys, this is the spread. We do have 2 appetizers today, and we have this huge pot of Washugyu Beefy King. This is the shabu shabu equivalent of the Beefy King ramen, which if you guys caught our last video, that is what we got. And oh my goodness, this thing is freaking huge.
Okay, as a size reference, I'm gone. I'm gone. This
I can
thing
still
is.
see her.
Oh, right there. Look, I'm gone. This thing is as big as my head, guys.
And it's getting smaller, it's shrinking because the vegetables are cooking.
Yes, and you did mention that as it gets hotter, the broth boils, the steam comes out, it looks like a volcano erupting that we're about to conquer today, so.
Let's try the
very excited.
appetizers. The first appetizer we got is this tamago tofu. It's a cold steamed egg custard with tempura flakes and green onion on top. This is in-house made.
And that's not the only thing that's in-house. Their drinks are made in-house as well, down to the syrup, guys. Calamansi refresher lemonade, why not? Ooh, has just a nice slight kick of carbonation. Not overly carbonated, very citrusy. I love the calamansi in this.
If you guys know, we are calamansi lovers here.
And my appetizer is their signature side order of beef, or this is their char siu beef. This is beautiful in itself as well.
Okay, I'm gonna try the tofu.
I'm gonna try the beef, don't mind if I do.
Cheers!
Oh man, I might need another plate of this.
Really?
It is so tender. I felt like I kissed it and it fell apart on me. And I couldn't handle the weight of my lips.
This tamago tofu is so silky smooth. It's very custardy as well. I love the topping of the green onion. Gives her a nice little hint of onioniness.
The char siu has a little sweetness to it, very nicely cooked, lightly charred on the outside. The one thing that makes it for me are these little garlic chips on the top. Oh my goodness, it's like eating a juicy, fatty, beefy, garlicky bite. All the combinations of everything I want in a bite.
And also with the Beefy King, it comes with a bunch of different vegetables. It comes with wonbok, which is napa cabbage, bok choy, cabbage, bean sprouts, shungiku, which I think is chrysanthemum, shiitake, oyster mushroom, shimeji, which is a type of mushroom, chives, bologna, mochi, deep fried bean curd, 3 pieces of gyoza. It comes with ramen also, so you can have your starch. And even comes with sorbet. What? This is a meal in itself, literally.
You can also choose your broth. So we got their signature beefy wild broth, which is their slow simmered down beef bone broth that turns it into a creamy consistency broth. So we'll try a little bit of the broth. Oh man, rich, creamy, very savory.
And it's not super salty as well. It has like a nice hint of beefy flavor. You can definitely taste the collagen in this.
I need beef now. Oh, look at this, guys. Is that not gorgeous? Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness. Literally melts.
So fatty, so beefy. Guys, this isn't even full Wagyu. Washugyu is a mix of American cattle with Wagyu or Japanese cattle. I'm just gonna eat some of these vegetables so I don't feel too guilty about myself. And guys, if you don't want to do this whole beefy mouth, Oh man, I don't know what happened. I just started drooling. If you don't want to do the whole Mount Fuji beefiness here, you guys can do the smaller sets as well.
So instead of the 12 ounce, it'll be a 6 ounce of any of your meat choices. And they have a bunch of different meat here. It seems like they have pork belly, brisket, they have premium pork as well. They have ribeye, short rib, all of the vegetables with the beefiness, with the creaminess of the soup, the broth. It just all comes together so nicely. And for me, usually I eat my hot pot with like sauces, but this does not even need it whatsoever. It has so much flavor.
We do need some noodles, so why not add it to the broth? Because you're cooking it to your liking, you can cook the noodles to your liking as well. I generally like mine very al dente, very chewy. So I'm just gonna flash cook it, take it back out. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna make my own little ramen bowl. I'll show you guys.
If you guys are beef lovers and you're looking for a hot pot place that's a little bit different than other places that typically have hot pot, I highly suggest checking out Kamitoko Hot Pot. It's here in Market City. Super, super convenient location, plenty of parking. Definitely check them out. As always, we leave the links down in the description below as well. Feel free to follow them on Instagram. Ooh, you got some noodles?
Yes, I did.
Ooh, look at that. I too like my noodles al dente.
All right, guys, I constructed my mini ramen bowl. Noodles, beef bone broth. What can go wrong, guys? All right, guys, we're gonna tackle on this beefy Mount Fuji, and we'll see you guys at the next location because there's more food coming your way. Don't go anywhere, stick around. What you guys doing?
And guys, there's even mochi in here. Oh, you can't even see it because it's...
Pro tip, guys, make sure you grab your food, put it on the planet side, let it cool down first. I just burned myself in this gyoza.
And the gyoza is a homemade dumpling using their beef char siu as a secret ingredient.
Oh man.
Wow. So as we mentioned, dessert sorbet comes with the set, and today we got their original watermelon flavor. If you guys know the famous sorbet spot in Waikiki, it's called Henry's Place. This is the RL Loves Sorbet. I'm going for it. 2 scoops.
Oh,
Ooh.
it's almost like shaved ice.
Cheers.
Oh man, so refreshing. It's almost like you're eating a frozen watermelon.
This legit tastes like a frozen watermelon. Let us know if you guys have ever been to Henry's Place.
Perfect way to end this heartwarming meal of beefy goodness.
But as we mentioned, you guys, we have another spot we're heading to right after this. Stay tuned. My mouth is literally watering.
As you can see, Furiohana, it's getting dark, but we shall prevail. We shall carry on and feature this next spot that we've been excited to try as well.
And it's brand new, guys, just opened.
And it's just right around the corner, guys, right over here. So if beef isn't a thing for you, Korean plate lunch isn't a thing for you, try Hong Kongese, Singaporean, Malaysian cuisine.
And we're here. Let's go in.
Furiohana. So we just sat down, we just put in some orders, guys. It is hustling, it is bustling. It is what you can expect from a Hong Kong style cafe, guys. It's gonna be loud, but it's part of the ambiance here. They also have Singaporean dishes, I believe, and some Malaysian dishes. And I apologize in advance because we're not very familiar with Singaporean dishes.
Looking at the menu, they even have the Hong Kong signature spaghetti or baked rice, like the meat sauce type. They even have noodles, the typical beef chow fun, wonton egg noodles, Hong Kong style curry. They even have Hong Kong style omelets as well.
We ordered quite a bit of things. Sue was kind enough to recommend some dishes for us already, so we already went ahead. Oh, it looks like the first one's out. Oh, this looks amazing. Thank you. Couple of disclaimers when you're ordering the sizzling beef, stay a couple of feet back because it starts splattering with excitement. And also, the handle is hot on this cast iron thing. I made a foolish mistake of grabbing it. No, it's always going to be hot. So just be careful, okay? Don't be like me. Be akamai.
You said where we are, right?
No, I did not yet. Oh my goodness.
So guys, we are here at Yizin Cafe. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it, but this...
Yixing.
We're here at Yishin Cafe, and this is a Hong Kongese style cafe. We're super excited to be here. We do have some dishes here. Very, very highly recommended dishes. First off, we want to try the appetizers. The first one that we're going to try is the Thai style pork cheek.
Grilled to perfection. Can you guys see the grilled marks? So I did try the sauce already. It is spicy. Don't say I didn't warn you guys now. It packs a punch. It's like a Muay Thai kick to the mouth.
Cheers. It's so soft, and I love the little bits of the burntness.
Definitely order this as a starter. You, your family, your friends, whoever you're with, will thank you later.
If you're a pork person, this is so nice and porky. And it's also, too, a really great balance of like meat and fat. Not too spicy, but I did kind of rub some spicy on.
It kind of reminds me of the Vietnamese nem nung, the barbecue meat skewers that you make with summer rolls. Sue recommended us to try both wings.
So this one is a salted egg yolk chicken wing, and we also got the regular fried chicken wing, but it has shrimp paste on it. So these are the two. Anything egg yolk is just calling my name. We love egg yolk on this channel.
And it's Amanda's favorite. It's all wings. There's no drums.
And the shrimp paste too. We are big fans of shrimp paste also. So which one do you want to try?
Bagaon with all that salty egg yolk. Drop a comment down below if you guys like salted egg yolk too. Which one looks better, guys? Which one looks better? Team salted egg yolk or team shrimp paste?
Cheers.
Hands down, this one. Hands down.
Ooh, it is really hot. From the outside, it doesn't look like it's super duper succulent, but on the inside, once you crack that skin, it's just full on nice meatiness, succulent, very moist. Not dried out chicken wings, that's for sure. The shrimp paste isn't too strong, I would say. It's like a hint of shrimp paste.
I didn't hear a word she said. Perfectly fried, crisp on the outside, nice saltiness and creaminess of the egg yolk. If you guys haven't tried salted egg yolk flavor yet, do yourselves a favor and try it out. There's some vegetables we ordered here too, as Amanda was feeling guilty.
I'll try the vegetables, you try the shrimp.
All right, don't mind if I do. So this is their Hong Kong style stir-fried garlic prawns. These things are massive, guys.
And this is their ong choi with sambal and shrimp paste. Are you guys fans of ong choi? Let us know.
All right, for you vegetable lovers, watch Amanda. For you flavor lovers, watch me.
Cheers.
Very crispy, the usual crispy garlic, salt and pepper flavors. What you would expect from a Hong Kong or Chinese style restaurant.
The ong choi is very savory. It does have a little bit of heat, but not too much. The garlickiness shines through, and also the shrimp paste. Shrimp paste gives it a nice like savoriness and fermented flavor that just regular ong choi does not have. And this is a pretty hefty amount of ong choi.
Yeah. The portion sizes are definitely very shareable, guys. The sizzling beef was definitely the star of the show when Sue brought it out. It was literally a showstopper. Everyone in the room was just gazing like, what is that? So definitely order this if you want to please the crowd.
On the bottom, it was chopped onions. It came out sizzling, and then she poured the beef with the black bean sauce and the garlic and the green peppers on top of the sizzling platter.
Today is just a beefy episode. This episode should just be called Beef Around the World. These restaurants today are bringing the beef. So tender. Slight sweetness to it too. The black bean sauce is very flavorful. This is definitely something you need with a bowl of rice.
And for me, black bean sauce has a very, very fond place in my heart because it just reminds me of home cooking. As you guys know, I'm part Chinese, so black bean sauce is like one of my most favorite dishes. My dad used to make it all the time. Like Felix mentioned, it would taste really great with some rice. Luckily, we got the beef fried rice. It's a Malaysian style beef fried rice, and it looks amazing. It has a little bit of like a brown hue. It does look very like a typical Chinese fried rice. Carrots, some peas, some lettuce,
Green onion, eggs, beef. Cheers. What is that I taste?
This with the sizzling beef is just a beefy overload, you guys.
This rice is, it's not super punch in your mouth type of flavor, It's just fragrance, light fragrances of beef, green onions. I'd say it's a perfect accompaniment to the other dishes.
And then you just chase it with some black bean beef.
Oh man,
So hot.
oh man. I thought I was full, but the flavors just brought back my appetite.
Teddy bear drink.
Oh, it's actually a frozen bear.
A frozen beer, yeah. This one here we use the lemon iced tea to put it in the shape of the teddy bear.
Oh my goodness, you guys. Is this not the cutest thing ever? Oh. It is so Instagram worthy. It's so freaking cute. I can't even believe it.
So I guess you let Ted take a swim and then let him melt? Is that how we drink it?
I cannot wait to get into this. So they have two different kinds of iced tea. They have a
Milk tea, Hong Kong milk tea.
They have a Hong Kong milk tea, and they also have a Hong Kong lemon tea, which is this. And here they also have a Hong Kong milk tea and coffee mixed drink as well. You can also get this without the bear also.
Yes.
But why would you? Why would you?
Come here for the bear.
Okay. Cheers.
Oh, oh yeah. Very strong tea flavor, light milk cream flavor, not too sweet as well. I was gonna ask if they could adjust the sweetness, I totally forgot. It's not sweet at all. I could drink this all day.
And this too, it's also not super duper sweet. It has a nice like tinge of lemon flavor, but it does taste kind of like the regular Hong Kong tea with lemon. The tea flavor is very strong as well, which I personally love. Can I try yours now?
No.
Okay. Hong Kong is known for their milk tea, so let's try this one.
Ooh, this tastes very brisky.
I had to lick the bear.
That was my bear. Why didn't you lick your bear?
It doesn't really have much of a taste. I like this one more. I think this is my drink.
I was taking my stuff. Ted's gonna go for a swim.
No.
No, for me, what? Proper way to drink this is you gotta dunk Teddy. Teddy gotta go for a
At
swim.
least dunk him in this one. It's the same flavor.
Ooh, Teddy went for a swim. You guys see it? I think it looks cuter this way. It's like he's going for a bath.
And guys, again, if you want to check out this spot or any of the spots that we've been to today, please check the link down below in the description. We have it all linked down there. Market City is one of the best places for foodies, especially you locals over here. You guys know Market City is where it's at.
You already know. There's something for everyone here in Market City. Okay, so we're on the hunt for a wheelbarrow so I can wheel myself home. We definitely had a blast tonight. We hope you guys did too. We tried to showcase as much as we could for you guys, so come check out Market City, guys.
And again, thank you so much to Market City for having us. We had such a great day here at Market City. And again, guys, as always, we leave the links down in the description below. You guys can check out these spots as well. If you like this video, please give it a big thumbs up. It really helps us out. And click that subscribe button if you have not already. It's completely free. Come follow along on all of our food adventures, and we will see you again on the next video.
All right, Foodie Ohana, until the next one, get those salted egg wings, Mount Fuji of meat, get Gina's plate lunch. Peace out.
Bye, guys. Market videos. What?
So we're here in a sense that so Korean plate lunch is, what was I saying? At the next. And
So they have different types of pork beef.
what are the active volcanoes in Japan?
I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, this looks like an active volcano from Japan. Always remember to blow your meats.
Ew.
Stop saying weird things.
So it comes with wambok, which is napchick.
Perfect way to end this. Did you guys see the camera? Oh! Teddy made a poo. Today's video We're doing burgers.
We're going to multiple places today, so you want to stay tuned for the whole video.
Experience the beefy glory that's about to commence. We went to a renowned place, but now they also do burgers. Also, why not give it a try?
Don't click out of the video yet and get excited for some dessert.
What's going on, Foodie Ohana? Welcome back to the channel. Hope you're all having an awesome day so far. And for today's video, we're gonna be doing oh my goodness, she's that excited. As you heard it all, whoa, snap. It's windy today too. As y'all heard it here, today we're doing burgers. And we're at Ohana Holly Marketplace, a place we featured a lot on this channel actually, right here on Ward Avenue.
Let's check out the first place because we are starving. Oh, but before we get into today's video, like this video if you like burgers and hit that subscribe button down below. And trust us, we're going to multiple places today, so you want to stay tuned for the whole video.
All right, let's go. Guys, as mentioned before, we've done Ohana Holly Marketplace numerous times on this channel. It's a kind of like a arts and crafts / food court area.
All local businesses.
Yeah, all local businesses. So it's an awesome place to check out if you're visiting or if you're local and you haven't visited yet, right in the Ward area, Ward Avenue. But yeah, the fun thing is we don't exactly know where it is, so we're kind of just walking around trying to look for it right now. A lot of these food vendors are pop-up places. Some of them are permanently here, but a lot of them are pop-up, so be wary of that. Always follow their Instagram page for updates. Yeah, we'll go look for it now and then see you guys when we find it.
All right, guys, so we got here, but as you saw just now, they were actually closed. And I guess that's the thing with the pop-ups and stuff. They do close, and because they're a pop-up or whatever,
they're not consistent.
Yeah, it's not really consistent. It did say to check their Instagram, which we did prior to coming here, and it said nothing about them being closed, so we just figured they were open. But hey, at least we came and tried to check them out. I guess on to location number 2. Make sure you guys come along, and if you like these kind of adventures where we go out and adventure, honestly, this is like a realistic foodie adventure. Not every place you go to is gonna be open all the time or always have what you wanna order and all that. So for a realistic foodie adventure, give this video a big thumbs up. And let's go to the next place, because we're still starving.
Oh yeah, Yvonne's shedding a tear already, but pretty sure this next spot is gonna be epic, so hopefully it'll make up for it.
Okay, let's go, guys.
Staying up all night, everything is alright. Oh, I wanna be with you. Oh, I wanna be with you. Let me be that someone who can hold your hand. I don't even know if you can understand.
So guys, this was supposed to be our spot number 2, but I guess this will be spot number 1, and we'll figure out where to go after this. But we are back here at South Kaka'ako. If you guys recognize this place, it's because we did a video with Jaycation. If you guys haven't checked that one out already, please do. Mando link it up there somewhere. But yeah, same thing in that video. One of the places we wanted to go at, Ohana Marketplace, was closed prematurely or randomly, and then we ended up coming here. So this spot, however, was planned. It's been planned for a while, and we wanted to shout out to Mark M, one of our Foodie Ohana members, have been dying for us to come here. We haven't had this place, so we're pretty excited to try it and experience the beefy glory that's about to commence. So we'll see you guys when we order the food and show you guys where we're at. Trying to secure us a table.
Shout outs to the Vaughn, y'all. She got us a table.
Just got the goods, guys. Oh my goodness, it smells amazing. It's awesome in there. It's like meat lovers haven up in there. The Vaughn secured us a table downstairs. Meet her there and grind the goods. I don't know. So let's go meet up with her.
finally made it. Devon secured us a table. We made it. The goods are safe, guys. Don't worry. So the place we went to today first, it's supposed to be second, but first, called Butcher and Bird, located here in South Kaka'ako. Shout out again, Mark M. You've been dying for us to try this place. We finally made it. We didn't forget about you. Don't worry.
It's windy today, y'all. Oh my goodness. Oopsies, it's kind of lopsided. Can you guys see that?
Look at that cross section. And as always, Foodie Ohana, if you have any foodie suggestions here on Oahu or even neighbor islands, because we are planning on visiting one day, just leave a comment down below. We'll get to it. We'll check it out. Yeah, Butcher and Bird, guys, and give it a try.
Here you go first. Burger connoisseur always gotta go first, y'all.
Look at this beauty. Look at this cross section. This is amazing.
My hands are dripping.
Double smash patty, cheese, and mayo.
Oh, snap that cheese. Oopsies.
That is so beefy, so cheesy. Perfectly nestled in that brioche bun. That brioche bun though, I want to talk about that first because it's like the perfect vessel for this beefy, double beefy smash patty goodness. Oh my goodness, it's so good. I like that they're not skimping out on the mayo and cheese here too. They're not shy, guys.
This burger has some very meatiness to it. It's a hefty, meaty burger. And I think, don't they grind their own meat here too or whatever? They make their patties in-house, guys. And you can really taste it. Oh! Oh my God, you saw that freaking bird?
Oh, remember that episode where we had that crazy ninja bird?
Wait, yo, look at this bird.
Oh man, this thing's aggressive.
Get out! Get out! Oh my God, that is so sick!
He's like, I'm here for the food.
Oh, they don't have fries here, guys. It's a deli shop. They do have chips though.
And homemade pickles.
I love the pickles.
Ooh, strong on the vinegar.
This is amazing, guys. For all you manly foodie ohana out there, if you just finished watching a rom-com and you feel a little girly inside, do yourselves a favor. Get yourself one of these. It'll turn you back into a man in no time. I'm telling you guys. Shout outs to Mark again. Oh my goodness.
It has a very strong but not gamey, meaty flavor. And I feel like the mayo, the cheese, everything just complements it really well. It is a bit of a greasy burger, so if you're not into greasy burgers, which why are you not into greasy burgers? Maybe not the burger for you, but definitely worth a try. You should definitely try it.
I don't like calling it grease. I call it meat juices. It sounds way more appetizing. That way you don't feel sick, you just keep eating. It's meat juice.
Wow.
Only downside about Butcher and Bird, come on. You already know. Why you gotta do that?
I just like that you can taste the quality of the meat and the quality of the cheese.
That nice char too. I mean, excuse the veggies, but look at that char. Can you guys see that? Oh my goodness. It's a thing of beauty. Simple, hand-formed, 100% ground beef patty, smashed to perfection with cheddar cheese. And that's not all. We also got another burger that's a special of the day.
Sorry guys, gotta be a mom and get everyone a napkin. No, eat the last one.
Don't mind if I do.
I'm excited to try the second burger because it's piled high, and guys, I love salty and sour and vinegary things, and this one is topped with banana peppers, which is one of my favorite things on a sandwich.
So let's show the foodie ohana what we're talking about. Oh guys, we also got our Rode mics back. Let me, if I can pick it up. We got our Rode mics back, finally. A whole month and a half ordeal. We finally got our broken Rode mic back, so we're back in action. 2 mics, 1 hand.
Don't get meat juice on it.
I know, I'm trying not to, bro. Relax.
Okay, how am I gonna cut this, guys? How?
Can you guys see that?
Don't even try, bro.
I'm gonna try it, okay? There should be a competition to see if you can hold a record, the biggest burger held with 1 hand. There should be a competition, because look at that.
Dang. He
I
did it wrong.
think I deserve a medal for this. Do you guys see that? Meat juice is all over my phone. I don't care. So man's gonna attempt to cut it in half because we are sharing with Devon.
Oh.
Ooh, that thing is deep, man.
I can't even get this in the middle. The patties are so like thick.
Oh man, look at all those layers. Jeez.
They're buns. Oh my gosh, that's
So
huge.
backlit.
Each piece. I thought I was gonna get the smaller piece.
No, the small piece is for me.
There you go. You got it framed like that.
How do you eat this?
You just attempted. Seriously, guys, this is a thick burger. You gotta unhinge your jaw to eat this bad boy. But it's double patty, layered with porchetta and banana peppers.
Lettuce, tomato, and I think this one has truffle something.
Cheers. Y'all haven't seen it already. Oh man.
How?
I'm gonna attempt it now. Were you able to take a bite? Oh man, look at her greasy lipstick.
Dang. This has all the elements, y'all.
That might have been an overly ambitious bite, Fulio Hana, but it was so worth it.
Yeah.
So good.
Moment of silence for the greatness of this food. So good, guys.
The porchetta, being a deli meat, is a little salty, but man, once you eat it with some of the pickles that they have on the side, it's perfection. Cuts the saltiness nicely. These pickles, like Amanda says, very vinegary, but also has a hint of cinnamon. I taste cinnamon, some sweetness and notes to it. Really good. Burger, hand-formed double smash patty, like the other one, but the porchetta, oh my goodness, it's like thinly sliced deli bacon, guys. So good. You already know by now, I don't like tomatoes. I don't even care if there's tomatoes in there. It just makes it more juicy. The only thing is, these burgers are so juicy that the bottom of the bottom bun disintegrates. Like, it just falls apart, soaking up all those juices.
I do feel like this specialty burger, it was called the Balboa burger. It is more of like we said, a specialty burger. So if you're not into like salty deli meat, or if you're not into the banana peppers, they have all kinds of burgers here that you can definitely try. You will find something. Or you can just go with the OG like we did. But the saltiness factor of the porchetta balanced with the sweet and tangy banana peppers really makes it for me. And the bun too is not like a typical regular bun. It's a little bit sweet, like slightly sweet.
It's that windy today, guys. Yvonne's plate just flew. Oh no, the camera bag is compromised. I'll try to show you off camera, but this bench is so small. Only my left foot is getting a tan right now.
And one of my butt cheeks went numb because it's not even on the bench.
Oh, Balboa. It's Rocky Balboa.
Yes.
I didn't know. I forgot.
Okay, I just ran to pick up trash and I'm like out of breath.
Thanks, Amanda. Sorry.
Before the hurricane blew everything away. Ooh, super windy. Before the hurricane blew everything away, Amanda's mentioning something about the bun. So the bun is a brioche bun. It's going to be a little sweeter, a little more buttery than your typical like potato bun or standard hamburger bun. I say it's like the fancy burger vessel bun. And for a quality burger such as this, it's not really that badly priced either. The OG burger was like 14 bucks, 15 bucks, guys. Everything house made. That's a good price. Spot number 1, amazing start. I don't know if this next spot can beat it, but we're gonna go and give it a try. But before that, we're gonna finish cleaning up here. Remember, guys, Malamada Aina, even if it's an industrial place such as this, you know, clean everything just as you saw it, you know? Ooh. Leave everything just as you saw when you came, clean. Oh man, this smells amazing, guys. This is probably like the fanciest
Hot dog?
fanciest fast food, I guess. Fanciest American. I don't know. What would you call it? You guys will see.
Back to the table we go.
Right, Fulio Hana.
We had to move.
You are so dumb. Okay, so there's a side eating area called the South Kakako Barn. You can host events and stuff here. It's a nice, cozy little place. A lot more quiet, a lot more shade, you know, because my left foot is on fire, literally. One foot browner than the other. Anywho, so we went to a renowned place called Hank's Hot Dogs, but now they also do burgers. They've been doing burgers for a while now, but they're originally just hot dogs, like gourmet hot dogs, but they've recently expanded to burgers as well, so why not give it a try? So, as I mentioned earlier, we decided to go a little fancy today. Fancy for American-style, fast food-ish type of dishes. So the first burger we got is called the truffle cheeseburger. It's their truffled infusion cheese. Looks like with 1/3 pound ground chuck and bacon, and their own brioche bun. Oh, the cheese is like luxurious. Like, if you guys can see the cheese, it's not solid. It's like a sauce, if anything. It's like whipped cheese. What is that that saucy cheese called? You know what I'm talking about? It starts with a B. Bechamel. It's like bechamel almost. Consistency and their secret sauce. And I gotta hurry because Amanda's gonna finish the fries pretty soon.
Damn, girl.
Yvonne's getting angry over there too.
The fries, I will say right now, they're a perfect blend of soggy and crunchy. Oh my goodness. Chocho lipped it. Look at that, guys. Look at that. That's how you know it's good. Now, where's the napkins?
I will say, not as beefy as Butcher and Bird.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Ow, man, you gotta rip my lip off? I feel like you're giving me a Brazilian wax on my mustache. I will say it's not as beefy and meaty as Butcher and Bird, but the sauce is what makes it here. Their secret sauce and that truffle cheese. Oh, so good.
Ooh. Okay, let's see. So far, the fries has my heart. So good. Let's see if the burger.
It's kind of like your typical Thousand Island sauce. If you're into like fancy burgers, this would be up your Truffle Valley alley. What do you think, Amanda?
The burger is not as tender. I had to combo it with the fries because the fries are just so good. The burger is not as tender, not as flavorful as the Butcher and Bird one, but that sauce is really, 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 really good. It does taste like a bechamel. It's not as velvety and like stretchy as like a regular cheese. It's more like a whipped kind of cheese, like an airy cheese. That bacon adds a nice salt factor, and this one is actually like cured bacon. And I'm not sure if I like the Thousand Island or the shredded lettuce. I don't know. Are you guys more of shredded lettuce type of burger people? I'd rather just have a flat lettuce, but my preference, I guess.
The fries here are good though. It's beef fat fries, twice cooked, so it ensures its crispy integrity. And I got they have sauces too, dipping sauces for 80 cents more. I got their garlic aioli sauce.
Hey look, Coke.
And they have Coke products, so that's a plus too.
Okay, you gotta give me volume song. I think if you're gonna come here, definitely get the fries. The fries are home run, hit it out of the park, good. It kind of has like a fresh cut, hand cut fries type of vibe. So Hank's Hot Dog is known for, of course, hot dogs. We had to get a hot dog. They have very fancy hot dogs. They have plain kind. They have a lot of variety.
It's like in the
here.
name. They spell it not like H-O-T hot dog, but H-A-U-T-E, you know, with a little flair, like hot dog.
Like hot couture.
Since we're going fancy, why not continue this truffle experience? We got duck, foie gras. It's called Sauterne sausage hot dog. I don't know what that is, guys. If you guys look it up later or something, drop a comment down below. But it's a dinky sausage. I'm hoping it's gonna be full of flavor. Guys, this thing is, for the price, I thought it was gonna be like bigger, but it's fancy hot dog, guys. It's like there's slices of apple on there. If you didn't know what this was when you ordered it, like someone just brought this over, like Yvonne was mentioning, it looks like literally a hot dog bun with salad on it. Whoa, enough judgment. Let's try it out.
Yeah, why are there apple slices? Very odd. Does it complement? Let me try it.
It's very flavorful and duck. There's some kind of sweet jam on there. I do like the addition of the apple though. It's like a nice, refreshing crisp because foie gras and duck is pretty heavy.
I think it's like a chutney, an apple or mango chutney.
You know, it's a little bit out of my comfort zone. Too fancy, too complex for my taste buds. But is that raisins? What is that
Like I
black
said,
one?
it's a chutney. I
I think you're gonna like
personally,
this, Yvonne.
I don't know.
You think I will?
No, I don't think so.
The flavors are very contrasting. Like I really, really like the flavor of the sausage, but with the apple and the cinnamon and the chutney and just all together, it's very confusing. It's like my mouth doesn't know what to like
register or something. I don't know.
Come to Hanks, try the other hot dogs. Like they have like a Chicago hot dog, they have chorizo hot dogs. The dogs are high quality, so it is gonna be on the smaller side. Don't expect like El Grande. It's more like El Tiny. I don't know. Anyway,
But let us know if you guys do frequent Hank's hot dogs. What is your guys' go-to? Maybe we just missed out. Let us know. Maybe we can try a different hot dog next time.
I don't think you can go wrong with like the Fat Boy hot dog, like bacon wrap hot dog. That's like a go-to. Everyone gets that. I just want to get something different for you guys.
Oh man, I am. First of all, I'm like really full. That was just so much meat today. I mean, it was amazing. I loved all the food, but yeah, definitely getting full now. I have to say, going to Butcher and the burgers here was actually quite a surprise. They were really good. Like usually when they ask me what's your favorite burger, I usually can't give them like an answer because I don't know how to describe what is my favorite burger. But Butcher and the Bird, like eating that burger, I think it made me realize what my favorite burger is. And I have to say that Butcher and the Bird is like up there actually as one of my favorites. The one I liked the most from there was the original burger. Definitely the meat, the burger meat itself. Love the char on it. Love that it was very tender. Love that, you know, when I took a bite from it, I could taste every single flavor on it. It was very simple with the cheese and the tomato and what else was on that burger? Mayo I think was on the burger. Yeah,
heaping mayo.
Yeah, a lot of mayo actually. So maybe that's why. Maybe the secret is the mayo. But actually, it's just the burger was so good that it just made me like really appreciate burgers more. Cause it's funny, cause like right before we went to here, I was just thinking like, you know, I don't know if I would say burgers are like my favorite type of food, but then just eating that burger, it was amazing. So thank you, Mark, for recommending us to go, because I really want to come back now and try their mushroom Swiss bacon burger, because I saw that on the menu and that looked so good, or it sounded so good. So can't wait to go back. I think I do want to go back. And then with Hank's, honestly, it was the fries that got me too. I saw Amanda eating it and I wanted to eat the fries, so I was getting kind of jelly. But it seems like they specialize more in the hot dogs, so definitely just go to try out different hot dogs that they have. Trying the special hot dog was very interesting. It kind of tasted to me like eating an apple pie, but then there was a mix of duck in it. It was weird. I think, yeah, I have to say, I think it was just too fancy for me, or maybe I just don't understand when it's like a new palate, you know, in your taste buds. But the burger itself was pretty decent, but after eating Butcher and the Bird, it almost seemed like it was like a regular burger, even though it was pretty fancy itself too. But overall, I definitely recommend going to Butcher and Bird for their original burger, or hopefully maybe even their mushroom Swiss burger. That's what I'm kind of excited to try next time, because the burgers were so juicy and the char, and just thinking I kind of want another one. Even though I'm full right now, I'm just already thinking about the future burger. So again, thank you, Felix and Amanda, for inviting me out, or I kind of forced myself to come here because I heard they're going to get burgers. But if you haven't already done so, please make sure to press like on the video. Make sure to press subscribe on the video. If you like to see me comment on these videos, thank you, and I really hope you guys stay around and stick around to help the Ohana family here. Thanks, guys.
Yvonne just asked us if there is going to be a dessert portion. Yes, there is going to be a dessert portion. You guys should see. Make that face again.
I'm full.
Well, yeah, no. Your girl saved room for some dessert. So we're going to get dessert. Stay tuned. Don't click out of the video yet. And get excited for some dessert. Guys, so we went to Lonohana Estate Chocolate. They make their own chocolate, handmade, hand-grown here in Hawaii, and we got their chocolate chai. Yvonne got their chocolate Thai tea. I'm gonna try it out.
So it's like a local chocolate company that makes their own in-house chocolate bars and also chocolate beverages. I believe there's 3, so like Amanda mentioned, you got the chai, Yvonne got the what would you get? Thai latte. They also give out chocolate samples too, but Amanda's too ashamed to ask for different ones. So we only got one, but we got the Big Island's darkest one. And some of their chocolates are even vegan, guys. So all you vegans out there, rejoice, because you can enjoy chocolate here too. So I think this one is without milk. 73%. Ooh, and it is dark, very bitter. Just the way I like it.
This tastes like a hot chocolate mixed with like chai. Like I would drink this on like in Christmas or something. If you guys are chai drinkers, if you guys like cinnamon and that cardamom and those kind of flavors, you'll definitely love this.
Lingering, bitter, dark chocolate taste.
It's not too sweet also, which is very, very good. You don't want to have like, I don't know, a sugar rush after drinking hot chocolate or iced chocolate.
Well, this is pretty good.
This and then maybe like a drop of like some fresh cold brew or something would be perfect.
Very creamy, very milky. You get that cinnamony of the chai. Yeah, it's good. It's like chocolate chai milk.
And I like that the chocolate is very strong. You can taste the chocolate in there. You know that they use real chocolate versus, you know, like the Nesquik or whatever, where it's just like, what is it? I don't know.
Powder,
Yeah,
chocolate. Well, this is a legit chocolate store. It's a chocolate tier or chocolate store, you know?
It was really good.
This is becoming more like a fancy eats video almost. Fancy eats of common foods, like fancy chocolate, fancy hot dog, fancy burgers.
And guys, this place is also here located in Salt Kaka'ako. This is where we ate the Butcher and the Bird, and we also ate Hank's hot dogs here. So if you guys want to recreate this foodie adventure, I'll leave everything down in the links below. Make sure you check them out.
What did you think about it, Yvonne?
I got the chocolate Thai tea, and this basically tasted like chocolate and jasmine tea together. So if you've ever gotten like those chocolate milk teas, you know, or that's like mixed, right, like a kind of milk tea with a chocolate, that's
Sample some of that.
yeah, try it. It's like a better version of it, basically, because I feel like the ones from like if you go to those milk tea places, they just use like fake chocolate powder, but this is real chocolate, so it's a really nice combination. So if you've always gone to milk tea places and always got the chocolate milk tea, definitely try this one. It's like a refreshing
Let
chocolate.
me interrupt you. Is this supposed to be clunky like this? Like clumpy?
Oh, I didn't shake it that much. So you want to shake it?
Looks like there's cottage cheese in here.
I just didn't shake it. No. Okay,
These are very premium, guys. No, everyone forgot to mention. It's like glass bottles.
$6.
Yeah, it's like $6 chocolate milk here.
Before they used to give it to you in the plastic cups, so it's nice that you can actually keep the bottles.
Oh man, this thing is sweet. That one is really sweet. It's like jasmine green tea chocolate milk mixed together. Like if you poured a Yoo-hoo bottle into your tea, your milk tea, that's what it tastes like. Woo, that's way too sweet.
Yeah, I want to try this one. I was curious. I was gonna get this one, but the chocolate Thai tea had less ingredients, and you know I didn't want to make. You know, when it comes to chocolate, I always think that the more simple, the better, right? So that's why I didn't get this one. But I was very curious to try it. Oh, I like it. It tastes kind of like pumpkin. Like I don't know why, but I guess it's because of the chai. But it kind of reminds me of like a chocolate pumpkin, and I really liked it. I mean, yeah, it's not as strong in chocolate flavor as a Thai tea. So if you like the more strong chocolate taste, but this taste is
It's like you want to wrap yourself in a chocolate fall Christmas blanket. You drink that. You don't need no blanket.
if you guys always go to Bath and Body and buy those like fall candles, this is what it tastes like. It tastes like you're drinking a candle, but not as waxy, I guess. So I like it. It's very light.
Well, that wraps up today's video, Foodie Ohana.
And thank you guys so much for coming along on today's foodie adventure. We had such a great time taking you along on our foodie adventure here in Kaka'ako Salt, eating awesome hamburgers, cheeseburgers, all kinds of burgers,
Fancy Yoo-hoos.
hot dog, beef fat fries, super awesome. Make sure you give this video a big thumbs up if you like this type of content. And if you guys want to continue supporting us, hit that subscribe button down below. It's the easiest way to help us out. And join our Foodie Ohana. Become part of our community, and we'd love you guys forever and ever and ever. And we'll see you guys on the next one.
All right, take it easy, Foodie Ohana. Peace out.
Bye, guys.
One of the places we wanted to go at Ohana.
And because Frank's hot dog is
It's Hank's.
Oh.
You gotta say it with a emphasis, an accent. You're like,
I don't think that's how you say it.
What is this hot dog called?
No clue.
Okay. Whoop.
and we got the chai. We also give out.
Oh yeah, we got the chai. Sorry.
Well, that wraps it up for today's episode, Foodie Ohana.
Wait, can you do that again? It was like.
Italy. A haven for masterpieces of ancient architecture. Where nature dazzles with its magic. Life in its cities and villages has seamlessly intertwined with the rugged landscape. Recurring volcanic eruptions have led to devastating tragedies. Yet, this very force of nature has sculpted stunning destinations throughout the country. In this journey through Italy, we'll discover these corners and other hidden gems in its varied regions. And beyond the well-known destinations, we'll unveil places that amazed us upon finding them. Alps. In the Bergamesque Alps, a distinctive Italian Alps, there's a detail that doesn't go unnoticed. The alpine ibexes have shown a prodigious adaptation to their environmental conditions. They are seen climbing the steep cliffs, an activity that seems daunting. But they do it to feed. Seeking moss and minerals growing on the rock faces. They often demonstrate their skill navigating sheer rock surfaces. Capable of balancing on these narrow ledges. Their hooves are specially adapted for this terrain. One of the habitats of the alpine ibex is the Gran Paradiso National Park. the oldest in Italy, located in the western Alpine region. Spanning across glacial valleys and meadows. Madre Falls, Umbria. Not only the breathtaking fall of this waterfall captivates, but also its history and origin. It's one of the highest waterfalls in Europe. Although it seems a natural wonder, it is actually man-made, created by the Romans. The surroundings of Rieti, an ancient Roman city, suffered floods and diseases due to the overflowing of the Velino River. In 271 BC, the consul Manius Curius Dentatus channeled the water of the Velino River towards the cliff of the Nera River, thus forming the waterfall. Etna, Sicily. Located on the east coast of Sicily, it's one of the world's most active volcanoes. And one of the highest in Europe. Its eruptions have been recorded since ancient times. The activity is constant, with frequent eruptions of lava, ash, and gases. According to Greek mythology, Etna was the forge of Hephaestus, the god of fire and metalworking. It features various craters that have been shaped over time by geological activity. Its eruptions can range from simple gas emissions to powerful explosions with fountains of lava. The basaltic, a composition that makes it more like other volcanoes with more viscous lava. Dolomites. Of all the Italian Alps, the Dolomites are the most astounding mountain range. Located in the eastern area, they contrast with the rest of the Alpine chain.
Justice. Don't you dare run! won't let you have them.
Ha! You're
Get back to the casa. Swan.
I'm surprised we don't see giant balls of fur rolling across the land.
I'm pretty sure that every Khajiit
primarily derived from dolomite, a rock formed from ancient sea coral reefs. Valleys blanketed with lush forests and serene lakes embellish the landscape. And meadows from which the mountains rise. At dawn and dusk, these mountains transform. They often take on a pinkish or reddish hue. The Tre Cime de Lavaredo are among the most photographed peaks of the Dolomites and the Alps. Featuring vertical walls on their northern faces and gentler slopes to the south. Venturing deeper into the area, we find traces of human history. These are bunkers erected during World War I. Church of Santa Magdalena, Trentino Alto Adige. With stunning panoramas, this church stands in the heart of the Funes Valley. Due to these vibrant green hues and the Dolomites in the background, it's considered one of the world's most photogenic churches. Legend has it that a statue of Saint Magdalena arrived with a storm at the site where the church now stands. Just a few minutes away, with equally fantastic landscapes, is the Church of San Giovanni. Civita de Bagnoregio, Lazio. Also known as the Dying Town due to the erosion of the surrounding soil, this village preserves its medieval essence. Perched on a volcanic tuff base, gradually eroded by wind and rain. This continuous rock wear suggests the town might vanish in the future. The only way to reach it is via a long pedestrian bridge. Inside the village, narrow streets lead to a church. Accessible only to pedestrians, bicycles, and motorcycles. Amalfi Coast, Campania. A stretch of coastline in southern Italy, dotted with picturesque towns and views of the Tyrrhenian Sea. The coast is characterized by steep cliffs, winding roads, and small beaches. Notable for its rich culinary tradition, featuring lemons, olive oil, and fresh fish. Amalfi, once a powerful maritime republic, is the town that lends its name to the entire coast. Maiori boasts the longest uninterrupted beach stretch among these towns. Atrani is one of the smallest along the coast. Positano perches above the sea with its colorful tiered houses. Not far from Positano are the Ligali or Sirenuse Islands. One of them is Gallo Lungo Island, distinctly shaped like a dolphin, and inhabited since Roman times. According to legend, these islands were once home to sovereigns, as mentioned by the Greek historian Strabo. Fiordo di Furore, Campania. This spot stands as one of the most unique corners of the Amalfi Coast. Though termed a fjord, it is actually a small river incision. Within, a few houses appear hidden from the outside world. And a tiny beach to enjoy in summer. From there, a beautiful stone bridge connecting both rocky walls is visible.
They would end. You wish.
Cinque Terre, Liguria. A peculiar geography marks this coastal area of the Italian Riviera. It encompasses 5 striking towns overlooking the Mediterranean Sea. Monterosso al Mare is the largest and boasts the longest beach. Vernazza, with its harbor, narrow pathways, and fortress, is often the most admired. Founded around the year 1000, it was an important maritime port in the past. Unlike the other towns, Cornelia isn't directly by the sea, but atop a cliff. Manarola is one of the oldest towns, renowned for its Chaquetra wine. Rio Maggiore, the southernmost part of Cinque Terre, is noted for its colorful houses and small port. Aeolian Islands, Sicily. In the Tyrrhenian Sea, north of Sicily, this volcanic archipelago spreads out. Named after Aeolus, the Greek god of the winds. Volcano Island houses several active volcanic centers. Despite this, a small community resides on the island.
I guess I'll have to buy another one.
A hike leads to Volcano's Fossa crater, surrounded by fumaroles. With a volcano that never sleeps, the island of Stromboli is nicknamed the Lighthouse of the Mediterranean. This volcano has displayed almost continuous eruptive activity for thousands of years. Strombolian eruptions showcase intermittent but regular bursts of lava fountains. The several hundred inhabitants of Stromboli cluster in the towns of Stromboli and Ginostra. Northeast lies the islet of Strombolicchio. At its summit, a lighthouse was erected, accessible via a staircase. Of the Aeolian Islands, Lipari is the largest. Most of its inhabitants live in the town of the same name, with other centers spread across the island. From its elevated position above the town, Lipari Castle has been used by various civilizations for centuries. Capri, Campania. Majestic cliffs rise above the Tyrrhenian Sea on this island. Its lush vegetation, flourishing gardens, and panoramic views have enchanted artists and writers. It served as a retreat for Roman emperors like Augustus and Tiberius. roads skirt imposing cliffs. Luxury residences occupy exceptional locations. Marina Grande, Capri's main port, is a starting point for exploring the island's charms. Like the Faraglioni, natural pillars rising from the sea. Penteratilo, Calabria. A village blending eerie beauty with an almost desolate ambiance. Its name derives from Greek, combining penta, 5, and dactylos, fingers, alluding to the hand-shaped rock foundation. Factors like earthquakes, landslides, and the pursuit of modern life led many residents to leave. By the 1960s, it was completely abandoned, but rediscovered in the early 1980s. Sardinia. The second largest Mediterranean island after Sicily. Located south of Corsica and west of the Italian peninsula. A blend of beaches, rugged mountains, caves, and a history spanning thousands of years. The Emerald Coast in the island's north boasts white sandy beaches and crystal clear waters with emerald hues. Numerous rocky promontories and small bays dot the coastline. Sardinia harbors wonders, and Portoflavia is undoubtedly one of the most striking. It's a mining station carved into rock, used for directly unloading cargo onto ships. The island's capital, Cagliari, is a fortified city. It has endured numerous invasions throughout its history. Off Sardinia's northeastern coast is the Maddalena archipelago, comprising 7 islands and many islets. Giuseppe Garibaldi, a key figure in Italy's unification, found refuge and love in Caprera Island of this archipelago, where he spent his final years. Asinara National Park, Sardinia. One of Italy's most spectacular national parks, located on Asinara Island. The island is known for its albino donkeys, a rare breed that has lived there for centuries. As a maximum security prison, Asinara was closed to the public for over a century. The surrounding waters are protected, preserving a rich marine biodiversity. Animal species like the red scorpionfish can be observed. The grouper. Mediterranean moray. Sea hares. Sea horses. And the endangered noble penshell, one of the largest mollusks in the world, unique for its vertical insertions in the seabed. To the south of this park is La Pelosa, one of Europe's most beautiful beaches. Sanctuary of Madonna della Corona, Veneto. For its location, it's one of Italy's most striking religious sites. Built directly into the rock face of Mount Baldo. It appears to be suspended between heaven and earth. For centuries, pilgrims have traveled to this remote site, seeking spiritual solace and to pay homage to the Virgin Mary. Aragonese Castle of Ischia, Campania. Perched on a volcanic rocky islet, this castle captivates its observers. It connects to the main island of Ischia via a stone bridge. The castle has been fortified since the times of the ancient Greeks and Romans. Its name, Aragonese, comes from Alfonso V of Aragon, who conquered Naples in 1441 and ordered the renovation and expansion of the castle to strengthen it. Lake Braias, Trentino Alto Adige. Within the Dolomites, this lake earns the title of one of the most captivating in the Alps. Its crystal clear waters reflect the surrounding mountains. The lake's color varies from emerald green to turquoise blue, depending on the light and season. It was formed by a landslide that blocked the valley, accumulating meltwater. In winter, its appearance changes. As temperatures drop, the lake freezes and gets covered with a thick layer of ice. Cape Caccia, Sardinia. In the northwest of Sardinia lies this cape with limestone cliffs. From its summit, the Gulf of Alghero is visible. Its lighthouse has been a reference point for sailors. Nearby, visitors can explore Neptune's Grotto, home to one of Europe's largest underground lakes. Po River Delta, Veneto and Emilia-Romagna. With its vastness, this area ranks among the main European wetlands. It is Italy's largest delta. Including lagoons, beaches, dunes, riverine forests, and wetlands. It creates a mosaic of ecosystems. Home to numerous bird species, many of which are migratory. Alberobello, Apulia. A small town with unique structures called Trulli. These are stone houses with conical roofs made of dry stone, a sophisticated and challenging technique. It's said this allowed medieval farmers to dismantle their houses, avoid inspection, and evade corresponding taxes. Trulli serve not only as homes. There's also a religious temple, the Church of San Antonio, maintaining the conical shape. Some Trulli have symbols painted on their roofs, often bearing religious or mystical meanings. Calcata, Lazio. The location of this town meant it didn't need walls for protection. Like in other Italian towns, in the 1930s, its residents began moving away, fearing collapses of its volcanic cliffs. Later, from the 1960s, it was repopulated by artists and bohemians. Rome, Lazio. Also known as the Eternal City, it is the capital of Italy and one of the most significant cities in world history. For centuries, it served as the epicenter of the Roman Empire and the core of Christian tradition. The magnificence of the Colosseum, a Roman amphitheater, solidifies it as one of Rome's undeniable landmarks. Gladiator fights, theatrical performances, and other public events were held there. Despite being partially in ruins due to earthquakes and looting, it remains a powerful symbol of the Roman Empire. The Pantheon, a temple dedicated to all gods, is a masterpiece of Roman architecture and engineering. Its massive dome, with an oculus at the center, is the sole source of light inside. The Capitoline is one of Rome's 7 hills, the city's religious and political center for centuries. In the heart of ancient Rome, the Roman Forum bustled with religious ceremonies, commercial exchanges, and the dispensation of justice. The grandiose Trevi Fountain is Rome's main fountain. Legend has it that throwing 1 coin ensures a return, 2 coins finds love, and 3 coins lead to marriage. In honor of the first monarch of unified Italy, the monument to Victor Emmanuel II stands. The Castel Sant'Angelo was built as a mausoleum for Emperor Hadrian, later transforming into a fortress and papal residence. Emerging from the remnants of the Stadium of Domitian, the site of ancient Roman athletic games, Piazza Navona dazzles with its 3 fountains. Near Rome's ancient walls lies the Appian Way, one of the most important roads of the Roman Empire. Outside Tivoli, a city northeast of Rome, is the Villa Adriana, where a pool from ancient Rome remarkably still exists. Venice, Veneto. Known as the Serenissima, it is built on wooden piles driven into the muddy ground of the lagoon. a city unique for its numerous canals. They have been Venice's communication routes for centuries. Gondolas, once the primary mode of transport, are now skillfully maneuvered by gondoliers for tourists' enjoyment. Outshining in breadth and fame, the Grand Canal stands at the top of all. Along its banks, immense palaces and historic buildings can be seen. In Venice's vibrant core stands St. Mark's Square. Here, St. Mark's Basilica, the Campanile, and the Doge's Palace are located. Opposite lies San Giorgio Maggiore, an island that has captured the gaze and brush of artists, including the famed Claude Monet. Crossing the Grand Canal, we reach the Rialto Bridge, Venice's oldest and most celebrated bridge. Burano, Veneto. Just a short distance from the Serenissima, the Venice Lagoon embraces this beautiful island. Instantly recognizable for its colorful houses. To distinguish their homes during foggy fishing days, fishermen adopted the tradition of painting them in various colors. Walking through these streets evokes a surreal atmosphere. In the Church of San Martino, a leaning bell tower captures attention, reminiscent of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Florence, Tuscany. Exploring this city is like stepping back into the Italian Renaissance. The Duomo, as the Florence Cathedral is known, took nearly 2 centuries to complete. It boasts a magnificent dome, the brainchild of architectural genius Filippo Brunelleschi. For centuries, the method Brunelleschi used to finish it remained shrouded in mystery, as if he had sought to zealously guard his innovation. Ponte Vecchio is Florence's oldest bridge, and the only one not destroyed during World War II. For generations, the Palazzo Vecchio has dominated Florence's political scene. The city had 3 sets of defensive walls, most of which were demolished to make room for urban growth. Among curious places outside Florence is the Renaissance villa of Pratolino, home to the Colossus of the Apennines. Pelagos Sanctuary, Liguria and Sardinia. An area of marine protection spanning territories of Italy, France, and Monaco. The Italian zone is one of the best places in the country for marine and animal sightings. It serves as a feeding ground for the common fin whale. But there are also dolphins of various species. And sperm whales. Cathedral and Tower of Pisa, Tuscany. The Square of Miracles houses 2 Italian treasures: the Cathedral of Pisa and its unmistakable Leaning Tower. The cathedral, in Romanesque style, is a medieval art gem. The Tower of Pisa began to lean during its 12th century construction due to unstable soil. In the 1990s, it reached its maximum tilt of 5.5 degrees, and modern efforts stabilized it at 3.9 degrees. Milan, Lombardy. Known for its importance in fashion, design, and business. Not to mention its historical and cultural heritage. Started in 1386, the monumental Milan Cathedral, a standout in global Gothic architecture, took several centuries to complete. The Arch of Peace, inspired by Roman triumphal arches, was built to commemorate Napoleon's victories. The 14th century Castello Sforzesco has been an Italian nobility residence, a fortress, and now a museum complex. Among Milan's skyscrapers, Bosco Verticale stands out, with dozens of plant species on its facades. Saturnia Hot Springs, Tuscany. A group of sulfuric hot springs, fed by springs from the surrounding mountains. According to Etruscan and Roman legend, they were formed by lightning bolts thrown by Saturn, the god of agriculture and sowing. Furious at the level of human belligerence, he hurled a bolt that opened a spring. The most famous of these springs is the Cascate del Mulino, a naturally tiered formation created over millennia. The milky white hue of its pools comes from the minerals in the water, creating a striking landscape contrast with the nearby vegetation. The Marches. Bathed by the Adriatic Sea to the east, this region unfolds in the middle of Italy. Among its natural masterpieces is the Furlo Pass, a gorge carved by the Condigliano River between the Pietralata and Paganuccio mountains. Piticchio is one of the March's captivating towns, surrounded by well-preserved medieval walls. Another notable town is Montefabbri, with roots in the Etruscan and Roman eras. Pioracco stands out with a dramatic canyon framed by rocky masses. Gradara's silhouette is enhanced by its castle, considered among the most immaculate fortresses in Italy. The Sanctuary of the Holy House in Loreto ranks among the March's most frequented destinations and is a pillar of pilgrimage in Catholicism. Tradition holds it was built over the Virgin Mary's birth house, whose stones were supposedly moved during the Crusades in 1291. Abruzzo National Park, Lazio and Molise. Within the Apennines, the mountain range extending from north to south in Italy, this nature reserve shines. It boasts rich botanical biodiversity, from beech forests in lower areas to alpine grasslands at higher elevations. Founded in 1923, it initially covered a modest area in Abruzzo. But over time, its domain expanded, including territories in Lazio and Molise. Among its fauna, the most notable is the Marsican brown bear, larger than other brown bear subspecies, and with a calm temperament. Monti Sibillini, Marches and Umbria. This mountain range in central Italy is part of the Central Apennines. Most of it is protected within the Monti Sibillini National Park. Lake Pilato, nestled among these mountains' peaks, is wrapped in the intriguing legend of being the place where Pontius Pilate's body was thrown. Beyond its landscapes, this national park is home to creatures like the Apennine chamois, the crested porcupine, the Eurasian eagle owl, and the golden eagle. Como, Lombardy. Beside Lake Como, one of Europe's deepest water bodies, lies this enchanting city. It has been a tourist destination since Roman times. The cathedral, showcasing Gothic and Renaissance architecture, is the result of nearly 4 centuries of work. Scattered across the valley are beautiful towns and villas. Some of these homes have belonged to celebrities and historical figures. Moreover, the lake has featured in several Hollywood movies. Along its shores, we find numerous localities, like Varenna. Rezzonico, a village developed around a medieval castle, features a pebble beach. Correnno Plinio, with narrow cobbled streets and stairs descending towards the lake. Bellagio, one of the most visited towns, located on the cape, dividing the lake in two. Tremezzo, a resort that has captivated state leaders and celebrities. Lecco is one of the lake's largest cities, also known as the City of Iron. Nature has also made its mark on Como. The Belano Ravine was formed by the erosion of the Adda Glacier and the Pioverna stream. Tropea, Calabria. Perched atop the cliffs of Calabria, this town shines as one of Italy's most beautiful destinations. For its panoramic views of the Tyrrhenian Sea, it has earned the title of the Pearl of the Tyrrhenian. Legend suggests the city was founded by Hercules upon returning from the Pillars of Hercules. The fine sands and turquoise waters of its beaches are an irresistible lure for both domestic and international travelers. Palmanova, Friuli Venezia Giulia. Immediately striking is its unique architectural design. This town was built by the Republic of Venice to defend against Ottoman Empire attacks. Its fortress boasts a 9-point star design, functioning as a Venetian military station in its time. Constructed following utopian ideals. It features geometric harmony and is surrounded by a wall. Krakow Basilicata. In the 1960s, this small town's old quarter was abandoned. Facing multiple landslides and geological issues, residents were relocated by the government to nearby Krakow Peschiera. In more recent times, it has emerged as a tourist attraction and served as a backdrop for movies like The Passion of the Christ. Sorrento, Campania. Since Roman times, it has been one of Italy's most frequented tourist destinations. Perched on a cliff, it offers views of the Tyrrhenian Sea, the Gulf of Naples, and Vesuvius. In Sorrento, a must-visit is the Valley of the Mills, and its abandoned mill enveloped in greenery. Despite its forest-like appearance, it's located right in the urban center, in a crevice formed thousands of years ago. Just minutes away, we discover Bagni Regina Giovanna, a natural pool hidden among rocks, with crystal clear waters merging directly with the sea. The site is named after Queen Giovanna d'Anjou, who, according to legend, often bathed here. Catania, Sicily. At the foot of Mount Etna rests this port city on the east coast of Sicily. Etna's eruptions and earthquakes have led to its destruction and subsequent renewal multiple times. Following the 1693 earthquake, Catania was rebuilt in a Baroque style that remains prominent today. Many of its buildings were constructed with black volcanic stone from Etna, giving the city a distinctive appearance. The Orsino Castle was originally near the sea, but eruptions and earthquakes moved it inland. Lake Garda. Located in northern Italy, it is the country's largest lake, stretching between the regions of Lombardy, Trentino Alto Adige, and Veneto. Towns like Campione del Garda nestle on small peninsulas of the lake. Its elongated shape is surrounded by mountains and hills. This lake also features several islands. The largest is Isola del Garda, with a villa and its gardens. On the lake's southern shore, the Scaligero Castle stands out in the town of Sirmione. Its fortified harbor extending into the lake makes it unique. On the western shore, the Hermitage of Monte Castello crowns a mountain. Alcantara Gorges, Sicily. This narrow course is one of Italy's natural treasures. The most notable stretch of the Alcantara River is its gorges, created by water erosion cutting through ancient lava flows. Inside, we see geometric basalt columns, formed by the rapid cooling of lava. To protect this geological uniqueness, the Alcantara River Park was established, encompassing the river and its surroundings. Syracuse, Sicily. The Greek and Roman influence is evident in this city, once a significant power center in the Mediterranean. It is the birthplace of mathematician Archimedes. Ortygia is the historic center of Syracuse, connected by bridges to the rest of the city. According to mythology, here the nymph Arethusa transformed into a spring while escaping the river god Alpheus. Pompeii, Campania. The modern city of Pompeii developed in the 19th century. It grew from the sanctuary of the Virgin of the Rosary, centuries after the famous catastrophe. The ruins of ancient Pompeii lie to the west of the new city. Buried under volcanic ash and pumice after the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. The accumulation of volcanic materials preserved it. Mount Vesuvius remains an active volcano and is one of the most monitored in the world. There is always the possibility of another eruption, posing a risk to the modern city and surrounding areas. Camogli, Liguria. A maritime atmosphere defines this small fishing village. The facades of buildings are painted in bright colors, often displaying optical illusions. To protect the village from pirates, the Dragonara Castle was built. Beside it stands the Basilica of Santa Maria Assunta, Camogli's main place of worship. San Gimignano, Tuscany. Dubbed the City of Beautiful Towers, this medieval town is surrounded by walls. Out of the 72 tower houses that San Gimignano had in the Middle Ages, symbolizing wealth and power, 14 still stand today. Its skyline has inspired names like Medieval Manhattan and Tuscany's Manhattan. In medieval times, San Gimignano was noted for its precious saffron, a staple in the cuisine of the era. Siena, Tuscany. According to ancient legend, this city was founded by the sons of Remus, brother of Romulus. Twice a year, Siena is adorned for the Palio, a horse race deeply rooted in history. The city's districts compete against each other around the Piazza del Campo. It's said that Siena's colors, white and black, are inspired by the legendary horses of its founders, Cineus and Ascius. Although the expansion of Siena's cathedral was left unfinished due to the Black Death in 1348, it remains a standout architectural icon. Bormio, Lombardy. This town, nestled in the heart of the Alps, exudes a mountainous essence. Its thermal baths, enjoyed since Roman times, possess therapeutic properties. Just minutes away is the Stelvio Pass. to the solidarity of its fortress. Its cathedral is of Romanesque style, dedicated to the memory of a local hermit. Scilla, Calabria. This town is located at the toe of the Italian boot, overlooking the Strait of Messina. Since ancient Greek times, the Rufo Castle has undergone various historical evolutions. The town's name derives from Scilla, who, according to Homer's Odyssey, was a nymph transformed into a monster that lived beneath this castle. Bologna, Emilia-Romagna. Preserving its legacy, it boasts one of the broadest medieval centers in all of Europe. Bologna had over 100 towers during the Middle Ages, of which about 20 remain today. Its extensive porticos offer shelter from rain and sun. Founded in 1088, the University of Bologna is considered the oldest continuously operating university. Verona, Veneto. While cities like Venice or Florence often steal the spotlight, this northern Italian city is a hidden gem brimming with history, art, and romance. Verona's arena is one of the best preserved Roman amphitheaters in the world. The Adige River, flowing through the city and the second longest in Italy, has historically provided protection to its residents. Piazza delle Erbe, once the Roman Forum of Verona, is now a bustling market surrounded by medieval and Renaissance buildings. San Pietro's Castle, on a hill across the river, is one of the best places to view the city. Castelvecchio is a Scaligeri construction, who ruled Verona in the Middle Ages. Nocera Umbra, Umbria. Nestled on the gentle slopes of the Apennines rests this idyllic town. It has a well-preserved medieval center with narrow streets and historic buildings. Hills, forests, and streams define the surrounding landscape. Evidence of its Roman past is visible in its ancient walls and the remains of Roman villas nearby. Monteriggioni, Tuscany. With a tangible medieval atmosphere, this village is protected by ancient walls. It was built by the Sienese in the early 13th century as a defensive post against their rivals, the Florentines. Like other towns, this fortification earned a mention in Dante's Divine Comedy. He compared it to one of the circles surrounding hell. Isola Bella. In Lake Maggiore, between the regions of Lombardy and Piedmont and the Swiss canton of Ticino, lies this jewel of the Borromean archipelago. Owned by the aristocratic Borromeo family. Its gardens are a triumph of Baroque art, spread over terraces that give the appearance of a stepped pyramid. Another peculiarity of this island is that you can find white peacocks wandering through its gardens. Sestri Levante, Liguria. The Italian Riviera embraces this serene town. Formerly a small island, over time, sediments from the Gromolo River connected it to the mainland. It has a unique location between two bays, the Bay of Fables and the Bay of Silence. In the Bay of Fables is the tourist port. Its name is attributed to Hans Christian Andersen, who lived here for a time in the town. Royal Palace of Caserta, Campania. As one of Italy's most magnificent palaces, it reflects the luxury and influence of the Bourbon monarchs, who ruled the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. It's the world's largest royal palace by volume, with a design based on the French Palace of Versailles. Its construction began in 1752 by the order of Charles VII of Naples, later Charles III of Spain. Surrounded by a vast garden, adorned with fountains, artificial waterfalls, and beautiful sculptures. Polignano a Mare, Apulia. Perched above the Adriatic Sea, this town is built on imposing limestone cliffs. Beneath the houses, the sea has carved deep caves. Restaurants are situated atop the cliffs. Lama Monachile Beach, nestled between the cliffs, is accessible through a passage in the historic center. Fusine Lakes, Friuli, Venezia Giulia. Two small alpine lakes named Upper and Lower Lake. During winter, trees are covered in snow, and the lakes freeze. Their serene beauty and mountainous backdrop are admirable. From the upper lake, there's a spectacular view of Mount Mangart. Portofino, Liguria. A fishing village with a typical Italian harbor, it has served as a haven for celebrities and artists. In the Roman Empire, it was called Portus Delphini, due to the abundance of dolphins in the Ligurian Sea. Despite its fame and popularity, it still retains the charm of a small town, surrounded by brightly colored houses. Bard, Aosta Valley. A small town located along the Dorabaltea River, at the foothills of the Alps. Its main attraction is the fortress of Bard, strategically perched atop a rocky promontory. Being in the Aosta Valley, it's a great starting point for excursions and mountain hikes. Gressone Saint Jean, Aosta Valley. At the foot of Monte Rosa lies this village in the Lis Valley. The Savoia Castle, built in the 19th century for Queen Margherita of Savoy, is medieval in style and surrounded by a beautiful park. The valley has been inhabited for centuries by the Walser community of Germanic origin. Evident in the architecture of some buildings. Maremma Regional Park, Tuscany. Within this conservation area, various types of ecosystems can be appreciated, like a lush pine forest. There are also marshy areas and grasslands, where the Maremana cow can be spotted. Additionally, it has some of Tuscany's most unspoiled and least crowded beaches. Livorno, Tuscany. A Mediterranean port city. It has a neighborhood called New Venice, with a network of canals used for maritime trade. The medieval fortress was expanded in the Renaissance by the Medici. Near the city stands the castle of Boccale. It started as a watchtower, crucial for detecting potential threats. Valley of the Temples, Sicily. Located in Agrigento, this archaeological park is crucial in the context of Greek art and architecture. The Temple of Concordia is one of the best preserved Greek temples in the world. The Temple of Juno was damaged by an earthquake in antiquity. Yet many of its columns still stand. Val d'Orcia, Tuscany. These green landscapes have inspired artists and photographers for centuries. Their depiction dates back to Renaissance works and has been immortalized in numerous contemporary photographs. Cypress trees are emblematic, lined along rural roads or on hilltops. Pienza is one of the artistic centers of the Val d'Orcia. It's called the Ideal City, or the Utopian City, redesigned in the 15th century under the patronage of Pope Pius II, a Renaissance humanist. Some streets in Pienza bear romantic names, like Love Street or Kiss Street, reflecting the vision to create a place full of harmony and beauty. Montepulciano, Tuscany. A medieval-rooted town nestled in a mountainous region. Its Renaissance buildings were designed by famous architects like Antonio de San Gallo and Baldassare Peruzzi. From here, typical Tuscan landscapes can be admired, with olive groves, vineyards, and rolling fields. Nobile di Montepulciano is a high-quality red wine produced in the vineyards surrounding the town. Palermo, Sicily. The Sicilian capital has been influenced by Phoenicians, Romans, Arabs, and Normans. The Palermo Cathedral showcases the diversity of architectural styles in the city. The Teatro Massimo is one of Europe's largest opera houses, with exceptional acoustics and neoclassical architecture. Near the city, some beaches can be enjoyed, like Mondello, popular among residents and tourists. Genoa, Liguria. Its maritime port has played a crucial role in the history of both the Mediterranean and Italy. Piazza dei Ferrari is the heart of Genoa, situated between the historic center and the modern part of the city. The old port recalls the era of Genoese navigation. In front of the port's docks stands the Palazzo San Giorgio, known as the Sea Palace. Ragusa, Sicily. Beneath the shadow of the Iberian Mountains lies this mountainous city. Many of Ragusa Ibla's Baroque buildings, the old part of the city, were constructed after a devastating earthquake in 1693. The Cathedral of San Giorgio is one of them, a symbol of Sicilian Baroque. Turin, Piedmont. It was the first capital of modern Italy, with a rich industrial heritage and ties to the monarchy. Its backdrop is impressive. On clear days, the Alps are clearly visible. The Mole Antonelliana is Turin's most iconic building, originally designed as a synagogue. The Po River, Italy's longest, flows through the city, crossing parks and trails. West of Turin stands the San Michele della Chiusa Abbey, erected on Mount Birchidiano. Naples, Campania. It's said that the delicious margherita pizza was created in this city in honor of Queen Margherita of Savoy. The Piazza del Plebiscito is one of Naples' largest squares, home to the Basilica of San Francesco di Paola, with its grand colonnade. Castel dell'Ovo is the city's oldest castle, prominently positioned in the Bay of Naples. Another symbol of the city is the Castel Nuovo, facing the Neapolitan port. Bomarzo, Lazio. This town is located on a hillside in the lower Tiber Valley. Despite its predominant Renaissance style, its architecture dates back to the Etruscan period. Geology has shaped exceptional rock formations, some of which are incorporated into the design of the Park of the Monsters. Port Maurizio, Liguria. The city of Imperia is historically divided into two main parts. One being this port. It attracts tourists and locals with its wonderful beaches. Formerly crucial to the local economy. Today, it's filled with yachts, and the area is dotted with cafes and restaurants. Earth Pyramids of Ritten, Trentino Alto Adige. These natural earth columns with large stones on their tops have formed over millennia. During the last ice age, vast stretches of earth and rock were covered by ice. As it melted, erosion began to act on the exposed terrain. They are estimated to be between 10,000 and 25,000 years old. Filaria Glacier, Lombardy. It belongs to the Alpine glaciers of Italy. It is one of the ice masses that has been retreating in this European area. Containing ice that may be hundreds to thousands of years old. As a result of its melting, glacial lakes have formed at its base with a marked blue color, a product of fine sediment from the rocks. Lucca, Tuscany. Known as the City of 100 Churches for the profusion of temples in its historic center. While many cities tore down their walls to facilitate modern development, Lucca has preserved its own. Respecting the elliptical design of the original Roman amphitheater, Piazza del Anfiteatro is framed by Renaissance and medieval buildings. Greccio, Lazio. With a medieval essence, this town is renowned for its close ties to the Christmas nativity tradition. It is where St. Francis of Assisi set up the first live nativity scene. Perched on the slope of a steep mountain. It retains remnants of its medieval era in its winding alleys, stone buildings, and walls. Given its deep Franciscan roots, it has become a place of spiritual retreat. Other places. For those seeking a deeper experience in Italy, these places are essential. Pacento, in the Apennines, a peaceful mountain retreat since Roman times. Comacchio, or the Little Venice, near the Po Delta, with bridges and canals. Tavolara Island, once known as the smallest kingdom in the world. Castelmezzano, surrounded by the Dolomiti Lucane. Pietrapertosa, neighbor to the previous village, embedded in bare rock. The castle of Vezio and its ghosts. Borghetto, a village of ancient watermills lining the Mincio River. Assisi, the birthplace of Saint Francis of Assisi. In Cittadella, the walls enclose the city, and its gates align with the cardinal points. Lake Orta and the island of San Giulio. Lake Misurina in the Dolomites. The Pietra Perduca rock and its medieval church. At the top, Bronze Age ponds inhabit newts. Porto Venere, founded by the Ligurians, a prominent port for centuries. Brisighella, a town renowned for its exceptional olive oil production. Bobbio and the humpback bridge over the Trebbia River. Cervo on the Italian Riviera, overlooking the Mediterranean Sea. Padua, and the Basilica of St. Anthony. Modena and its cathedral. Ferrara and the Estense Castle. Orvieto, its cathedral, and the St. Patrick's Well, a unique 16th century engineering work. Bergamo and its Venetian walls. Elba Island, where Napoleon Bonaparte was exiled after his abdication in 1814. Trieste, influenced by Italian, Slovenian, Austrian, and Balkan cultures. Anghiari, overlooking the Tiber Valley. The alpine waterfall of Toce. The Hermitage of Calomini, carved into solid rock. Montagnana, with one of the best preserved medieval European walls. The Abbey of San Frutuoso, between Camogli and Portofino, an ancient medieval monastery. Contigliano, a pleasant medieval village with narrow streets and stone-built houses. Castles. Although Italy is home to thousands of castles, some stand out for their splendor. One of them is Beseno Castle, the largest medieval fortress in Trentino. The Fénis Castle was built as the main home of the Chalant family. Surrounded by solid walls and a deep moat, Fontanellato Castle rises. Goethe, on his trip to Italy, left memorable descriptions of the Scaligero Castle of Malcesine, elevating its fame. The castle of Serralunga d'Alba, with its unique, elongated, and vertical design, stands out among the castles of Piedmont. The rectangular design of Ussel Castle introduced an innovative twist in the military architecture of the Aosta Valley castles. From the Citneo Hill, the castle of Brescia dominates the urban landscape. In Torre Chiara Castle, medieval and Renaissance influences intertwine harmoniously. For generations, Lerici Castle served as a high-security Genoese fortress prison. Inspired by their history and charm, we hope to soon reunite with this treasure of Europe. Arrivederci, Italy.
Genesis chapter 2 describes the location of the Garden of Eden in relationship to 4 rivers. 3 of these rivers are known, and 1 is a mystery. The lost river of Eden, so to speak. This is the river that the Bible calls the Pishon. Now, the biggest clue to understanding where to go looking for the Pishon River is in Genesis 2:11, where it says, the Pishon, it winds through the entire land of Havilah. Therefore, if we know where the ancient land of Havilah is located, then we know where to go looking for the Pishon River. Genesis 25:18 says, the land of Havilah is opposite Egypt in the direction of Assyria. And so the only land that is opposite Egypt, that is east of Egypt, on the way to Assyria, is the Arabian Peninsula, what is known today as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
This is Expedition Bible, and we're in Saudi Arabia. Okay, hold on.
Well, it is pretty clear today that there is not a river that flows across the Arabian Peninsula. However, what does the evidence say? Was there such a river in ancient times?
This is the leading candidate for the Pishon River.
If you want to support me and the making of these videos, please hit the subscribe button. Also, thank you for making my book #1 in archaeology. I'll leave a link in the description where you can order a copy. So I was reading Genesis 2 in my ESV Bible, and I noticed the map that showed the 2 main proposals for the location of the Garden of Eden. One is a northern proposal and the other one is a southern proposal. I'd been up in the area of Turkey and Armenia where the northern proposal is. This didn't make a lot of sense to me. For one thing, it's very high mountainous country, not really ideal for a garden. The other thing is that even though the Tigris and Euphrates rivers start in this region, they aren't connected to each other. And then the rivers that were proposed in this northern area for being the Pishon, that doesn't make any sense at all because that area of Turkey and Armenia is not east of Egypt. It is not opposite Egypt on the way to Assyria.
Genesis 2:10 says, "A river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and there divided and became 4 rivers. At some point, the 4 rivers are one river."
The area of the southern proposal, on the other hand, is very intriguing because this is an ideal place for a garden. It's low, it's warm, it's well watered. One of the criteria from the verses about these 4 rivers and watering the Garden of Eden is that at some point they have to all connect with each other to form one river. And with the 3 known rivers, the only place that they do connect in this way is in southern Iraq, which also happens to be opposite, that is east of Egypt. And so I traveled to Iraq to explore this area.
I'm here at a town called Al-Qarna, and this is the place where the Tigris and Euphrates River come together and join and become one river. This river flows down and flows into the Persian Gulf. So the Genesis account for where the Garden of Eden is located talks about 4 rivers, and 2 of them are known for certain. One is the Tigris, which is coming in from over here, and the other is the Euphrates coming in over here. And then it talks about where these 4 rivers come together to form one river, and so we know where that takes place. With the Tigris and Euphrates River, it takes place right here.
From the confluence of the Euphrates and the Tigris River, I travel further south down to where the Karun River joins them. Now, the Karun River is the main candidate for the Gihon, and it flows through the ancient land of the Kassites, which in ancient times was called Cush. There's actually 2 lands called Cush. One is in Africa, up in Ethiopia, and the other one is in what is today Iran. Now, which one is the Gihon River? Well, it has to be the one that flows through what is today Iran, the Cush of the Kassites, because that is the river that then comes and has its confluence with the Tigris and Euphrates. Of course, the Nile River that flowed through the other Cush in Ethiopia never has a confluence with the Euphrates and Tigris rivers because it's on a different continent. It's the largest river in Iran, and where it has its confluence with the Euphrates and the Tigris is a border between Iraq and Iran, and therefore a very sensitive place, and so it was a bit nerve-wracking going down into that area, and I wanted to get closer, but I got as close as I could.
But you can see the bridge over here. This bridge is not going over the Tigris and Euphrates. This bridge is going over what is called the Karun River. And the Karun River is the main candidate for the Gihon.
Genesis 10:2 says, "Now a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it parted and became 4 riverheads."
One thing that really helped me understand Genesis 2 in regards to these 4 rivers is reading the renowned Hebrew scholar E.A. Spicer in the Anchor Bible commentary. There he explains the meaning of this verse because it can sound very confusing. It kind of has that upriver perspective where it's talking about one river that then becomes 4 branches that go up to the head streams. And the reason that's confusing is we know that's not what rivers do. Rivers do the opposite. They flow from their heads, from their beginnings, down to the confluences that they have with other rivers. And the Hebrew allows for this meaning.
Spicer wrote, in verse 10, the term heads can have nothing to do with streams in which the river breaks up after it leaves Eden, but designates instead 4 separate branches which have merged within Eden. There is thus no basis for the search for the Pishon in various remote regions of the world.
All right, well, my son Barry and I are flying to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia today.
Saudi Arabia. I grew up in this country, and it has been 31 years since I've been here, and so, wow, it's just such a blessing. I'm so grateful to be able to be back here where I grew up. My whole childhood, I grew up here, and it's just a thrill for me to be back here. So we got into Riyadh. We were able to rent a four-wheel drive vehicle, and now we've headed out of Riyadh, and we are doing over an 8-hour drive today. I am wanting to introduce my team members. This is my son, Barry,
What's up, guys?
Who is also doing the video work. And has been doing a great job. Thanks, Barry. And then also, this is Greg Strokorb, a lifelong friend that I've known from my days in Saudi. Greg is 1% Bedouin, right?
Maybe 2%.
After a few days of driving, we made it to the Red Sea coast. We began our exploration opposite Egypt, where the Bible says the land of Havilah is located, and then began traveling in the direction of Assyria to the Hijaz Mountains.
So I'm standing up in the Hijaz Mountains, and this is the divide. The mountains of Hijaz are tilted, the whole land is tilted across Arabia towards Mesopotamia. And so you see all kinds of ravines through here. But when it rains, all these ravines flow together and they join and they flow down what is believed to be the ancient Pishon River.
East of the Hijaz Mountains is an impressive high plateau of rocks.
We're up in the high plateau, and you can just see all of the volcanic rock that's up here. I mean, just covering this place. Look at all this volcanic rock. So we've been exploring the Hijaz Mountains, and we've come down into the foothills, and we found this beautiful area here. And so we're gonna camp here for the night.
After breaking camp, we continued our journey east across Arabia. Genesis 2 says of the Pishon that it winds through the entire land of Havilah, where there is gold. The gold of that land is good. This is one of the criteria for Arabia being the land of Havilah. If Arabia is Havilah, then there should be gold in Arabia, and the gold is good. It should be famous for its gold. And in fact, the largest and most productive gold mine in the Middle East is in Saudi Arabia, and right in the area of the watershed that forms the beginning of the Wadi Ruma, which is the main candidate for the Pishon River.
Behind me here at the base of this mountain is the mine Mad al-Dahab, and this in Arabic means the cradle of gold. In this region there is also 55 gold mines. This one being not only the largest of those, but the largest gold mine in all of the Arabian Peninsula. It's been mined for thousands and thousands of years, and it's being mined up into this day. Also, just to the east, you see this road where the cars are driving, and this is a paved portion of the ancient incense route that was the south to north route that the commodities were traded that are mentioned in Genesis 2. So in Genesis 2, it specifically says that there is gold in the land of Havilah and that the gold is good. And here we have all these gold mines, this one being the biggest. Also, it mentions the aromatic resins, the main ones being frankincense and myrrh, that were brought on this incense route that passes just a kilometer to the east of this mine. And then the onyx, the precious stones. So the same commodities that are mentioned in Genesis 2 for the land of Havilah are the same commodities that Arabia is famous for trading. And this is the route that those commodities were traded on. So it's just a fit between the description of the land of Havilah in Genesis 2 and the land of Arabia. So we're just coming into this area and looking for a campsite for the night.
After another night, we continued our journey. Now it was time to find the ancient riverbed that we would spend the rest of our trip following across the Arabian Peninsula. In the late 1980s and early 90s, the Egyptian geologist Dr. Farouk El-Baz, while studying satellite images of Arabia, discovered a huge ancient Arabian river. The ancient riverbed that Dr. El-Baz discovered that had once flowed across Arabia is called locally Wadi Ruma.
We have made it to Wadi Ruma, and this is the bridge of it behind me here.
In regards to the river that Dr. El-Baz discovered, archaeologist James Sauer wrote, "It may well be the Pishon River, one of the 4 rivers, according to the Bible associated with Eden. No other river would seem to fit the biblical description."
And so it was a combination of both of them that led to the reality that this lost river of Eden had finally been found.
This riverbed that you see here is the leading candidate for the biblical Pishon River. It drains the Hejaz Mountains and flows out to the Euphrates and Tigris rivers.
Of course, today, for most of the year, this river is dry. But it was formed in ancient times, when the land between Egypt and Assyria, called Havilah, had a much wetter climate that supported a continually flowing river that wound its way across the entire land. Scholars estimate that this river continually flowed until around 2000 BC, when the climate changed, causing the river to dry up.
Now we were upriver where it drains the Hejaz Mountains, and the volcanic rock that is up in the Hejaz Mountains now can be found in the gravel in the bed of this ancient river. You have granite, and you have this black basalt, you have quartz, all represented that we saw up in the Hejaz Mountains. These are the Hejaz Mountains. This is the source of those quartz pebbles. You see this deposit of quartz running in a vein through the side of the mountain right here. And so you have these massive deposits up here in the mountains of quartz. This is the source for the quartz pebbles found way down below. Now are in the gravel in the bed of the river. And in ancient times, especially when this river flowed, was being pushed towards this ancient river's confluence with the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. So in Genesis 2, what it's describing the Pishon River for doing, winding its way through the entire land of Havilah, that is what this river in ancient times did across Arabia, winding its way across the Arabian Peninsula.
So the Wadi Ruma was very easy to find. It's huge. However, it proved difficult and a bit nerve-wracking to follow because we kept almost getting stuck. There was soft sand down in the riverbed itself, and the sand dunes had blown over part of the riverbed. And at one point we did get stuck, but fortunately we were able to push out of it.
For a comparison, this is the Pishon candidate, Wadi Ruma, and this is the Euphrates River. Amazingly, the banks of Wadi Ruma are actually wider than the current banks of the Euphrates.
So when we got to our first place that we really filmed the Wadi Ruma, we were very impressed with its size. Well, later we're looking at Google Earth and we realize, oh wow, it's actually much larger than we realized.
When we got to Wadi Ruma, our first videos were shot here. At the time, we thought that the ancient riverbed ran somewhere along what looks like the riverbed today, which would have looked something like this in ancient times. Now that seemed big. However, what we didn't realize was that the sand dunes had shifted to cover the ancient riverbed, which is much larger and runs over this whole area. In ancient times, the Pishon River would have looked something like this, which is absolutely massive. So this is how big we thought the riverbed was, but this is how big it actually was, measuring over 1.7 miles across, which is enormous. As we continued to camp and explore, we found several fenced-off ancient wells in the bottom of the dry riverbed from when Wadi Rumma was used as an important travel route to Mesopotamia. Following Wadi Rumma, we encountered a serious obstacle when the riverbed suddenly disappeared beneath a huge sand dune belt. Our goal was to cross this sand dune belt to where we could see on Google Earth where Wadi Rumma re-emerged from the sea of sand on the other side.
So we've been working our way across this sand dune belt. It's a bit nerve-wracking because we only have one vehicle. And so if we get stuck, then we're in serious trouble. But we've camped here for the night. We're gonna bed down and we're gonna hope to find the wadi on the east side of the sand dune belt in the morning. This is our camp. So this is where I sleep, in this little tent. Barry likes the big tent. He's got the big tent over there. Greg is way over there on the side of the hill because he snores really, really loud. All right, we're gonna try to pull out of our campsite. The problem is we're in kind of some soft sand. And we have street tires. We need sand tires, not street tires. Oh, we're going fast. That's good. I ain't slowing down now. Woo! Okay, we're taking that ledge. Ready? Here we go. If we're out of here, we're free. Oh, camels! Ah. Assalamu alaikum, Habibi. Ah, yeah.
So on the east side of the dune belt, we did pick up the Wadi Rum again. It was huge and it kept getting bigger and bigger as we traveled further and further along it.
So we made it through another night in the desert, and now we got a little over a 3-hour drive into the town of Hafr el Batin.
So behind me we have what's called in Arabic a wadi, which is just a dry stream bed, and in times of heavy rain, then it'll flow with water. For scale, this is maybe even a larger wadi than most, but compared to this is Wadi Al Rumma, and it is massive.
All along the river up until this point, we had gravel on each bank and covering the flood zone of this ancient river. However, as we got down close to Kuwait, then all of a sudden this gravel plain just opened up. And the reason why is because this is the alluvial fan of the river as it comes to its confluence with the Euphrates, Tigris, and Gihon rivers. This alluvial fan covers much of Kuwait itself. And so it just is another indicator of how much water in ancient times was coming down this riverbed.
So we have in this gravel plain all these pebbles. And years ago, the Egyptian geologist, Dr. Farouk El-Baz, was here. And he realized that these were not indigenous to this area. And he asked a simple question: where do these come from?
The closest source for these pebbles was the Hijaz Mountains. Dr. El-Baz realized that it had been the strong flow of the ancient river that had both formed these pebbles and carried some of them for more than 500 miles before being spread out across the alluvial fan.
And when we were back in the Hijaz Mountains a couple days ago, we collected some rock samples. So we have some rhyolite, some basalt, some quartz, all that we found in the Hijaz Mountains. And then down here, in these gravel fields, we found exactly the same rocks, but smoothed as pebbles. So we have our basalt, our quartz, and our rhyolite. So all these pebbles started as rocks like these back in the Hijaz, and then as they were brought down this 500-mile long river, then they were smoothed into the pebbles that we see all around us here.
Dr. Elbaz did a map of the pebble distribution of this river to show that it was the flow of the river that brought these stones over 500 miles down from the Hijaz Mountains. You just look at the riverbed that we've been following for over 500 miles that keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's just astounding the size of this flow.
So the question is this the Pishon River? In conclusion, we're standing in a gravel bed full of a bunch of little pebbles that look like the pebbles you would see along a river. And we know that they're not indigenous to the area, and we know that they come from the Hijaz Mountains. And there's a huge riverbed behind us that runs all the way back to the Hijaz Mountains. It's not exactly rocket science as to how they got here. Even when we asked some locals, because we didn't know if we were pronouncing the name of the wadi right, they said, yeah, it's Wadi al-Ruma, and it runs from Medina in the Hijaz Mountains all the way to Iraq, where the Tigris and Euphrates join. So it's really not that difficult.
The more that I researched this, the more that we explored, the more it makes sense of the identification that Dr. James Sauer made, that this is to be identified as the Pishon from Genesis 2.
We can say that the Bible describes the location of the Garden of Eden in relationship to 4 rivers that are all identifiable physically on the ground today.
And so all of these 4 rivers in southern Iraq came together to form one river. Now, what this place looked like before the flood, we don't know. However, I wanted to go and see what it looked like today, and I was quite shocked. I don't know why I wasn't expecting it to be such a wet place, but what I found there was a whole lot of water.
These are the vast marshes of southern Iraq, near where the Euphrates and Tigris rivers come together. The people that live here are Arabs, but they're called marsh Arabs. Instead of sheep and goats, they eat fish and waterfowl. Instead of camels, they raise water buffaloes. And as endless as these marshes seem today, they covered a much larger area in ancient times, stretching all the way from the Gulf to the ruins of the old Sumerian cities, such as Ur and Eridu. Spicer wrote, "All 4 streams once converged, or were believed to have done so, near the head of the Persian Gulf, to create a rich garden land to which local religion and literature alike looked back as the land of the blessed."
According to the criteria of Genesis 2, these 4 rivers have to at some point connect and become one river. Where does that happen with these 4 rivers? It happens in southern Iraq. Not to mention that this is also an ideal place for a garden because it's a low place, it's a warm place. And as it says in Genesis 13:10, the garden of the Lord is well watered. Therefore, I believe that the most probable place for the location of the Garden of Eden is the southern proposal, southern Iraq.
Romans chapter 5 says, "For just as through the disobedience of the one man the many were made sinners, so also through the obedience of the one man the many will be made righteous, to bring eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord."
This is what we long for. We long to regain the paradise that was lost. It was lost through sin, so sin has to be dealt with if we are to regain it. And the only one who can deal with sin is God Himself. So God came down, he became a man. He was sinless. The one who died for sin is the one who forgives sin. The one who was raised from the dead is the one who raises the dead to live forever on a renewed earth. That's paradise gained. This is the story, the historical story that the Bible is telling. The end still is to come. We have paradise lost at the beginning of Genesis, which is the first book in the Bible. And then we have the promise of paradise being regained at the return of Christ at the end of Revelation, which is the last book in the Bible. Help me out by hitting that subscribe button. I'll leave a link where you can order a copy of my book. You can watch another video here. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
They say you've never feasted until you've feasted in the Philippines. All right, I don't know if anybody actually says that, but they should. It's a lifetime memory, one of the real high points in the world of food. The Philippines is a country as in love with eating as anywhere on Earth, a place where life revolves around family, friends, and absolutely epic meals. Yet somehow, in the global culinary landscape, the food of the second largest country in all of Southeast Asia is ignored, insulted, and massively misunderstood, even though for years it's been supposedly the next big thing. Today we're in Bangkok, Thailand, a city where cooks, servers, and managers from the Philippines work in some of the world's best restaurants, but where the food of their own country is hidden far outside the mainstream. So we're diving in search of the best of one of my favorite cuisines anywhere, exploring the city's Pinoy subculture and bringing our appetite for a day of feasting like we're in the Philippines. This is the Philippines. It's a country of 7,641 islands in the western Pacific Ocean, and we'll start with the natural resources. Before they spread everywhere, among the plants native to the Philippines are taro, ginger, turmeric, a dozen forms of citrus, and the coconut. Now, there were indigenous people on the islands, but the story of the cuisine starts about 5,000 years ago when a group arrived called the Austronesians, who would come on boats from Taiwan bringing rice farming, paper making, and sugarcane, as they seem to have had a sweet tooth. The Austronesians built the first permanent settlements, and genetically they still make up the majority of the population today. They were the famous seafarers who traded across the region, and by 2000 BC, they'd brought jackfruit from Java, bananas from New Guinea, pigs from China, and chickens from Thailand. As a side note, from the Philippines, many would continue on to explore much of the world and settle islands far and wide. Today, their descendants are known, to choose just a few examples, as the Malays, the Hawaiians, the Maori, and even the Malagasy of Madagascar. Anyway, their cuisine was based around rice, seafood, and 100 uses of the coconut, especially fermented into vinegar and used for preservation. More on that later. Around the year 1000, the Chinese started building trading posts throughout the islands and introduced soy sauce, tofu, and bean sprouts, as well as dishes like egg rolls and noodles. Then came the Spanish with their own dishes and techniques, and most significantly, their galleon trade route linking Manila to Mexico, making the Philippines the gateway to Asia for so many New World crops. Before gaining independence in 1946, the Philippines would be colonized, seized, or invaded by the Spanish, British, Americans, and Japanese, and all of them would leave their own marks on the food. And when you put it all together, you end up with something that doesn't really look like anything else on Earth. It's 10 o'clock in the morning at a restaurant called Calamansi Cafe in Bangkok's Satorn district, a family-run business from two sisters from Cebu. It's been open for about a year, and it's one of maybe a half dozen places in this entire city serving food from the Philippines. And here, well, this is about as authentic as it gets, and the perfect place for us to start our day. It's been 4 years since I've been in the Philippines, a place I once consulted on a restaurant and where I've studied the food and culture, once even opening a Filipino place of my own. Anyway, 4 years is a long time, and it's long enough that I've already made an enormous mistake with this planned shoot. See, normally on OTR, when we have an idea for a video, we'll make a list of places we want to film, and then spend our day running around from shop to shop, trying 1 or 2 specialties, then moving on to the next one. But that's not how food works in the Philippines. Unless you're just looking for fried chicken or a plate of pancit and a San Miguel, to really appreciate the cuisine, you have to be prepared to feast. There's a term in Tagalog that describes the Filipino way of eating. It's a phrase called tara na, and it implies how you enjoy food when you're with friends or family. In English, tara na translates to, let's go. We hadn't even started eating, and already, the day was lost. I was at the mercy of tara na.
You guys don't do things small in the Philippines. There is no such thing as like a light breakfast. This is a feast, and it's our first meal of the day.
Well, in Philippines we go big. It's all about it's all about family, friends, and sharing and enjoying, especially with food. So there is no way you can make Filipino food like small, because then it loses the essence of what Filipino food is.
Is there an order you would recommend? Should we go lighter to stronger? Is there something that we should have first, or do we just start eating?
If you want to go with the kinilaw, I mean, appetizer would be this one and kinilaw, but honestly, the Filipino food is fun. There's really not like a lot of like order to it. So you go as it is, like you would in eating and your friends, your family, you're enjoying, celebrating anything, celebrating life. So
you guys are going to join us for this, right? We
Yeah,
can't do this alone.
definitely.
This is a lot for 3 of us.
The reason we started the video with the geopolitical path of the Philippines is because here, every dish tells its own unique story. There's kinilaw, found by archaeologists dating back to the original Austronesians, raw fish dressed with coconut or sugarcane vinegar and citrus. In fact, it's this dish that inspired what we know in the West as ceviche, which originated in Peru but for thousands of years was made using fermented banana passion fruit, until, of course, the Spanish brought citrus and this technique from the Philippines. That's not the only ancient dish on the table. There's dried and salted milkfish marinated for days in vinegar and seasonings before being deep fried, originally fishermen's food in coastal Luzon. Adobo began as an offshoot of kinilaw, pork preserved in vinegar. Originally, it was salted, a technique that still exists called white adobo. But this is where we start to see the influence of the foreigners. The Chinese brought soy sauce, and the Spanish added garlic and the technique of searing the meat before braising. Today, adobo is considered perhaps the national dish, and here, it's served topped with more adobo, dried and shredded. Kari kari comes from the years in the 1760s when the British occupied Manila. They brought Indian soldiers to help with the conquest, but a lot of those soldiers deserted and eventually married into Filipino families. They'd make curries using local ingredients like peanuts, and over time, as they converted to Catholicism, oxtail became the protein of choice. Kari kari, like a lot of Pinoy foods, is seasoned with bagoong, or Filipino shrimp paste, which has its origins, of course, in Thailand, brought by traders around the year 1100. Bulaklak uses pork intestine, favored by the Chinese, boiled, sautéed, and then deep-fried in the style of Spanish chicharrón, and topped with garlic and kaffir lime leaves. Sisig is a real trip across the millennia. It started as a salad made from New World ingredients like guava and papaya, prepared in the Austronesian way of using vinegar and citrus, but it didn't take on its modern form until as recently as the 1930s, when locals in Angeles City started making use of pig heads, discarded by American soldiers stationed at Clark Air Force Base. And pinakbet manages to combine everything: local seafood, vegetables from China, Europe, and Mexico, and shrimp paste from Thailand. You put it all together along with 3 kinds of rice and a big plate of barbecued meat, and it's enough to make you wonder how this stuff, coming from a country of 110 million people with a massive overseas diaspora, has managed to stay such a secret.
You know, there's been this thing forever in the culinary world. You know, I remember it was in the 90s, the first time that Anthony Bourdain predicted that Filipino food was going to be the next thing that was going to take over the world. You know, and actually Sicily was the dish that he said was going to be the next dish that everybody knew about, right?
Yeah.
And it feels like going all the way back to the days after World War II when heavy waves of Filipino migration to the U.S. started. It's always been, every generation has predicted that Filipino food will make the mainstream. And the fact that it hasn't yet feels almost like it's just a fluke, it's an accident. There's no reason I can identify why that is. But what's your theory? Why is it that when you fly to Los Angeles or London or to any of the major international cities, you know, Filipino food is not as prominent or not as understood as so many other cuisines? Why is that?
I think it's because like a lot of the Filipinos that fly into other cities, they're working. So it's like we call it the overseas Filipino workers, and they're always intent on sending money home, bringing their family in. So that's really their main goal. So opening a restaurant is a risk. So mostly a lot of it is going to be like home cooking. In fact, we also have a lot of guests that say, oh, we should open up a restaurant in so-and-so in Australia, because I want to be able to bring my friends there. So I think it's just because the way the population of Filipinos are moving to different countries. It's just that it's more about home cooking or at the very simple restaurants that may be a little bit too different or a little bit too foreign and might intimidate other. So that's why if you see the ones that actually made it mainstream, I think in New York, they do, I think this guy, he does tacos. He makes it more relatable, more American, but at the same time, you also lose the essence of what Filipino cuisine is. Because in a way, I mean, it's still Filipino ingredients, but it's in the shape of a taco or a burrito. So I think, and it's very hard to understand cuisine when it's already like fusion-wise. So
I think also Filipino food has a very bad rap globally. You know, I mean, even my friends here in Bangkok or overseas, they don't have a very positive image of Filipino food. They think it's too oily. It's mainly just all meats. Like just everything fried. Like mainly they think it's fried chicken or like big chunks of pork. But actually, there's another side for the Filipino cuisine that actually we do want to highlight, which is the healthy stuff or the grilled dishes that we love, or the steam,
Do we consider this a healthy meal?
Well, at least we have veggies. It's a balanced meal. Yeah, so yeah.
This is stupid how good this is. This is my new favorite Filipino dish. This is so good. Yeah, absolutely. This is insane how good this is.
Now, I would love for this video to just continue on this path, eating some incredible cuisine, then going home happy. But the truth is, there's an elephant in the room we have to bring up. And I'm not just talking about me after this meal. It's the fact that in spite of all of this, in spite of so much tradition and history and so many incredible dishes, Filipino food isn't really unknown so much as despised. And as unfair as that might be, well, we can't tell this story without confronting that subject. Alright, in case you're not familiar with the global stereotypes of Filipino food, the short version is it's pretty grim. According to general wisdom, it's the only place in Southeast Asia where the food sucks. The country with beautiful beaches, shitty fast food, and a bunch of deep-fried bullshit. It's hard to rationalize what we just ate with the public perception, but it's pretty much understood that the Philippines are the black sheep of Southeast Asian cuisine. Now, there's a lot of reasons given, and I'll try to take on at least a few of them. Alright, first, this is understandable. I mean, it was my own first impression arriving in Manila. It's not like Bangkok or Penang where all around you see the best of local foods just waiting to be explored. But this has more to do with culture than cuisine. There are good restaurants, don't get me wrong, but in general the Philippines is a tight-knit place and meals are usually eaten at home. Restaurants are functional, fast food, and places called carinderias meant for the local working class to spend a few pesos on a cheap lunch. For the best stuff, you need to know somebody. All I see are burgers and fried chicken. Well, in tourist areas, that's pretty much true. But don't forget the Philippines were an American colony until the 1940s. Almost everywhere else when visitors arrived, vendors and restaurant owners tried to find a way to appeal to the foreign palate. In the Philippines, they already knew how to do it. So you are served a bunch of inauthentic stuff when you're there, but it's because it's what you want, not what they eat. If Filipino food was any good, it wouldn't be so hard to find overseas. Again, it's true, it's not common in the US, and in the rest of the world, it's almost invisible. But again, there's a reason. Just a few weeks ago, we did a story on Burmese migrants and the path the food takes to the mainstream. When migrants arrive in a new country looking for a better life, a lot of the time there's not much work available. If they don't speak the language, they're pretty much limited to manual labor or maybe opening a small restaurant for the other migrants. Then over time and with enough visibility, the food might become accepted, then absorbed into the culture. That's the story of stuff like Chinese and Italian, to name two examples. But even though there are a lot of Filipino migrants, about 10 million in total, don't forget the national language is English. And there's always a high demand for English speakers willing to work on a migrant's salary in fields like education, childcare, retail, and especially, ironically enough, restaurants. It's an open secret that high-end or foreign-focused F&B across Asia might collapse without Filipino staff, and I don't think that's an exaggeration. So the point is the food hasn't reached the global mainstream because overseas that first step in the process never happened. And number 4. Well, this is a lot more complicated. In some ways, it goes back to the home cooking culture, but there's a more complex reason why the best local dishes are not front and center. Let's go all the way back to the 1500s when the Spanish took control of the islands. It's easy today to talk about dishes they introduced, but at the time it wasn't an introduction so much as a forced assimilation. The Spanish referred to local cuisine as primitive and inferior. Local Filipinos in public settings were made to cook Spanish dishes, and old traditions survived only in family homes and private gatherings. Then the Americans arrived, and if anything, it got worse. There are writings from Helen Herron Taft, the future U.S. First Lady and at the time the wife of the American governor, who stated that the Filipinos were savages who must be made to learn proper cuisine. In fact, in those years, home economics was made compulsory for girls in Filipino schools so that they could learn how to cook food with a proper Western refinement, which, judging by what the Americans left behind, was hot dogs and Spam. Anyway, for 400 years, Filipino people were basically second-class citizens in their own country, and so they stuck together. Feasting on their own foods was a form of rebellion. And there was real rebellion too. I mean, history is full of stories of local people rising up, fighting back and never losing their own proud identity. Hell, even Magellan was killed in the Philippines just 40 days after claiming the land for the Spanish. And the man who killed him, a warrior named Lapu-Lapu, would be honored in the most Filipino way possible. They named a fish after him, the grouper, because I'm telling you, food is a serious business. So what all this means is that if you're in the Philippines, you might be right around the corner from really great food without ever actually knowing it. And that's the case overseas, too. In Bangkok, there's one neighborhood that's the country's only true Filipino enclave. It's called Priti, officially Priti Banomyong, hugging the northern part of Sukhumvit 71 between Ekamai and Prakanong. Now, it doesn't look like a typical migrant cluster. There's not a lot of outward signs that you've arrived anywhere different from the rest of the city, but within a handful of alleys, it's where a large portion of the city's 30,000 Filipinos reside. Here, there are supposedly a handful of restaurants, though I have no idea how to find them, as most of them are unmarked and inside family homes. But there is one reason we came here, and that's because within Bangkok's Pinoy community, everyone knows that for the most authentic home-cooked stuff, you have to find the house of a woman named Delia and her husband, Rami. To the untrained eye, it's almost invisible, an unassuming house along a winding alley off Soy Priti 26. But inside, it's actually the oldest Filipino restaurant still open in Thailand, making their dishes since 2003. So old school that we had to order a day in advance, not just so Delia could prepare the right ingredients, but because so many of the things she serves take hours to make, sometimes even starting the night before. What's the secret? Why do you stay open for so long? Why is it just good food?
Actually, we cook just simple cooking, just like normal. But God help us to cook this one. That's why the taste is good. Anyway, I don't have any secret, just simple cooking.
This is a restaurant called New Mabuhay, and it wasn't always here. For a while, they operated on a busy street in Pratunam, but during COVID went back to their humble origins, cooking in a house for friends, neighbors, and those in the know. There's something special about eating in this way. Walking in through a cluttered front porch to find Delia in the back cooking, where, by the way, she's more than happy to share every single detail of her recipes. I mean, all you've got to do is ask. And then sitting down at a table with Rami and hearing his unique take on world politics, while surrounded by the incredible smells coming out of the kitchen. It's fun, and honestly, there's something about this way of eating that makes the food somehow taste even better. And this is just my theory.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
In Thailand, 90% of the meals you eat, you take away or you eat out. People buy their khao gang, bring it home. You know, eat on the street, eat at restaurant. Restaurant culture. In my experience, I don't. You know the Philippines more than I do. I've only been a couple of times.
Yeah.
But I have had some of the best meals of my life in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
But they're in somebody's house. They're at a party. They're at a
Yeah.
social. Everybody likes to have the party, get together.
Yes, exactly.
Not restaurant culture. It's family culture. It's a little
Yes.
bit different. Am I
Correct.
crazy, or is that? Would you agree?
I agree with that.
Agree. I agree.
100%, you are right.
Usually Filipino live
Mostly the Filipinos, they gather together
Gather.
for some anniversary or what.
Anniversary,
Not for food, but
birthday,
the food is there just to add
gathering
spices
for
to the
Thanksgiving,
celebration.
like that.
But Filipino people love to get together and eat.
Yeah.
Yes,
They love
exactly.
I've had Filipino friends have eaten in their homes before.
So
This
you-
is exactly
Exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
Wow.
Exactly the same. I've never had, honestly, I've never had in a restaurant taste like this, except in the Philippines. But and this is
Taste is the same.
it's the same. It's
Yeah.
exactly right. So tell me a little bit about your family's food. What would your mom cook when you were growing up? What were your memories of the food that you used to
7 years I know already how to cook because my mother loved to cook also, and then I just watching. Nobody.
Your food is very ordinary.
Yeah, ordinary.
For 20
I
years,
know.
it's only dried fish and rice. Dried
Yeah,
fish
I
and
love
rice.
the dried fish.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, it's true. Because
Dried
I'm
fish
from poor
and
people.
rice. That
yeah,
is
my
the only
mother,
menu.
my mother's only housekeeper, and then my mom, my father is only farmer. We are from poor people. That time I'm helping to like
Yeah.
gardening, you know, the rice belt. I know how to do it. Because
But their
we are from
menu is
poor
very
people.
simple.
And then before even I go to school, I don't have any money to pay. So I just bring, you know, the potato. I go to school, I bring potato for my
Kamote,
lunch.
the root
Really,
crops.
because I don't have like this. If we
Very
just eat
expensive.
the rice only lunch time. And then if we rice spell, my father says stop to school for days. Why? I say, no, just help your brother to making the this one, the rice spell. So sometimes I cry, I go to teacher, I'm so sorry, you cannot go to school for days because we just rice spell. My teacher say, okay. But every year we have pay 2 peso. But we don't have 2 peso. I tell to my teacher what I'm going to do. My teacher say, okay, I help. You wash my clothes and then I'm the one to pay. So I do like that.
Both Delia and Rami came from poor backgrounds, and it was only through hard work and a lucky set of circumstances that brought them a better life. For Rami, the first in his family to finish secondary school, he worked his way into a career as an engineer, coming to Thailand to work on state-run projects in the 1990s. Delia learned the recipes of foods that for her family were too expensive thanks to her older sister, who built her own successful career after leaving home. And sadly, this is the other reason why Filipino cuisine has never really broken through. For the people on the islands, life isn't always easy, and few outsiders actually really explore the country, because to do so is to confront some of the most shocking poverty on the continent. It's not always safe in the cities to explore too far by foot, with some of Asia's highest crime rates, including a murder rate that just a few years ago reached about 9.5 out of 100,000, the same as Iraq. And while the per capita GDP is around $3,500 a year, already 124th in the world, over 40% of the population survives on less than $2 a day. You don't find the best local cuisine front and center when you land in the country because the country itself is just trying to survive. But of course, it's still the Philippines, which means that even under the worst of circumstances, food is still a source of national pride. Well, pride and family arguments.
Somebody watches this video, they've never experienced Filipino food before. What do you want them to know? What would you want them to know about the Philippines, to know about the food?
Sure, actually you were right in the beginning that this kind of food is just evolutionary. We get it from other countries. But this one definitely comes from Japan.
No.
And then we derive that one.
Not in the, because you know, in my province, we have a lot of fish. We just go and cut. We just put the onion. If you don't have money to buy some onion, we just put like this,
we
like
were
that.
conquered by the Japanese, remember?
Even me, I'm a small kid. We go to the.
In history, you don't forget that we were conquered by the Japanese. And they introduced this food to us.
The neighborhood where New Mabuhay is located is in the heart of a Filipino community that officially numbers around 20,000, but unofficially might be at least twice that number. For anyone away from the Philippines for the first time, even with English language skills, adjusting can be difficult. I mean, as we've already covered, it's a unique place with a very independent culture. And walking around Preety, when you know what you're looking for, you can start to see signs of what that experience might be like. On the ground floor of a nearby office building, there's Bangkok's only Filipino supermarket, Palengke, the Tagalog word for market. Here they sell everything from canned meats to seasonings to pretty much whatever tastes like home. At Palengke, they sell frozen milkfish, sweet desserts, and the breads from their own bakery, stuff found across the Philippines and specifically from the city of Iloilo. When we visited, the shelves were pretty much empty, and that's the nature of one shop servicing such a large migrant population. But a couple of days later, the manager was nice enough to send me a cell phone video of when their new stock arrived for the week, just before it would all be snapped up, as it always is. At this point, we were pretty much done. We'd been eating since we woke up, and there's only so much one can tara na in a single day. We'd planned to have our next meals in Pratu Nam, the home of 2 Filipino restaurants, including Todo Inasal, which serves some of the best grilled chicken in a city full of amazing grilled chicken. But we figured our own survival would take priority, so we'd finish with just one more meal. This time, maybe not a home-style feast, but a classic example of what it's really like to actually eat at a restaurant in a place like Manila. So we loosened our belts and headed over to the gates of the Filipino embassy for one final stop.
So we had our gigantic, amazing, elegant Filipino feast to begin. We had our home-style, also, feast second, and I'm finishing today the way that, you know, what would be a classic meal if you were just working in Manila or Cebu or anywhere else in the Philippines, and that would be a plate of noodles and a beer. I think one thing that hopefully you've seen today, you know, sometimes it's frustrating when there's a dish like tom yum, like we did in our last video. I can generally assume that you watching have some reference point to the flavor. You know, you can see what we're eating and you can have some general idea what it tastes like, because, you know, most people know tom yum, right? It's just a dish that's gone global. And the hard thing for me with a show like today is that unless you are from the Philippines or unless you've really spent time there, you know, there's a very good chance that you're looking at this food and you don't have a reference point. I mean, I didn't have a reference point. If I just saw this before, there were dishes I tried today that I'd never had before, ever. You know, the chicken stew from our last place that we just visited, right? That was a new one on me, you know, and it was delicious and it did not taste like what it looked like, you know, and if there's one thing I wish I was better at, it's that I wish there was a vocabulary that I knew. You know, we all know that sour, sweet, salty, spicy, bitter, umami, you know, but that's not always going to do justice to what something tastes like. And I think Filipino food has its own completely unique, you know, it's not mild, but it's not overpowering in any one direction, you know. That's the interesting thing about Filipino food, is it's its own flavor profile. You can taste something and immediately be like, I don't know how to describe this, but it's clearly from the Philippines, you know. And I think maybe the way I would probably describe it best would be meaty. You know, the emphasis is on the meat. It's a very primal cuisine in terms of how much is centered around the actual flavor of the meat, and I love that about it. And it's interesting how that has withstood the influence of the Spanish, the influence of the Chinese, the connections to all the other Southeast Asian countries, the center of global trade that it has been for so long, that it still has its very unique characteristics and flavor profiles and preferences and textures and tastes and dishes that nobody else has. And yeah, I mean, you know, you can't ignore Filipino food when you talk about the great cuisines of Southeast Asia. That is for sure. And I hope one day we get a chance to explore it in the Philippines, and I'm sure that will be a completely different adventure that will put on a lot of kilos onto Adam, because today we have only been to 2 restaurants before this, and I am as stuffed as I have ever been on this channel. But guess what? For you, still eating. And I ordered dessert too, because there's no Filipino video without halo halo. I'm shocked that all I've eaten today, I have no trouble eating this. It's actually pretty good. Oh, I got a bean. We got a what appears to be a red kidney bean. Got some corn. I mean, it's a salad.
Subscribe to the channel for more from OTR. Please consider supporting us on Patreon. It really helps to keep us going, and thank you so much to everyone who does. You can check the links below for our Instagram and social media, and we'll see you next week.
There are many ancient sites which, upon exploration, create an air of doubt surrounding the academic explanation as to their origins, raising logical questions within the minds of the astute. With Iran being a place littered with such structures, one of the most famous of which, known as Persepolis. Found upon the banks of the river Polvar, this plateau of mythical carvings simply baffle the modern man. According to permitted academic study, Persepolis dates back a mere 2,500 years. I say mere due to several reasons. First, the lack of ability of those who were living at this particular time, the advanced techniques used within the creation of the site, and the laser-like stone-cut precision, demonstrating techniques utilized by a civilization far more technologically capable than those currently claimed as having been responsible. Thus, I must conclude they predate the academically claimed culprits and are, in fact, the work of a lost civilization. The site possesses claimed Achaemenid styles of architecture, although we feel these claims are a misconception and are, in reality, the work of someone else. Declared a World Heritage Site in 1979, the ancient Persians claimed it as their own city, naming it Persa, which means Old Persian. However, it seems, like so many other inexplicable sites found around the world, it was simply re-inhabited. Yet unlike these many other sites, inscriptions found upon buried treasure at the site actually possesses an inscription left by one of the oldest rulers of the Persians, openly admitting this re-inhabitation as a reality. Treasure found still successfully concealed at the site, a sign of the people's loyalty to their king, not discovered until modern times, presumably protected by them and its secret location until their death at the hand of Alexander the Great's invaders. Solid gold and silver tablets preserving the king's account of the site's origin. Quote, Darius, the great king, king of kings, king of countries, son of Hytaspes, this is the kingdom which I hold, from the Sachi, which is beyond Logdia, to Kush, from Sind to the Indus valley of Lydia, and the oldest of Persia, Sparta. This bestowed upon me by Ahura Mazda, the greatest of gods. May Ahura Mazda protect me and my royal house. An inscription I perceive as an explanation that the ruler himself, due to the site's incredible nature, believed it had been built by the gods and, by divine right, had been bestowed upon him. Archaeological evidence accumulated by the French archaeologist André Godard, who excavated Persepolis in the early 1930s, believed it was Cyrus the Great who chose the site Persepolis was built upon, and that Darius I built the terrace and the palaces. These conclusions, I assert, were due to Darius and Cyrus reutilizing such structures as their places of burial. This due to their divine perceptions, explained upon these once hidden treasures. However, these rulers, dated well within permitted archaeological timelines for man, are accompanied by the countless archaeological artifacts predictably left over by these cultures who never experienced cataclysm, thus remained perfectly preserved, excavated, and flaunted to the many inquisitive people who visit these museums each year. However, the contradictory inscriptions still reveal very little regarding origins of the ruins in which they were found within. Ruins which are simply unexplainable. When one visits the site, they are initially confronted with gigantic megalithic stones, not only within its foundations, creating the platform used as a stronghold for many years, but also somehow set aloft, forming still existing trilithons, which, regardless of the demolition efforts undertaken by Alexander, still litter the site. A 125,000 square meter terrace artificially constructed, partly cut straight out of Ramat Mountain. An additional factor which supports my argument of a highly advanced builder are the Lamassu. These mythical animals, reminiscent of centaurs, are many tons in weight, and in a previous video, we showed the tremendous challenge a mere 150 years ago transporting such megaliths was. Not to mention the tremendous artistic achievements these stone carvings would have been, along with countless other intricate, masterfully carved artworks throughout the site, which mystify all who gaze upon them. Furthermore, and perhaps most interesting, are the far more primitive-looking versions. Some argue were incomplete, others argue were attempts by future primitive cultures. These attempts, although in some areas share tool markings reminiscent of patterns like those of the stone-cutting technologies we have recently been studying in depth, may just be mere coincidences due to the random hacking that seems to have been undertaken upon the stones. Due to the positioning of the Persepolis Plateau, it was logically not constructed as a military stronghold, but rather a temple devoted to something else. A build surrounding this ancient civilization's belief systems, or possible observations, of many alignments in relation to precessions only just coming to light. Due to its location, far away from any strategical placement, found within a remote and mountainous region, although it was an inconvenient residence for the ruler of the empire, it was still chosen as a discreetly positioned capital of the Persian Empire. Yet clearly not a position chosen by the Persians, but merely reclaimed as their own work. Far away from the melting pot of developing Persian culture, the country's true capitals were Susa, Babylon, and Ecbatana. With the Greeks completely unaware of its existence throughout their own reign, only plundered by Alexander the Great's eventual far-reaching invasion. It is a site full of compelling features, most of which in direct contradiction to that which is claimed by modern academia, and indeed their institutional cohorts, Iran's museums. It is a site we find highly compelling. In our last video, we covered the enormous artificially created platform known as Persepolis. Claimed as the work of the Persians, I believe, however, due to the astonishingly advanced nature of the stonework present at the site, and also the inscription of it having been an offering by the gods given to the previous Persian king, that regardless of academic assertions, it is a surviving relic of a civilization far older than they would ever admit to. Found upon several gold and silver tablets found buried within the site, inscribed with a message left by these more modern inhabitants, thanking the gods for the creation of said site, concluded by many ancient civilizations all over the world, who, due to the rigidity of the protected paradigms regarding the chronological timeline of man, are claimed as the builders of said sites, regardless of whether these same institutions' archaeological endeavors prove them incapable. Sites that these so-called builders must have been perceived as only ever being able to have been built by the gods themselves. For even to this day, they remain astonishingly ancient achievements, undoubtedly the work of a highly advanced, technologically innovative lost civilization. Naqsh-e-Rustam, for example, an ancient necropolis located about 12 kilometers northwest of Persepolis, is in a set of rock-cut structures, hewn from the mountainside with such precision they are simply unexplainable as the work of any ancient civilization academia has permitted the study of. Clearly made by the same civilization that once created Persepolis, as within this area there are countless enigmatic and astonishingly precise stone structures, some created using enormous megalithic blocks, while others carved directly out of solid stone. My own recent research, which has differentiated two ancient civilizations, the Cyclopean and the polygonal civilizations, is solely based on the separation of their technological prowess, differentiations and similarities with the Cyclopeans, although not displaying the same capability of building walls as that of the polygonals, were still linked to astonishing builds, such as Petra. These astounding structures also carved straight from bedrock, extremely similar to many of the rock-cut structures found throughout Iran. However, Persepolis possesses some techniques that, although no one has seemingly looked at closely, is a strange, unique method of linking the stones of some of these structures together. Not only an enigmatic structure, predictably claimed as the Tomb of Cyrus, but they are also present within the impressive yet seemingly demolished fortress, possibly destroyed during an invasion which can be found nearby. Known as the Fortress of Pasargadae, this building is not only constructed using Cyclopean signature blocks, but it seems the same clamping techniques was used within its construction. Intriguingly, however, although these mysterious clamping features are still within the Tomb of Cyrus, they are all seemingly missing from the fortress in Pasargadae. The questions these anomalies raise are many in number, yet unlike academia, we do not claim to know the answers. We are merely in pursuit of them, slowly compiled from our gathering of the inexplicable sites worldwide. Eventually, we hope to decipher not only why they were placed there, who built such structures, but indeed how. Naqsh-e-Rustam is not the only rock-cut structure of astonishing precision found within Iran. Many other precision-cut artifacts can be found littering the area. Mada-in Salah, for example, being a series of structures also claimed as tombs, created from single enormous rocks. To claim such work as that of primitive tool-wielding ancestors, I find absurd. Yet the more I look into these sites, the more confusing and thus enigmatic they become. Not only does academia claim that the plateau of Persepolis was completed, which is clearly not only an obvious misconception, but also the unfinished sections seem to have been attempted to have been finished with primitive tools. But certain places within the area possess the stonework of the Cyclopean civilization, yet with unique clamping techniques found only in Iran. With additional structures, which are located near the rock-cut structures of Naqsh-e-Rustam, seemingly having been cut and built with blocks of a deliberately opposite type of cutting style. Several alternative scholars who have explored the site have hypothesized that many areas were attempted to have been renovated and reconstructed by a later civilization. And although we know that many of the surviving columns, toppled during Alexander the Great's invasion, were indeed re-erected, the enigmatic chisel marks found throughout the site, and also the Cyclopean style blocks found within the fortress on the hill, to us seems to indicate that whoever attempted these finishing works were far less capable than those who originally created the ancient ruins found throughout Iran. Furthermore, evidential features found within the area of Persepolis. One such feature, known as the Great Staircase, is seemingly the most highly advanced precision work of the Cyclopeans. This pinnacle in architectural design, indicating the nearing of the end of their legacy upon our planet. Did they merely rediscover these incredible rock-cut structures? Were they the builders of such? For regardless of the fact that I have indeed linked their work to the astonishing feats of Petra, the similarly astonishing rock-cut temples of India and also Myra, which we have confirmed through the identification of the stonework and tool marks as having indeed been the work of the Cyclopeans. Were these ancient sites their final creations, left unfinished due to their demise? If so, the question remains, why do so many structures contain enigmatic techniques of clamping found nowhere else on Earth? And why are these structures near Naqashi Rustam seemingly built in direct opposite methods to their signature cut stones reliefs instead? Were they the work of the same civilization? Or possibly a third, as yet undiscovered group, who clearly accomplished an astounding degree of skill in stone carving themselves? We find ancient Iran not only perplexing, but incredibly compelling. Who built the Balavi Mausoleum? There are many as yet unexplained ruins which can be found within modern-day Turkey, the temples of Baalbek, the Patera pipelines, among many others, yet the Balavi Mausoleum, like the other most astonishing ancient structures to be found here upon our Earth, are quietly overlooked. It is a monumental ancient structure located near Selçuk in the Aegean province of Izmir. It is the second largest ancient mausoleum in Anatolia, which, predictably, academia contends as a tomb dated from the Hellenistic era around the 3rd century BC. However, like many other of the wondrous ancient structures to be found within antiquity, it contains astonishing, precise, as yet unexplained architecture, indicative of a lost knowledge, thus lost civilization. The Balavi Mausoleum has seemingly survived the eons, still possessing an array of compelling features which fly in the face of current academic explanation. How did an ancient civilization, even if, as academia claims, was placed a mere 2,000 years ago, accomplish such precision within the stonework, or indeed accomplish such precision in the placement of such enormous ancient stones? It is known as a tomb because, like many of the other structures that were clearly of an astonishing nature at earlier times within history, were undoubtedly chosen by leading individuals as their place of burial. With the ruler of the Seleucid dynasty, Antiochus II Theos, his nickname, meaning God, was given to him by the residents of Miletus. Antiochus II died in 246 BC. This body, and indeed his rather modern legacy, has allowed academia to claim a date to the construction. However, the advanced precision techniques involved in its original build are, fortunately, still clear for all to see. Indeed, the Balavi Mausoleum could have once been the burial site of an important person. Yet we feel that this original individual dates from a time far before anything academia would ever permit the admittance of. The chamber, or sarcophagus of the mausoleum, precisely carved from solid rock, had a square plan with a length of 29 meters and a height of 10 meters. From the outside, the rock obscuring the mausoleum was covered with marble slabs. The marble was traced to a quarry in the vicinity of Ephesus, yet to complete the decorations of the mausoleum, up to 2,500 cubic meters of marble had to have once been excavated. There was also once a second level, surrounded by 28 columns, although over the eons, this has virtually turned to dust. When completed, it would have formed a steep pyramid with a statue crowning its top. Who built the Balavi Mausoleum? Was it once an elaborate ancient tomb? If so, who was buried there? It is undoubtedly highly compelling.
Tokyo's Imperial Palace, home of the Japanese Emperor and a place which holds many secrets. Some, it seems, hidden in plain sight for countless centuries. For many years, people have visited this marvelous building, and the perfectly kept grounds it is placed within. What is interesting regarding its historical history is the fact that much of it is hidden and yet to be told. The oldest historical accounts for the palace date back to 1457 AD, when a great warrior known as Ito Shigetsugu built the castle Ito on the site. Ito's clan would perish in the 15th century as a result of uprisings in the Kanto and Ota Dokan regions of Japan. However, what is interesting regarding the palace's construction is its foundations, including the exterior wall, which many now believe was already in existence before the castle's construction, and also the reason the site was chosen all those years ago by the warrior Ito himself. The construction techniques visible in the original construction are clearly evidence of highly advanced building techniques, completed by a clearly highly advanced civilization. And these methods used within the foundations were not replicated throughout the more recent structure, as if forgotten between builds. Additionally, a piece of artifactual evidence was recently covered, a highly compelling building technique which unquestionably links many ancient sites to one another, found all over the world, showing an intercontinental sharing of building knowledge many millennia ago. Known as the missing metal clamps, their carved seats still present upon many of the most ancient stonework at the palace, eroded away metal clamps used to keep the stones firmly in place as they settled over the following years after construction. Present at countless sites across the world, a technique somehow shared worldwide, only differing from country to country in their process of manufacture. The evidence to suggest that the Palace of Japan is in fact built upon a far older and possibly once far more spectacular structure seems overwhelming. Yet questions remain, most obvious of which, who built the structure to begin with? When did they build it? And what was its purpose? Thankfully, the more we understand regarding the perplexing techniques used by this elusive, yet clearly once highly advanced civilization, the more of these ruins we are seemingly spotting, allowing for their study and subsequent preservation before lost forever. Thanks for watching, guys, and until next time, take care.
Bosda Cave, within modern-day Turkey, is unquestionably an astonishing place. An enormous cave system that many people simply assume is a natural formation, with select areas quarried out, subsequently used to build numerous ruins throughout the area. However, what many people have seemingly overlooked, and we presume funded academics have deliberately ignored, are the signatures left all over the stonework throughout the network of caverns, strongly indicating that this huge complex was once, somehow, hewn by ancient man. Also, and perhaps most intriguingly, is that this task was completed using a number of different advanced tools, whose marking, thanks to ours and others' astute research, has also been found scarred upon many other ancient sites, some located far away from this enigmatic cave system. The stone, once quarried out to create this enormous cavern, subsequently located as having been used to create a number of remarkable precision-cut monuments, including a once existing wall which surrounded an ancient site known as Hairan. Additionally, due to the realization of this quarried stone having been used in Hairan, in addition to our own previous research, we have successfully linked Bosda to yet more ancient ruins, all dated to vastly different eras within history. Thanks to our channel's creator possessing a photographic memory, we have correlated undeniable characteristic similarities, connecting many of these ancient sites throughout the world. Firstly, the signatures left by advanced stone-cutting technologies, tool marks left upon the cave system's walls, scars upon the stonework, which are present at many other sites, Baalbek in Lebanon, Petra in Jordan, Yangshan Quarry within China, and at least 2 rock-cut monuments within India, the roof of a precision-cut cave, and an unfinished temple known as Veduvan Koil. This crescent-shaped scarring, often of an overlapping fashion, we feel is reminiscent of scars left by modern-day tunnel boring equipment. Yet due to the lack of in-depth research surrounding such anomalies, with these tool marks, as far as we are aware, only receiving limited attention at Baalbek and merely photographed at Yangshan, have begun to name such markings ourselves in an effort to categorize and identify such curiosities being discovered worldwide, with these now known to us as crescent cup and ring marks.
your last name?
Yacarino.
Do you support the Earn It Act?
We strongly support the collaboration to raise industry practices to
Do you support the Earn
prevent
It Act?
CSAM.
Do you support the Earn It? In English, do you support the Earn It Act? Yes or no? We don't need double speak
We look
here.
forward to supporting and continue our conversations.
Okay, so I
As
think
you
that
can
is no.
see,
But you have taken, the reason the Earn It Act's important, you can actually lose your liability protections when children are exploited and you didn't use best business practices. See, the Earn It Act means you have to earn liability protection. You're given it no matter what you do. So to the members of this committee, it is now time to make sure that the people who are holding up the signs can sue on behalf of their loved ones. Nothing will change until the courtroom door is open to victims of social media. $2 billion, Mr. Chu. What percentage is that of what you made last year?
Senator, it's a significant and increasing investment. As a private
like,
company, we're not
you
sharing
pay
our
taxes.
financials.
I mean, 2% is what percent of your revenue?
Senator, we're not ready to share our financials in public.
Well, I just think $2 billion sounds a lot unless you make $100 billion. So the point is, you know, when you tell us you're going to spend $2 billion, great, but how much do you make? You know, it's all about eyeballs. Well, our goal is to get eyeballs on you. And it's just not about children. I mean, the damage being done. Do you realize, Mr. Chu, that your TikTok representative in Israel resigned yesterday?
Yes, I am aware.
Okay, and he said, I resigned from TikTok. We're living in a time in which our existence as Jews in Israel, and Israel is under attack and in danger. Multiple screenshots taken from TikTok's internal employee chat platform known as LARC show how TikTok's trust and safety officers celebrate the barbaric acts of Hamas and other Iranian-backed terror groups, including the Houthis in Yemen.
Senator, I need to make it very clear that pro-Hamas content and hate speech is not allowed on our platform or within our company.
Why did he resign? Why did he quit?
Senator, we also do not allow any hateful behavior at work.
Do you know why he quit?
We do not allow this. We will investigate such
My question is, he quit. I'm sure he had a good job. He gave up a good job because he thinks your platform is being used to help people who want to destroy the Jewish state. And I'm not saying you want that. Mr. Zuckerberg, I'm not saying you want, as an individual, any of the harms. I am saying that the products you have created with all the upside have a dark side. Mr. Citron, I am tired of talking. I'm tired of having discussions. We all know the answer here. And here's the ultimate answer. Stand behind your product. Go to the American courtroom and defend your practices. Open up the courthouse door. Until you do that, nothing will change. Until these people can be sued for the damage they're doing, it is all talk. I'm a Republican who believes in free enterprise, but I also believe that every American who's been wronged has to have somebody to go to complain. There's no commission to go to that can punish you. There's not one law in the book because you oppose everything we do, and you can't be sued. That has to stop, folks. How do you expect the people in the audience to believe that we're going to help their families if we don't have some system or a combination of systems to hold these people accountable? Because for all the upside, the dark side is too great to live with. We do not need to live this way as Americans.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Senator Klobuchar is next. She's been quite a leader on the subject for quite a long time on the SHIELD Act and with Senator Cornyn on the revenge porn legislation. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Chairman Durbin, and thank you, Ranking Member Graham, for those words. I couldn't agree more. For too long, we have been seeing the social media companies turn a blind eye when kids have joined these platforms in record numbers. They have used algorithms that push harmful content because that content got popular. They provided a venue, maybe not knowingly at first, but for dealers to sell deadly drugs like fentanyl. Our own head of our Drug Enforcement Administration has said they basically been captured by the cartels in Mexico and in China. So I strongly support, first of all, the Stop CSAM bill. I agree with Senator Graham that nothing is going to change unless we open up the courtroom doors. I think the time for all of this immunity is done because I think money talks even stronger than we talk up here. 2 of the 5 bills, as noted, are my bills with Senator Cornyn. One has actually passed through the Senate, but is waiting action in the House. But the other one is the SHIELD Act, and I do appreciate the support of that bill. This is about revenge porn. The FBI director testified before this committee. There's been over 20 suicides of kids attributed to online revenge porn in just the last year. But for those parents out there and those families, this is for them about their own child, but it's also about making sure this doesn't happen to other children. I know because I've talked to these parents. Parents like Bridget Noring from Hastings, Minnesota, who is out there today. Bridget lost her teenage son after he took a fentanyl lace pill that he purchased on the internet. Amy Neville is also here. Platform got the pill. Amy Neville is also here. Her son Alexander was only 14 when he died after taking a pill he didn't know was actually fentanyl. We're starting a law enforcement campaign, One Pill Kills in Minnesota, going to the schools with the sheriffs and law enforcement. But the way to stop it is, yes, at the border and at the points of entry, but we know that 30% some of the people that are getting the fentanyl are getting it off the platforms. Meanwhile, social media platforms generated $11 billion in revenue in 2022 from advertising directed at children and teenagers, including nearly $2 billion in ad profits derived from users age 12 and under. When a Boeing plane lost a door in mid-flight several weeks ago, nobody questioned the decision to ground a fleet of over 700 planes. So why aren't we taking the same type of decisive action on the danger of these platforms when we know these kids are dying? We have bills that have passed through this incredibly diverse committee when it comes to our political views, that have passed through this committee, and they should go to the floor. We should do something finally about liability, and then we should turn to some of the other issues that a number of us have worked on when it comes to the charges for app stores and when it comes to some of the monopoly behavior and the self-preferencing. But I'm going to stick with this today. Facts. 1/3 of fentanyl cases investigated over 5 months had direct ties to social media. That's from the DEA. Facts. Between 2012 and 2022, cyber tip line reports of online child sexual exploitation increased from 415,000 to more than 32 million. And as I noted, at least 20 victims committed suicide in sextortion cases. So I'm going to start with that, with you, Mr. Citron. My bill with Senator Cornyn, the SHIELD Act, includes a threat provision that would help protection and accountability for those that are threatened by these predators. Young kids get a picture, send it in, think they got a new girlfriend or a new boyfriend, ruins their life, or they think it's going to be ruined, and they kill themselves. So could you tell me why you're not supporting the SHIELD Act?
Senator, we think it's very important that teens have a safe experience on our platforms. I think that the portion to strengthen law enforcement's ability to investigate crimes against children and hold bad actors accountable is
So are you holding open that you may support it?
We very much would like to have conversations with you. We're open to discussing further, and we do welcome legislation and regulation. This is a very important issue for our country, and We've been prioritizing
Okay,
safety for
thank
teens.
you. I'm much more interested in if you support it, because there's been so much talk at these hearings and popcorn throwing and the like, and I just want to get this stuff done. I'm so tired of this. It's been 28 years, since the internet? We haven't passed any of these bills because everyone's double talk, double talk. It's time to actually pass them. And the reason they haven't passed is because of the power of your company. So let's be really, really clear about that. So what you say matters. Your words matter. Mr. Chu, I'm a co-sponsor of Chair Dermot's Stop CSAM Act of 2023, along with Senator Hawley, who's the lead Republican, I believe, which, among other things, empowers victims by making it easier for them to ask tech companies to remove the material and related imagery from their platforms. Why would you not support this bill?
Senator, we largely support it. I think the spirit of it is very aligned with what we want to do. There are questions about implementation that I think companies like us and some other groups have, and we look forward to asking those. And of course, if this legislation is law, we will comply.
Mr. Spiegel, I know we talked ahead of time. I do appreciate your company's support for the Cooper-Davis Act, which will finally, it's a bill with Senator Shaheen and Marshall, which will allow law enforcement to do more when it comes to fentanyl. I think you know what a problem this is. Devin Noring, teenager from Hastings, I mentioned his mom here, suffered dental pain and migraines, so he bought what he thought was a Percocet over Snap, but instead he bought a counterfeit drug laced with a lethal dose of fentanyl. As his mom, who's here with us today, said, all of the hopes and dreams we as parents had for Devin were erased in the blink of an eye, and no mom should have to bury their kid. Talk about why you support the Cooper-Davis Act.
Senator, thank you. We strongly support the Cooper-Davis Act, and we believe it will help DEA go after the cartels and get more dealers off the streets to save more lives.
Okay. Are there others that support that bill? On this? No. Okay. Mr. Zuckerberg, in 2021, the Wall Street Journal reported on internal Meta research documents asking, why do we care about tweens? These were internal documents. I'm quoting the documents. And answering its own question by citing Meta internal emails. They are a valuable but untapped audience. At a commerce hearing, I'm also on that committee, I asked Meta's head of global safety why children aged 10 to 12 are so valuable to Meta. She responded, we do not knowingly attempt to recruit people who aren't old enough to use our apps. Well, when the 42 state attorneys general, Democrat and Republican, brought their case, they said this statement was inaccurate. Few examples. In 2021, she received an email, Ms. Davis, from Instagram's research director saying that Instagram is investing in experiencing targeting young age roughly 10 to 12. In a February 2021 instant message, one of your employees wrote that Meta is working to recruit Gen Alpha before they reach teenage years. A 2018 email that circulated inside Meta says that you were briefed that children under 13 will be critical for increasing the rate of acquisition when users turn 13. Explain that with what I heard at that testimony at the commerce hearing, that they weren't being targeted. And I just ask again, as the other witnesses were asked, why your company does not support the Stop CSAM Act or the SHIELD Act.
Sure, Senator. I'm happy to talk to both of those. We had discussions internally about whether we should build a kids version of Instagram, like the kids versions of YouTube and other services. We haven't actually moved forward with that, and we currently have no plans to do so. So I can't speak directly to the exact emails that you cited, but it sounds to me like they were deliberations around a project that people internally thought was important, and we didn't end up moving forward with.
Okay, and the bills, what are you going to say about the two bills?
Sure. So overall, I mean, my position on the bills is I agree with the goal of all of them. There are most things that I agree with within them. There are specific things that I would probably do differently. We also have our own legislative proposal for what we think would be most effective in terms of helping the internet in the various companies give parents control over the experience. So I'm happy to go into the detail on any one of them, but ultimately, I mean, I think that this
I just, again, well, I think these parents will tell you that this stuff hasn't worked to just give parents control. They don't know what to do. It's very, very hard, and that's why we are coming up with other solutions that we think are much more helpful to law enforcement, but also this idea of finally getting something going on liability. Because I just believe with all the resources you have, that you actually would be able to do more than you're doing, or these parents would be sitting behind you right now in this Senate hearing room.
Thank you, Senator
Senator,
Klobuchar.
can I speak to that? Or do you want me to come back later?
Please, go ahead.
I don't think that parents should have to upload an ID or prove that they're the parent of a child in every single app that their children use. I think the right place to do this, and a place where it would be actually very easy for it to work, is within the app stores themselves, where my understanding is Apple and Google already, or at least Apple, already requires parental consent when a child does a payment with an app. So it should be pretty trivial to pass a law that requires them to make it so that parents have control anytime a child downloads an app and offers consent of that. And the research that we've done shows that the vast majority of parents want that. And I think that that's the type of legislation, in addition to some of the other ideas that you all have, that would make this a lot easier for parents.
I just to be clear, I remember one mom telling me, with all these things she could maybe do that she can't figure out, it's like a faucet overflowing in a sink, and she's out there with a mop while her kids are getting addicted to more and more different apps and being exposed to material. We've got to make this simpler for parents so they can protect their kids, and I just don't think this is going to be the way to do it. I think the answer is what Senator Graham has been talking about, which is opening up the halls of the courtroom so that puts it on you guys to protect these parents and protect these kids, and then also to pass some of these laws that makes it easier for law enforcement.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. We're going to try to stick to the 7-minute rule. It didn't work very well, but I'll try to give additional time on the other side as well. Senator Cornyn.
There's no question that your platforms are very popular, but we know that while here in the United States we have an open society and free exchange of information, that there are authoritarian governments, there are criminals who will use your platforms for the sale of drugs, for sex, for extortion, and the like. And Mr. Chu, I think your company is unique among the ones represented here today because of its ownership by ByteDance, a Chinese company. And I know there have been some steps that you've taken to wall off the data collected here in the United States. But the fact of the matter is that under Chinese law and Chinese national intelligence laws, all information accumulated by companies in the People's Republic of China are required to be shared with the Chinese intelligence services. ByteDance, the initial release of TikTok, I understand, was 2016. These efforts that you made with Oracle under the so-called Project Texas to wall off the U.S. data was in 2021 and apparently allegedly fully walled off in March of 23. What happened to all of the data that TikTok collected before that?
Senator, thank you.
From American users.
Understand. TikTok is owned by ByteDance, which is majority owned by global investors, and we have 3 Americans on the board out of 5. You are right in pointing out that over the last 3 years, we have spent billions of dollars building out Project Texas, which is a plan that is unprecedented in our industry to firewall off protected U.S. data from the rest of our staff.
And I'm asking about all of the data that you collected prior to that event.
Yes, Senator. We have started a data deletion plan. I talked about this a year ago. We have finished the first phase of data deletion through our data centers outside of the Oracle Cloud infrastructure. And we're beginning phase 2, where we will not only delete from the data centers, we will hire a third party to verify that work. And then we will go into, for example, employees' working laptops to delete that as well.
Was all of the data collected by TikTok prior to Project Texas shared with the Chinese government pursuant to the national intelligence laws of that country?
Senator, we have not been asked for any data by the Chinese government, and we have never provided it.
Your company is unique again among the ones represented here today because you're currently undergoing review by the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. Is that correct?
Senator, yes, there are ongoing discussions, and a lot of our Project Texas work is informed by the discussions with many agencies under the CFIUS umbrella.
Well, CFIUS is designed specifically to review foreign investments in the United States for national security risks, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And your company is currently being reviewed by this interagency committee at the Treasury Department for potential national security risks.
Senator, this review is on a acquisition of Musical.ly, which is an acquisition that was done many years ago.
I mean, is this a casual conversation, or are you actually providing information to the Treasury Department about how your platform operates for evaluating a potential national security risk?
Senator, it's been many years across two administrations and a lot of discussions around how our plans are, how our systems work. We have a lot of robust discussions about a lot of detail.
63% of teens, I understand, use TikTok. Does that sound about right?
Senator, I cannot verify that. We know we are popular amongst many age groups. The average age in the US today for our user base is over 30, but we're aware we are popular.
And you reside in Singapore with your family, correct?
Yes, I reside in Singapore and I work here in the United States as well.
And do your children have access to TikTok in Singapore?
Senator, if they lived in the United States, I would give them access to our under 13 experience. My children are below the age of 13.
My question is, in Singapore, do they have access to TikTok, or is that restricted by domestic law?
We do not have an under 13 experience in Singapore. We have that in the United States. Because we were deemed a mixed audience app, and we created the under 13 experience in response to that.
A Wall Street Journal article published yesterday directly contradicts what your company has stated publicly. According to the journal, employees under the Project Texas say that U.S. user data, including user emails, birth date, IP addresses, continue to be shared with ByteDance staff, again, owned by a Chinese company. Do you dispute that?
Yes, Senator. There are many things about that article. They are inaccurate. Where it gets right is that this is a voluntary project that we built. We spent billions of dollars. There are thousands of employees involved, and it's very difficult because it's unprecedented.
Why is it important that the data collected from U.S. users be stored in the United States?
Senator, this was a project we built in response to some of the concerns that were raised by members of this committee and others.
And that was because of concerns that the data that was stored in China could be accessed by the Chinese Communist Party according to the national intelligence laws, correct?
Senator, we are not the only company that does business, that has Chinese employees, for example. We're not even the only company in this room that hires Chinese nationals. But in order to address some of these concerns, we have moved the data into the Oracle Cloud infrastructure. We built a 2,000-person team to oversee the management of the data based here. We walled it off from the rest of the organization, and then we open it up to third parties like Oracle, and we will onboard others to give them third-party validation. This is unprecedented access. I think we are unique in taking even more steps to protect user data in the United States.
Well, you've disputed the Wall Street Journal story published yesterday. Are you going to conduct any sort of investigation to see whether there's any truth to the allegations made in the article, or are you just going to dismiss them outright?
We're not going to dismiss them. So we have ongoing security inspections, not only by our own personnel, but also by third parties to ensure that the system is rigorous and robust. No system that any one of us can build is perfect. But what we need to do is to make sure that we are always improving it and testing it against bad people who may try to bypass it. And if anyone breaks our policies within our organization, we will take disciplinary action against them.
Thanks, Senator Cornyn. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. First, I'd like to start by thanking all the families that are here today, all the parents who are here because of a child they have lost, all the families that are here because you want us to see you and to know your concern. You have contacted each of us in our offices expressing your grief, your loss, your passion, and your concern. And the audience that is watching can't see this. They can see you, the witnesses from the companies. But this room is packed as far as the eye can see. And when this hearing began, many of you picked up and held pictures of your beloved and lost children. I benefit from and participate in social media, as do many members of the committee and our nation and our world. There are now a majority of people on Earth participating in and in many ways benefiting from one of the platforms you have launched or you lead or you represent. And we have to recognize there are some real positives to social media. It has transformed modern life, but it has also had huge impacts on families, on children, on nations. And there's a whole series of bills championed by members of this committee that tries to deal with the trafficking in illicit drugs, the trafficking in illicit child sexual material, the things that are facilitated on your platforms that may lead to self-harm or suicide. So we've heard from several of the leaders on this committee, the chair and ranking and very talented and experienced senators. The frame that we are looking at this is consumer protection. When there is some new technology, we put in place regulations to make sure that it is not overly harmful. As my friend Senator Klobuchar pointed out, one door flew off of one plane, no one was hurt, and yet the entire Boeing fleet of that type of plane was grounded, and a federal fit-for-purpose agency did an immediate safety review. I'm going to point not to the other pieces of legislation that I think are urgent that we take up and pass, but to the core question of transparency. If you're a company manufacturing a product that is allegedly addictive and harmful, one of the first things we look to is safety information. We try to give our constituents, our consumers, warnings, labels that help them understand what are the consequences of this product and how to use it safely or not. As you've heard pointedly from some of my colleagues, if you sell an addictive, defective, harmful product in this country in violation of regulations and warnings, you get sued. And what is distinct about platforms as an industry is most of the families who are here because there were not sufficient warnings and they cannot effectively sue you. So let me dig in for a moment if I can, because each of your companies voluntarily discloses information about the content and the safety investments you make and the actions you take. There was a question pressed, I think it was by Senator Graham earlier, about TikTok. I believe, Mr. Chu, you said invest $2 billion in safety. My background memo said your global revenue is $85 billion. Mr. Zuckerberg, my background memo says you're investing $5 billion in safety in Meta, and your annual revenue is on the order of $116 billion. So what matters, you can hear some expressions from the parents in the audience, what matters is the relative numbers and the absolute numbers. Your data folks, if there's anybody in this world who understand data, it's you guys. So I want to walk through whether or not these voluntary measures of disclosure of content and harm are sufficient. Because I would argue we're here because they're not. Without better information, how can policymakers know whether the protections you've testified about, the new initiatives, the starting programs, the monitoring, and the takedowns are actually working? How can we understand meaningfully how big these problems are without measuring and reporting data? Mr. Zuckerberg, your testimony referenced a National Academy of Sciences study that said at the population level, there is no proof about harm for mental health. Well, it may not be at the population level, but I'm looking at a room full of hundreds of parents who have lost children. And our challenge is to take the data and to make good decisions about protecting families and children from harm. So let me ask about what your companies do or don't report. And I'm going to particularly focus on your content policies around self-harm, and suicide. And I'm just going to ask a series of yes or no questions. And what I'm getting at is, do you disclose enough? Mr. Zuckerberg, from your policies prohibiting content about suicide or self-harm, do you report an estimate of the total amount of content, not a percentage of the overall, not a prevalence number, but the total amount of content on your platform that violates this policy? And do you report the total number of views that self-harm or suicide-promoting content that violates this policy gets on your platform?
Yes, Senator. We pioneered a quarterly reporting on our community standards enforcement across all these different categories of harmful content. We focus on prevalence, which you mentioned, because what we're focused on is what % of the content that we take down.
So, Mr. Zuckerberg, I'm going to interrupt you, and you're very talented. I have very little time left. I'm trying to get an answer to a question. Not as a percentage of the total, because remember, it's a huge number, so the percentage is small. But do you report the actual amount of content and the amount of views self-harm content received?
No, I believe we focus on prevalence.
Correct. You don't. Ms. Yacarina, yes or no? You report it or you don't?
Senator, as a reminder, we have less than 1% of our users that are between the ages of 13 and 17.
Do you report the absolute number of how many images and how often viewed?
Posts and accounts that we've taken down in 2023.
Yes.
We've taken over almost 1 million posts down that in regards to mental health and self-harm.
Mr. Chu, do you disclose the number of appearances of these types of content and how many are viewed before they're taken down?
Senator, we disclose the number we take down based on each category of violation and how many of that were taken down proactively before it was reported.
Mr. Spiegel?
Yes, sir, we do disclose.
Mr. Citron?
Yes, we do.
So I've got 3 more questions I'd love to walk through if I had unlimited time. I will submit them for the record. The larger point is that platforms need to hand over more content about how the algorithms work, what the content does, and what the consequences are. Not at the aggregate, not at the population level, but the actual numbers of cases so we can understand the content. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I have a bipartisan bill, the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act, co-sponsored by Senators Cornyn, Klobuchar, Blumenthal on this committee and Senator Cassidy and others. It's in front of the Commerce Committee, not this committee. But it would set reasonable standards for disclosure and transparency to make sure that we're doing our jobs based on data. Yes, there's a lot of emotion in this field, understandably. But if we're going to legislate responsibly about the management of the content on your platforms, we need to have better data. Is there any one of you willing to say now that you support this bill? Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect a yawning silence from the leaders of the social media platforms. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Coons. We're on the first of 2 roll calls, and so please understand if some of the members leave and come back, it's no disrespect. They're doing their job. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tragically, survivors of sexual abuse are often repeatedly victimized and re-victimized over and over and over again by having non-consensual images of themselves on social media platforms. There's a NCMEC study that pointed out there was one instance of CSAM that reappeared more than 490,000 times after it had been reported. So we need tools in order to deal with this. We need, frankly, laws in order to mandate standards so that this doesn't happen, so that we have a systematic way of getting rid of this stuff, because there is literally no plausible justification, no way of defending this. One tool, one that I think would be particularly effective, is a bill that I'll be introducing later today, and I invite all my committee members to join me. It's called the PROTECT Act. The PROTECT Act would, in pertinent part, require websites to verify age and verify that they've received consent of any and all individuals appearing on their site in pornographic images. And it also requires platforms to have meaningful processes for an individual seeking to have images of him or herself removed in a timely manner. Ms. Iacarino, based on your understanding of existing law, what might it take for a person to have those images removed, say from X?
Senator Lee, thank you. It sounds like what you're going to introduce into law in terms of ecosystem-wide and user consent sounds exactly like part of the philosophy of why we're supporting the SHIELD Act, and no one should have to endure non-consensual images being shared online.
Yeah, and without that, without laws in place, and it's fantastic anytime a company, as you've described with yours, wants to take those steps, it's very helpful. It can take a lot longer than it should, and sometimes it does, to the point where somebody had images shared 490,000 times after it was reported to the authorities, and that's deeply concerning. But yes, the PROTECT Act would work in tandem with. It's a good complement to the SHIELD Act. Mr. Zuckerberg, let's turn to you next. As you know, I feel strongly about privacy and believe that one of the best protections for an individual's privacy online involves end-to-end encryption. We also know that a great deal of grooming and sharing of CSAM happens to occur on end-to-end encrypted systems. Tell me, does Meta allow juvenile accounts on its platforms to use encrypted messaging services within those apps?
Sorry, Senator, what do you mean juvenile?
Underage, people under 18.
Under 18. We allow people under the age of 18 to use WhatsApp, and we do allow that to be encrypted, yes.
Do you have a bottom-level age at which they're not allowed to use it?
I don't think we allow people under the age of 13.
Yeah. What about you, Mr. Citron? On Discord, do you allow kids to have accounts to access encrypted messaging?
Discord is not allowed to be used by children under the age of 13, and we do not use end-to-end encryption for text messages. We believe that it's very important to be able to respond to well-formed law enforcement requests, and we're also working on proactively building technology. We're working with a nonprofit called Thorn to build a grooming classifier so that our Teen Safety Assist feature can actually identify these conversations if they might be happening, so we can intervene and give those teens tools to get out of that situation, or potentially even report those conversations and those people to law enforcement.
And encryption, as much as it can prove useful elsewhere, it can be harmful, especially if you're on a site where you know children are being groomed and exploited. If you allow children onto an end-to-end encryption enabled app, that can prove problematic. Now, let's go back to you for a moment, Mr. Zuckerberg. Instagram recently announced that it's going to restrict all teenagers from access to eating disorder material, suicidal ideation themed material, self-harm content, and that's fantastic. That's great. What's odd, what I'm trying to understand is why it is that Instagram is only restricting, it's restricting access to sexually explicit content, but only for teens ages 13 to 15. Why not restrict it for 16 and 17-year-olds as well?
Senator, my understanding is that we don't allow sexually explicit content on the service for people of any age. How
is that going?
You know, our prevalence metrics suggest that I think it's 99% or so of the content that we remove, we're able to identify automatically using AI systems. So I think that our efforts in this, while they're not perfect, I think are industry leading. The other thing that you asked about was self-harm content, which is what we recently restricted. And we made that shift. I think the state of the science is shifting a bit. Previously, we believed that when people were thinking about self-harm, it was important for them to be able to express that and get support. And now more of the the thinking in the field is that it's just better to not show that content at all, which is why we recently moved to restrict that from showing up for those teens at all.
Okay, is there a way for parents to make a request on what their kid can see or not see on your sites?
There are a lot of parental controls. I'm not sure if I don't think that we currently have a control around topics, but we do allow parents to control the time that the children are on the site, and also a lot of it is based on kind of monitoring and understanding what the teen's experience is, what they're interacting with.
Mr. Citron, Discord allows pornography on its site. Now, reportedly, 17% of minors who use Discord have had online sexual interactions on your platform, 17%, and 10% have those interactions with someone that the minor believed to be an adult. Do you restrict minors from accessing Discord servers that host pornographic material on them?
Senator, yes, we do restrict minors from accessing content that is marked for adults. Discord also does not recommend content to people. Discord is a chat app. We do not have a feed or an algorithm that boosts content. So we allow adults to share content with other adults in adult-labeled spaces, and we do not allow teens to access that content.
Okay. I see my time's expired. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. We are here in this hearing because as a collective, your platforms really suck at policing themselves. We hear about it here in Congress with fentanyl and other drug dealing facilitated across platforms. We see it and hear about it here in Congress with harassment and bullying that takes place across your platforms. We see it and hear about it here in Congress with respect to child pornography, sexploitation, and blackmail, and we are sick of it. It seems to me that there is a problem with accountability because these conditions continue to persist. In my view, Section 230, which provides immunity from lawsuit, is a very significant part of that problem. If you look at where bullies have been brought to heel recently, whether it's Dominion finally getting justice against Fox News after a long campaign to try to discredit the election equipment manufacturer, or whether it's the moms and dads of the Sandy Hook victims finally getting justice against InfoWars and its campaign of trying to get people to believe that the massacre of their children was a fake put on by them, or even now, more recently, with a writer getting a very significant judgment against Donald Trump after years of bullying and defamation. An honest courtroom has proven to be the place where these things get sorted out. And I'll just describe one case, if I may. It's called Doe versus Twitter. The plaintiff in that case was blackmailed in 2017 for sexually explicit photos and videos of himself, then aged 13 to 14. A compilation video of multiple CSAM videos surfaced on Twitter in 2019. A concerned citizen reported that video on December 25th, 2019, Christmas Day. Twitter took no action. The plaintiff, then a minor in high school in 2019, became aware of this video from his classmates in January of 2020. You're a high school kid, and suddenly there's that. That's a day that's hard to recover from. Ultimately, he became suicidal. He and his parents contacted law enforcement and Twitter to have these videos removed on January 21st and again on January 22nd of 2020, and Twitter ultimately took down the video on January 30th, 2020, once federal law enforcement got involved. That's a pretty foul set of facts. And when the family sued Twitter for all those months of refusing to take down the explicit video of this child, Twitter invoked Section 230. And the district court ruled that the claim was barred. There is nothing about that set of facts that tells me that Section 230 performed any public service in that regard. I would like to see very substantial adjustments to Section 230 so that the honest courtroom, which brought relief and justice to E. Jean Carroll after months of defamation, which brought silence, peace, and justice to the parents of the Sandy Hook children after months of defamation and bullying by InfoWars and Alex Jones, and which brought significant justice and an end to the campaign of defamation by Fox News to a little company that was busy just making election machines. So I would, my time is running out. I'll turn to, I guess Senator Cruz is next. But I would like to have each of your companies put in writing what exemptions from the protection of Section 230 you would be willing to accept, bearing in mind the fact situation in Doe versus Twitter, bearing in mind the enormous harm that was done to that young person and that family by the non-responsiveness of this enormous platform over months and months and months and months. Again, think of what it's like to be a high school kid and have that stuff up in the public domain and have the company that is holding it out there in the public domain react so disinterestedly. Okay? Will you put that down in writing for me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses. Done. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Social media is a very powerful tool, but we're here because every parent I know, and I think every parent in America, is terrified about the garbage that is directed at our kids. I have 2 teenagers at home, and the phones they have are portals to predators, to viciousness, to bullying, to self-harm. And each of your companies could do a lot more to prevent it. Mr. Zuckerberg, in June of 2023, the Wall Street Journal reported that Instagram's recommendation systems were actively connecting pedophiles to accounts that were advertising the sale of child sexual abuse material. In many cases, those accounts appeared to be run by underage children themselves, often using code words and emojis to advertise illicit material. In other cases, the accounts included indicia that the victim was being sex trafficked. Now, I know that Instagram has a team that works to prevent the abuse and exploitation of children online. But what was particularly concerning about the Wall Street Journal expose was the degree to which Instagram's own algorithm was promoting the discoverability of victims for pedophiles seeking child abuse material. In other words, this material wasn't just living on the dark corners of Instagram. Instagram was helping pedophiles find it by promoting graphic hashtags, including hashtag pedwhore and hashtag preteen sex, to potential buyers. Instagram also displayed the following warning screen to individuals who were searching for child abuse material. These results may contain images of child sexual abuse. And then you gave users two choices: get resources or see results anyway. Mr. Zuckerberg, what the hell were you thinking?
All right, Senator. The basic science behind that is that when people are searching for something that is problematic, it's often helpful to, rather than just blocking it, to help direct them towards something that that could be helpful for getting them to get help.
I understand get resources. In what sane universe is there a link for see results anyway?
Well, because we might be wrong. We try to trigger this warning, or we tried to, when we think that there's any chance that the results.
Okay, you might be wrong. Let me ask you: how many times was this warning screen displayed?
I don't know, but the
you don't know. Why don't you know?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. But
well, you know what, Mr. Zuckerberg? It's interesting you say you don't know it off the top of your head, because I asked it in June of 2023 in an oversight letter, and your company refused to answer. Will you commit right now to, within 5 days, answering this question for this committee?
We'll follow up on that.
Is that a yes? Not a will follow up. I know how lawyers write statements saying we're not going to answer. Will you tell us how many times this warning screen was displayed, yes or no?
Senator, I'll personally look into it. I'm not sure if we have.
Okay, so you're refusing to answer that. Let me ask you this. How many times did an Instagram user who got this warning that you're seeing images of child sexual abuse, how many times did that user click on see results anyway? I want to see that.
Senator, I'm not sure if we stored that, but I'll personally look into this and we'll follow up after.
And what follow-up did Instagram do when you have a potential pedophile clicking on, I'd like to see child porn? What did you do next when that happened?
Senator, I think that an important piece of context here is that any context that we think is child sexual
Mr. Zuckerberg,
abuse,
that's called a question. What did you do next when someone clicked, you may be getting child sexual abuse images, and they click see results anyway? What was your next step? You said you might be wrong. Did anyone examine, was it in fact child sexual abuse material? Did anyone report that user? Did anyone go and try to protect that child? What did you do next?
Senator, we take down anything that we think is sexual abuse material on the service, and we do.
Did anyone verify whether it was in fact child sexual abuse material?
Senator, I don't know if every single search result we're following up on, but
did you report the people who wanted it?
Senator, do you want me to answer your question?
Yeah, I want you to answer the question I'm asking. Did you report the people who click see results anyway?
That's probably one of the factors that we use in reporting. And in general, I mean, we've reported more people and done more reports like this to NCMEC, the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, than any other company in the industry. We proactively go out of our way across our services to do this, and have made, I think it's more than 26 million reports, which is more than the whole rest of the industry combined. So,
Mr. Zuckerberg, your company and every social media company needs to do much more to protect children. All right, Mr. Chu, in the next couple of minutes I have, I want to turn to you. You're familiar with China's 2017 national intelligence law, which states, quote, all organizations and citizens shall support, assist, and cooperate with national intelligence efforts in accordance with the law, and shall protect national intelligence work secrets they are aware of.
Yes, I'm familiar with this.
TikTok is owned by ByteDance. Is ByteDance subject to the law?
For the Chinese businesses that ByteDance owns, yes, it will be subject to this, but TikTok is not available in mainland China. And Senator, as we talked about in your office, we built Project Texas to put this out of reach.
So ByteDance is subject to the law. Now, under this law, which says, shall protect national intelligence work secrets they are aware of, it compels people subject to the law to lie, to protect those secrets. Is that correct?
I cannot comment on that. What I said again is that we have moved
because you
it
have
out
to
of reach
protect
to
those
this.
secrets?
No, Senator, TikTok is not available in mainland China. We have moved the data into an American cloud
TikTok
infrastructure.
is controlled by ByteDance, which is subject to this law. Now, you said earlier, and I wrote this down, we have not been asked for any data by the Chinese government, and we have never provided it. I'm going to tell you, and I told this when you and I met last week in my office, I do not believe you. And I'll tell you, the American people don't either. If you look at what is on TikTok in China, you are promoting to kids science and math videos, educational videos, and you limit the amount of time kids can be on TikTok. In the United States, you are promoting to kids self-harm videos and anti-Israel propaganda. Why is there such a dramatic difference?
Senator, that is just not accurate. There's
not a difference between what kids see in China and what kids see here?
Senator, TikTok is not available in China. It's a separate experience there. What I'm saying is...
But you have a company that is essentially the same, except it promotes beneficial materials instead of harmful materials.
That is not true. We have a lot of science and math content here on TikTok. There's so much of it. I created a STEM feed for 100 billion views.
Let me point to this, Mr. Chu. There was a report recently that compared hashtags on Instagram to hashtags on TikTok, and what trended, and the differences were striking. So, for something like hashtag Taylor Swift or hashtag Trump, researchers found roughly 2 Instagram posts for every one on TikTok. That's not a dramatic difference. That difference jumps to 8 to 1 for the hashtag Uyghur. And it jumps to 30 to 1 for the hashtag Tibet. And it jumps to 57 to 1 to the hashtag Tiananmen Square, and it jumps to 174 to 1 for the hashtag Hong Kong protest. Why is it that on Instagram, people can put up a hashtag Hong Kong protest 174 times compared to TikTok? What censorship is TikTok doing at the request of the Chinese government?
None. Senator, that analysis is flawed. The analysis is flawed. It's been debunked by other external sources like the Cato Institute. Fundamentally, a few things happen here. Not all videos carry hashtags. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you cannot selectively choose a few words within a certain time
Why the
period.
difference between Taylor Swift and Tiananmen Square? What happened in Tiananmen Square?
Senator, there was a massive protest during that time. But what I'm trying to say is our users can freely come and post this content.
Why would there be no difference on Taylor Swift, or a minimal difference, and a massive difference on Tiananmen Square or Hong Kong?
Senator, could you wrap up, please?
Senator, our algorithm does not suppress any content simply based on
To
this.
answer that question, why is there a difference?
Like I said, I think this analysis is flawed. You're selectively choosing some words over some periods. We haven't been around as long as other apps.
There is an obvious difference. 174 to 1 for Hong Kong compared to Taylor Swift is dramatic.
Senator Blumenauer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zuckerberg.
Blumenthal, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I know both of them.
That was good enough. Mr. Zuckerberg, you know who Antigone Davis is, correct?
Yes.
She's one of your top leaders. In September of 2021, she was global head of safety, correct?
Yes.
And you know that she came before a subcommittee of the Commerce Committee that I chaired at the time, Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, correct?
Yes.
And she was testifying on behalf of Facebook, right?
Meta, but yes.
It was then Facebook, but Meta now. And she told us, and I'm quoting, Facebook is committed to building better products for young people and to doing everything we can to protect their privacy, safety, and well-being on our platforms. And she also said Kid safety is an area where, quote, we are investing heavily, end quote. We now know that statement was untrue. We know it from an internal email that we have received. It's an email written by Nick Clegg. You know who he is, correct?
Yes.
He was Meta's president of global affairs, and he wrote a memo to you, which you received, correct? It was written to you.
So I can't see the email, but sure, I'll assume that you got that correct.
And he summarized Facebook's problems. He said, quote, we are not on track to succeed for our core well-being topics: problematic use, bullying and harassment, connections, and SSI, meaning suicidal self-injury. He said also in another memo, quote, we need to do more and we are being held back by a lack of investment. This memo has the date of August 28th, just weeks before that testimony from Antigone Davis, correct?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure what the date of the testimony was.
Well, those are the dates on the emails. Nick Clegg was asking you, pleading with you for resources to back up the narrative, to fulfill the commitments. In effect, Antigone Davis was making promises that Nick Clegg was trying to fulfill, and you rejected that request for 45 to 84 engineers to do well-being or safety. We know that you rejected it from another memo, Nick Clegg's assistant, Tim Colburn, who said, Nick did email Mark, referring to that earlier email, to emphasize his support for the package, but it lost out to the various other pressures and priorities. We've done a calculation that those potentially 84 engineers would have cost Meta about $50 million in a quarter when it earned $9.2 billion. And yet it failed to make that commitment in real terms, and you rejected that request because of other pressures and priorities. That is an example from your own internal document of failing to act, and it is the reason why we can no longer trust Meta and, frankly, any of the other social media to, in effect, grade their own homework. The public, and particularly the parents in this room, know that we can no longer rely on social media to provide the kind of safeguards that children and parents deserve. And that is the reason why passing the Kids Online Safety Act is so critically important. Mr. Zuckerberg, do you believe that you have a constitutional right to lie to Congress?
Senator, no, but I mean,
well, let me just clarify for you.
I mean, I'd like the opportunity
let me just
to
clarify for you. In a lawsuit brought by hundreds of parents, some in this very room, alleging that you made false and misleading statements concerning the safety of your platform for children, you argued in not just one pleading, but twice, in December and then in January, that you have a constitutional right to lie to Congress. Do you disavow that filing in court?
Senator, I don't know what filing you're talking about, but I testified honestly and truthfully, and I would like the opportunity to respond to the previous things that you showed as well.
Well, I have a few more questions, and let me ask others who are here, because I think it's important to put you on record. who will support the Kids Online Safety Act? Yes or no? Mr. Citron?
There are parts of the act that we think are great.
No,
and
it's a yes or no question. I'm going to be running out of time, so I'm assuming the answer is no if you can't answer yes.
We very much think that the national privacy
That's a
standard would be
no.
great.
Mr. Siegel?
Senator, we strongly support the Kids Online Safety Act, and we've already implemented many of its core provisions.
Thank you. I welcome that support, along with Microsoft's support. Mr. Chu?
Senator, with some changes, we can support it.
Well, in its present form, do you support it? Yes or no?
We are aware that some groups have raised some concerns. It's important to understand
I'll
how
take
these
that as a
concerns-
no. Ms. Yaccarino?
Senator, we support COSA and will continue to make sure that it accelerates and make sure it continues to offer community for teens that are seeking that voice.
Mr. Zuckerberg?
Senator, we support the age-appropriate content standards, but would have some
Yes
suggestions
or no,
on how to
Mr.
implement
Zuckerberg? Do you support the Kids Online Safety Act?
Senator, I
it's a
think
measure
these are
that is
nuanced
public,
things.
and I'm just asking whether you'll support it or not.
These are nuanced things. I think that the basic spirit is right. I think the basic ideas in it are right, and there are some ideas that I would debate how to best
Okay,
implement them.
unfortunately, I don't think we can count on social media as a group or big tech to support this measure. And in the past, we know it's been opposed by armies of lawyers and lobbyists. We're prepared for this fight, but I am very, very glad that we have parents here, because tomorrow we're going to have an advocacy day. And the folks who really count, the people in this room who support this measure, are going to be going to their representatives and their senators, and their voices and faces are going to make a difference. Senator Schumer has committed that he will work with me to bring this bill to a vote, and then we will have real protection for children and parents online. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. We have a vote on, as Senator Cotton, have you voted on and Senator Hawley, you haven't voted yet. You're next. And I don't know how long the vote will be open, but I'll turn over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zuckerberg, let me start with you. Did I hear you say in your opening statement that there's no link between mental health and social media use?
Senator, what I said is I think it's important to look at the science. I know it's people widely talk about this as if that is something that's already been proven, and I think that the bulk of the scientific evidence does not support that.
Well, really, let me just remind you of some of the science from your own company. Instagram studied the effect of your platform on teenagers. Let me just read you some quotes from the Wall Street Journal's report on this. Company researchers found that Instagram is harmful for a sizable percentage of teenagers, most notably teenage girls. Here's a quote from your own study. Quote, "We make body image issues worse for 1 in 3 teen girls." Here's another quote. Teens blamed Instagram, this is your study, for increases in the rate of anxiety and depression. This reaction was unprompted and consistent across all groups. That's your study.
Senator, we try to understand the feedback and how people feel about the services. We can improve
Wait a minute, your own study says that you make life worse for 1 in 3 teenage girls. You increase
Senator, that's not
anxiety
what it
and
says.
depression. That's what it says, and you're here testifying to us in public that there's no link. You've been doing this for years. For years, you've been coming in public and testifying under oath that there's absolutely no link. Your product is wonderful. The science is nascent, full speed ahead, while internally you know full well your product is a disaster for teenagers.
Senator,
and yet
that's
you
not
keep
true.
right on doing what you're doing. Right?
That's not true. That's not true.
Let me show you some other facts I know that you're familiar with.
Wait
a minute. That's not a question. That's not a question. Those are facts, Mr. Zuckerberg. That's not a question.
Those aren't facts.
Here, let me show you some more facts. Here's some information from a whistleblower who came before the Senate, testified under oath in public. He worked for you. It's a senior executive. Here's what he showed he found when he studied your products. So, for example, this is girls between the ages of 13 and 15 years old. 37% of them reported that they had been exposed to nudity on the platform unwanted in the last 7 days. 24% said that they had experienced unwanted sexual advances they'd been propositioned in the last 7 days. 17% said they had encountered self-harm content pushed at them in the last 7 days. Now, I know you're familiar with these stats because he sent you an email where he lined it all out. I mean, we've got a copy of it right here. My question is, who did you fire for this? Who got fired because of that?
Senator, we study all of this because it's important and we want to improve our services.
Well, you just told me
And
a second ago you studied it, but that there was no linkage. Who did you fire?
I said you mischaracterized.
37% of teenage girls between 13 and 15 were exposed to unwanted nudity in a week on Instagram. You knew about it. Who did you fire?
Senator, this is why we're building all
Who
these
did you
different
fire?
tools. Senator, I don't think that's.
Who did you fire?
I'm not going to answer that.
Because you didn't fire anybody, right? You didn't take any significant
I don't think
action.
it's appropriate to talk about like
It's not
individual
appropriate.
HR decisions.
Do you know who's sitting behind you? You've got families from across the nation whose children are either severely harmed or gone, and you don't think it's appropriate to talk about steps that you took? The fact that you didn't fire a single person? Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Have you compensated any of the victims?
Sorry?
Have you compensated any of the victims? These girls, have you compensated them?
I don't believe so.
Why not? Don't you think they deserve some compensation for what your platform has done? Help with counseling services? Help with dealing with the issues that your services caused?
Our job is to make sure that we build tools to help keep people safe.
Are you
across
going
our
to
platform.
compensate them?
Senator, our job and what we take seriously is making sure that we build industry-leading tools to find harmful content,
make money.
take it off the services,
To make money.
and to build tools that empower parents.
So you
that
didn't
help
take
work with
any
people.
action. You didn't
That's
take
not
any
true,
action.
Senator.
You didn't fire anybody. You haven't
That's not true.
compensated a
That's
single
not-
victim.
that's
Let
not
me
what I
ask you
said.
this. Let me ask you this. There's families of victims here today. Have you apologized to the victims? Would you like to do so now?
Well,
they're here. You're on national television. Would you like now to apologize to the victims who have been harmed by your product? Show them the pictures. Would you like to apologize for what you've done to these good people?
I'm sorry for everything that you have all gone through. It's terrible. No one should have to go through the things that your families have suffered. And this is why we invest so much and are going to continue doing industry-leading efforts to make sure that no one has to go through the types of things that your families have had to suffer.
You know, why, Mr. Zuckerberg, why should your company not be sued for this? Why is it that you can claim, you hide behind a liability shield, you can't be held accountable? Shouldn't you be held accountable personally? Will you take personal responsibility?
Senator, I think I've already answered this. I mean, these
Well,
are
try
serious
this again.
issues.
Will you take personal responsibility?
Senator, I view my job and the job of our company as building the best tools that we can to keep our community safe.
Well, you're failing at
and
that.
Well, Senator, we're doing an industry-leading effort. We build AI tools
nonsense. Your product is killing people. Will you personally commit to compensating the victims? You're a billionaire. Will you commit to compensating the victims? Will you set up a compensation fund with your
I
money?
think these are
With your money.
complicated- Senator, these are complicated
Yes, no,
issues.
that's not a complicated question, though. That's a
Senator,
yes or no.
this is-
Will you set up a victims' compensation fund with your money, the money you made on these families sitting behind you? Yes or no?
Senator, I don't think that's my job is to
Sounds
make sure
like
that
a
we
no.
build good tools. My
Sounds
job
like a
is
no.
to make sure that
Your job is to be responsible for what your company has done. You've made billions of dollars on the people sitting behind them. Are you here? You've done nothing to help them. You've done nothing to compensate them. You've done nothing to put it right. You could do so here today, and you should. You should, Mr. Zuckerberg. Before my time expires, Mr. Chu, let me just ask you, your platform, why should your platform not be banned in the United States of America? You are owned by a Chinese communist company or a company based in China. The editor-in-chief of your parent company is a Communist Party secretary. Your company has been surveilling Americans for years. According to leaked audio from more than 80 internal TikTok meetings, China-based employees of your company have repeatedly accessed non-public data of United States citizens. Your company has tracked journalists improperly gaining access to their IP addresses, user data, in an attempt to identify whether they're writing negative stories about you. Why should, your platform is basically an espionage arm for the Chinese Communist Party. Why should you not be banned in the United States of America?
Senator, I disagree with your characterization. Many of what you have said, we have explained in a lot of detail. TikTok is used by 170 million Americans.
I know, and every single one of those Americans are in danger from the fact that you track their keystrokes, you track their app usage, you track their location data, and we know that all of that information can be accessed by Chinese employees who are subject to the dictates of the Chinese Communist Party. Why should you not be banned in this country?
Senator, that is not accurate. A lot of what you describe we collect, we don't.
It is 100% accurate. Do you deny that repeatedly Americans' data has been accessed by ByteDance employees in China?
We built a project that cost us billions of dollars to stop that, and we have made a lot of progress.
And it hasn't been stopped. According to the Wall Street Journal report from just yesterday, even now, ByteDance workers, without going through official channels, have access to the private information of American citizens. I'm quoting from the article, private information of American citizens, including their birth date, their IP address, and more. That's now.
Senator, as we know, the media doesn't always get it right. What we have.
But the Chinese Communist Party does?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we've spent billions of dollars to build this project. It's rigorous, it's robust, it's unprecedented, and I'm proud of the work that the 2,000 employees are doing to protect the data.
But it's not protected. That's the problem, Mr. Chu. It's not protected at all. It's subject to Communist Chinese Party inspection and review. Your app, unlike anybody else sitting here, and heaven knows I've got problems with everybody here, but your app, unlike any of those, is subject to the control and inspection of a foreign hostile government that has actively trying to track the information of whereabouts of every American that they get their hands on. Your app ought to be banned in the United States of America for the security of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've heard, children face all sorts of dangers when they use social media, from mental health harms to sexual exploitation, even trafficking. Sex trafficking is a serious problem in my home state of Hawaii, especially for Native Hawaiian victims. That social media platforms are being used to facilitate this trafficking, as well as the creation and distribution of C-scam is deeply concerning, but it's happening. For example, several years ago, a military police officer stationed in Hawaii was sentenced to 15 years in prison for producing C-scam as part of his online exploitation of a minor female. He began communicating with this 12-year-old girl through Instagram. He then used Snapchat to send her sexually explicit photos and to solicit such photos from her. He later used these photos to blackmail her. And just last month, the FBI arrested a neo-Nazi cult leader in Hawaii who lured victims to his Discord server. He used that server to share images of extremely disturbing child sexual abuse material interspersed with neo-Nazi imagery. Members of his child exploitation and hate group are also present on Instagram, Snapchat, X, and TikTok, all of which they use to recruit potential members and victims. In many cases, including the ones I just mentioned, your companies played a role in helping law enforcement investigate these offenders. But by the time of the investigation, so much damage had already been done. This hearing is about how to keep children safe online, and we've listened to all of your testimony, to seemingly impressive safeguards for young users. You try to limit the time that they spend. You require parental consent. You have all of these tools, yet trafficking and exploitation of minors online and on your platforms continues to be rampant. Nearly all of your companies make your money through advertising, specifically by selling the attention of your users. Your product is your users. As a Meta product designer wrote in an email, quote, "Young ones are the best ones. You want to bring people to your service young and early," end quote. In other words, hook them early. Research published last month by Harvard School of Public Health estimates that Snap makes an astounding 41% of its revenues by addressing to users under 18. With TikTok, it's 35%. 7 of the 10 largest Discord servers, attracting many paying users, are for games used primarily by teens, by children. All this is to say that social media companies, yours and others, make money by attracting kids to your platforms. But ensuring safety doesn't make money, it costs money. If you are going to continue to attract kids to your platforms, you have an obligation to ensure they are safe on the platforms, because the current situation is untenable. That is why we're having this hearing. But to ensure safety for our children, that costs money. Your companies cannot continue to profit off young users, only to look the other way when those users, our children, are harmed online. We've had a lot of comments about Section 230 protections. And I think we are definitely heading in that direction. And some of the 5 bills that we have already passed out of this committee talks about limiting the liability protections for you. Last November, this is for Mr. Zuckerberg. Last November, the Privacy Technology Subcommittee heard testimony from Arturo Bejar in response to one of my questions about how to ensure that social media companies focus more on child safety. He said, and I am paraphrasing a little bit, Mr. Bejar said, what will change their behavior is at the moment that Mark Zuckerberg declares earnings, and these earnings have to be declared to the SEC. So he has to say, last quarter we made $34 billion, and the next thing he has to say is how many teens experienced unwanted sexual advances on its platform. Mr. Zuckerberg, will you commit to reporting measurable child safety data on your quarterly earnings reports and calls?
Senator, it's a good question. We actually already have a quarterly report that we issue and do a call to answer questions for how we're enforcing our community standards. That includes not just the child safety issues and metrics.
So is that a yes?
We have a separate call that we do this on, but we've led the
I think
industry.
that you have to report your earnings to the SEC. Will you report to them this kind of data, and by numbers, by the way, because Senator Coons said, and others have said, percentages don't really tell the full story. Will you report to the SEC the number of teens, and sometimes you don't even know whether they're teens or not because they just claim to be adults. Will you report the number of underage children on your platforms who experience unwanted CSAM and other kinds of messaging that harm them? Will you commit to citing those numbers to the SEC when you make your quarterly report?
Well, Senator, I'm not sure it would make as much sense to include it in the SEC filing, but we file it publicly so that way everyone can see this. And I'd be happy to follow up and talk about what specific metrics. I think the specific things that some of the ones that you just mentioned around underage people on our services, we don't allow people under the age of 13 on our service. So if we find anyone who's under the age of 13, we remove them from our service. Now, I'm not saying that people don't lie and that there aren't anyone who's under the age of 13 who's using it, but we're not going to be able to count how many people there are, because fundamentally, if we identify that someone is underage, we remove them from the service.
I think that's really important that we get actual numbers, because these are real human beings. That's why all these parents and others are here, because each time that a young person is exposed to this kind of unwanted material and they get hooked, it is a danger to that individual. So I'm hoping that you are saying that you do report this kind of information to, if not the SEC, that it is made public. I think I'm hearing that, yes, you do. So.
Yes, Senator, I think we report more publicly on our enforcement than any other company in the industry. And we're very supportive of transparency measures.
I am running out of time, Mr. Zuckerberg, but so I will follow up with what exactly it is that you do report. Again, for you, when Meta automatically places young people's accounts, and you testified to this, on the most restrictive privacy and content sensitivity sessions, and yet teens are able to opt out of these safeguards. Isn't that right? It's not mandatory that they remain on these settings. They can opt out.
Senator, yes, we default teens into a private account so that way they have a private and restricted experience, but some teens want to be creators and want to have content that they share more broadly, and I don't think that that's something that should just blanketly be banned.
Why not? I think it should be mandatory that they remain on the more restrictive settings.
Senator, I think that there's I mean, a lot of teens create amazing things, and I think with the right supervision and parenting and controls, I think that that's like, I don't think that that's the type of thing that you want to just not allow anyone to be able to do. I think you want to make it so that
my time is up, but I have to say that there is an argument that you all make for every single thing that we are proposing, and I share the concern that I have about the blanket limitation on liabilities that we provide all of you, and I think that that has to change, and that is on us, on Congress, to make that change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rono. Senator Cott.
Mr. Chu, let's cut straight to the chase. Is TikTok under the influence of the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator, we are a private business.
Okay, so you can see that your parent, ByteDance, is subject to the 2017 National Security Law, which requires Chinese companies to turn over information to the Chinese government and conceal it from the rest of the world. You concede that, correct?
Senator, the Chinese
Yes or no
business.
question, you conceded it early.
Any company that does, any global businesses that does business in China has to follow their local
Okay.
laws.
Isn't it the case that ByteDance also has an internal Chinese Communist Party committee?
Like I said, all businesses that operate in China have to follow their local law.
So your parent company is subject to the national security law that requires it to answer to the party. It has its own internal Chinese Communist Party committee. You answer to that parent company, but you expect us to believe that you're not under the influence of the Chinese Communist Party?
I understand this concern, Senator, which is why we built
Okay,
Project Texas.
it was a yes or no question. Okay. Well, you used to work for ByteDance, didn't you? You were the CFO for ByteDance?
That is correct, Senator.
In April 2021, while you were the CFO, the Chinese Communist Party's China Internet Investment Fund purchased a 1% stake in ByteDance's main Chinese subsidiary, the ByteDance Technology Company. In return for that so-called 1% golden share, the party took one of 3 board seats at that subsidiary company. That's correct, isn't it?
It's for the Chinese business.
Is that correct?
It's for the Chinese business, yes.
That deal was finalized on April 30th, 2021. Isn't it true that you were appointed the CEO of TikTok the very next day on May 1, 2021?
Well, it's a coincidence.
It's a coincidence that you were the CFO,
Senator,
that the Chinese Communist Party took its golden share in its board seat, and the very next day you were appointed the CEO of TikTok? That's a hell of a coincidence.
It really is, Senator.
Yeah, it is. Okay. And before ByteDance, you were at a Chinese company called Xiaomi, is that correct?
Yes, I used to work around the world.
Where did you live when you worked at Xiaomi?
I lived in China, like many expats.
Where exactly?
In Beijing, in China.
How many years did you live in Beijing?
Senator, I worked there for about 5 years.
So you lived there for 5 years?
Yes.
Isn't it the case that Xiaomi was sanctioned by the United States government in 2021 for being a communist Chinese military company?
I'm here to talk about TikTok. I think they then had a lawsuit and it was overturned. I can't remember the details.
No,
it's another company.
The Biden administration that reversed those sanctions, just like, by the way, they reversed the terrorist designation on the Houthis in Yemen. How's that working out for them? But it was sanctioned as a Chinese communist military company. So you said today, as you often say, that you live in Singapore. Of what nation are you a citizen?
Singapore.
Are you a citizen of any other nation?
No, Senator.
Have you ever applied for Chinese citizenship?
Senator, I served my nation in Singapore. No, I did not.
Do you have a Singaporean passport?
Yes, and I served my military for two and a half years in Singapore.
Do you have any other passports from any other nations?
No, Senator.
Your wife is an American citizen. Your children are American citizens.
That's correct.
Have you ever applied for American citizenship?
No, not yet.
Okay. Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. Again, I'm Singaporean.
Let me ask you some hopefully simple questions. You said earlier, in response to a question, that what happened at Tiananmen Square in June of 1989 was a massive protest. Did anything else happen in Tiananmen Square?
Yes, I think it's well documented. There was a massacre.
There was an indiscriminate slaughter of hundreds or thousands of Chinese citizens. Do you agree with the Trump administration and the Biden administration that the Chinese government is committing genocide against the Uyghur people?
Senator, I've said this before. I think it's really important that anyone who cares about this topic or any topic can freely express themselves on TikTok.
It's a very simple question that unites both parties in our country and governments around the world. Is the Chinese government committing genocide against the Uyghur people?
Senator, anyone, including, you can come into TikTok and talk about this topic
I'm asking you,
or any topic that matters to you.
You are a worldly, cosmopolitan, well-educated man who's expressed many opinions on many topics. Is the Chinese government committing genocide against the Uyghur people?
Actually, Senator, I talk mainly about my company, and I'm here to talk about what TikTok does.
Yes or no? You're here to give testimony that's truthful and honest and complete. Let me ask you this. Joe Biden last year said,
world leaders.
Why won't you answer these very simple questions?
Senator, it's not appropriate for me as a businessman to comment on world leaders.
Are you scared that you'll lose your job if you say anything negative about the Chinese Communist Party?
I disagree that. You will find content that is critical of China on our platform.
The next time you go on, are you scared that you'll be arrested and disappear the next time you go to mainland China?
Senator, you will find content that's critical of China and any other country freely on TikTok.
Okay. Let's turn to what TikTok, a tool of the Chinese Communist Party, is doing to America's youth. Does the name Mason Edens ring a bell?
Senator, you may have to give me more specifics if you don't mind.
Yeah, he was a 16-year-old Arkansan. After a breakup in 2022, he went on your platform and searched for things like inspirational quotes and positive affirmations. Instead, he was served up numerous videos glamorizing suicide until he killed himself by gun. What about the name Chase Nazca? Does that ring a bell?
Would you mind giving me more details, please?
He was a 16-year-old who saw more than 1,000 videos on your platform about violence and suicide until he took his own life by stepping in front of a train. Are you aware that his parents, Dean and Michelle, are suing TikTok and ByteDance for pushing their son to take his own life?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. Finally, Mr. Chu, has the Federal Trade Commission sued TikTok during the Biden administration?
Senator, I cannot talk about whether there's any ongoing...
Are you currently being sued by the Federal Trade Commission?
Senator, I cannot talk about any potential lawsuits.
I didn't say
whether they
potential,
happen or not.
actual. Are you being sued by the Federal Trade Commission?
Senator, I think I've given you my answer. I cannot talk about
The answer is no. Ms. Yaccarino's company is being sued, I believe. Mr. Zuckerberg's company is being sued, I believe. Yet TikTok, the agent of the Chinese Communist Party, is not being sued by the Biden administration. Are you familiar with the name Christina Kafara?
You may have to give me more details.
Christina
Senator.
Kafara was a paid advisor to ByteDance, your communist-influenced parent company. She was then hired by the Biden FTC to advise on how to sue Mr. Zuckerberg's company.
Senator, ByteDance is a global company and not a Chinese Communist company. It's owned by global investors.
Public reports indicate that your lobbyist visited the White House more than 40 times in 2022. How many times did your company's lobbyist visit the White House last year?
I don't know that, Senator.
Are you aware that the Biden campaign and the Democratic National Committee is on your platform? They have TikTok accounts?
Senator, we encourage people to come on
Which,
to
by
create
the way,
organic, authentic content.
they won't let their staffers use their personal phones. They give them separate phones that they only use TikTok on.
We encourage everyone to join, including yourself, Senator.
So all these companies are being sued by the FTC. You're not. The FTC has a former paid advisor, your parent, talking about how they can sue Mr. Zuckerberg's company. Joe Biden's reelection campaign, the Democratic National Committee, is on your platform. Let me ask you, have you or anyone else at TikTok communicated with or coordinated with the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, or the Democratic National Committee to influence the flow of information on your platform?
We work with any creators who want to use our campaign. It's all the same process that we have.
So what we have here, we have a company that's a tool of the Chinese Communist Party that is poisoning the minds of America's children, in some cases driving them to suicide, and that at best the Biden administration is taking a pass on, at worst maybe in collaboration with. Thank you, Mr. Chu.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. So we're going to take a break now. We're on the second roll call. Members can take advantage of it if they wish. The break will last about 10 minutes. Please do your best to return.
Grilla. We are on storm watch this morning.
All right, let's take a look now at downtown Sacramento. Everything seems to be nice right now, and that's what Rob's been talking about for the last few days as you look at top.
It approaches
record highs. This is a very avoiding this. We are.
That's up to here, tie it, and you put this along your doorway and you just pat it down. And this prevents all the water from seeping underneath your door into your home, prevents their state operations center today, and they're going to be monitoring property as well. It really is a team effort and neighborhoods to make sure.
Partners before it's here.
Last year during, and he says hopefully in the spring. So we did talk with insurance expert.
Single damage.
Strong wind, so do not underestimate Mother Nature. It does come and make you a victim of it. You're prepared and protecting your property.
Thank you so much.
To the leadership and the sailors of these deployed units, and this is the top quality of life concern affecting nearly 800 sailors per aircraft carrier. Additionally, access to timely and quality health care is another pillar we need to fortify. In March of 2023, I testified that this was a top concern, and I continue to hear about it today. What I've assessed from the
of our force. And what we're really finding out, back to a wicked problem, this one is if you've seen one installation trying to address this problem, you've seen one installation. Though we are absolutely cross-leveling everything we find that works. For example, I was just down at Fort Bliss, and we don't often get great news in this space because it's usually high wait times and
the knowledge and education, not only at the state level in the community, but also across the services. My wife, Kathy, has the opportunity to travel with me, and she loves to engage with spouses in their
figures.
What's going on, Foodie Ohana, and welcome back to the channel. On today's episode, we'll be showcasing some unique foods here in Hawaii.
A twist on some traditional local food.
So stay tuned to see what we're showing.
Here in Hawaii, the unique food item you must try is a acai waffle. Here in Hawaii, we are known for the Brazilian acai. Still can't say it correctly, but it is a very refreshing smoothie bowl pretty much. And this spot called Waffle and Berry, they have their own acai waffle. They make their own acai base in-house and they top it on waffles. It's very customizable. They have a bunch of super aesthetic and super delicious toppings as well. Definitely gotta check them out. And as always, we leave the links to the full video and the location down in the description. I love anything acai, so I gotta get into this. Oh my goodness, all of this amazing fruit as well. The waffle is so light and fluffy. The mix of the acai with the ice cream goes so well together.
If you guys have been watching for a while, you know me. I'm not a very big healthy eater. I can get used to this.
And the next unique food you need to try when you're here in Hawaii is poi malasada or poi donut. Here in Hawaii, we use poi for a lot of different things. It's pretty much like the native Hawaiians' form of starch made out of taro. And the best way to try it is by trying poi malasadas or poi donuts. You guys are used to the original malasada or donut, but here we have it with a twist. Made out of poi. Some of the best places we recommend is Kamehameha Bakery for their poi malasada or the Liha Bakery for their poi mochi donuts.
Look at these bad boys. A little different from your traditional malasadas. Instead of like coating it with sugar on top after, it's more like a glaze. Do yourself a favor, go down there now. Well, Kamehameha Bakery. Can't go wrong with these guys, trust me. It's a guilty pleasure in a bite. This is their poi mochi donut.
Look how light and hollow and mochi-like it looks like.
It's really puffy. Simple sugar glaze, taro flavor.
If you like donuts and you like mochi and you like poi, put all those together and you get that. So you'll definitely enjoy it.
Another unique item to try when visiting Hawaii is the deep fried mana puu. Guys, don't knock it until you tried it. If you've tried the steamed bao version, definitely try the deep fried one. Our favorite place to get that is at Honolulu Kitchen. We did do a video on them, so please check it out. Not only do they steam their mana puus, they deep fry them. They have a huge variety of flavors. Trust me, don't knock it till you try it, Foodie Ohana, you already know by now. My favorite, my personal favorite, if you guys ever come here, the crab flavor. Oh man, this is like a guilty pleasure. Cut, done, oh man. Get the crab. And they have a Kalbi one. Come on guys, if we're featuring local mana puu, we had to get a local favorite. Kalbi.
And this is my favorite flavor, you guys. It is custard flavor. This is my favorite one. And another unique thing to try here in Hawaii is a twist on a local moko. For you vegans, we got a treat for you. Here in Hawaii, there is a spot called Badass Burgers that has vegan local mokos. And we were actually able to trick Felix's sister. She didn't know it was vegan, and it was delicious. Highly recommend, even if you're not vegan.
This is gonna be right up Amanda's alley, because you know she's a local moko gal. I could probably mop 2 of these and still run laps around this park. Doesn't sacrifice in flavor.
I actually really like that dish.
Really?
More than the truffle burger? Wow.
I would never, you'd never hear me say something like that.
And she doesn't even like hamburger steak, local moko guys.
I don't.
None of these dishes were real meat.
What?
It's vegan, everything.
That's great. Oh my God, I didn't know. Oh my God, okay.
So how blown is your mind right now?
It's blown. Being vegan, this was amazing. I didn't know. I was just eating it like, oh yeah, this is good. Get the hamburger steak, okay? I hate hamburger steak. I hate it. That's what I'm recommending. I'm like, get the freaking hamburger steak if you're like the kind where you're like, oh, I'm not sure, because you're not gonna know. Oh my God. My mind, I cannot, I'm overwhelmed right now.
Another unique thing you need to try when visiting Hawaii is the longanisa smash burger. If you don't know what a longanisa is, it's a Filipino sweet sausage, one of my personal favorites, and a smash burger combined into one. Amazing. You can get that at Todak Filipino Grinds. We did feature them in a video. Check that video out here. If you haven't already, check out their Instagram for where they'll be next.
Ooh.
Oh my God. Oh man. The egg gives it that breakfast vibes.
But it looks like they're using just the right amount of meat and fat ratio.
Nicely smashed. You guys look at the edges, properly caramelized. Maillard reaction, of course. My favorite breakfast sandwich thus far this year. Oh, wow.
Another unique food on the list today is the deep fried spam katsu musubi at Nanai Katsu. It is a great way to try the traditional spam musubi, but with a twist. They deep fry the spam in a katsu batter. It is so delicious. It is a great way to try a different take on something very traditional and very synonymous here in Hawaii. And this place is also known because they have premium spam katsu musubis. And if you guys know us, you know we love our spam musubis. That's some crunchy spam katsu right there. They have a very good ratio of spam to rice ratio, and the nori is actually still kind of crisp.
Guys, another unique item you must try when visiting Hawaii is the poke nachos. It's a different take on the traditional poke. By turning it into nachos, you're putting the beloved diced fresh fish on top of a bed of wonton chips. Oh my goodness, one of our favorites. We got it at many different places, but one of our favorites is poke on the run. So check out that video if you're interested in some poke nachos.
Two sides. One of them is kamikaze, one is the spicy ahi side.
And they don't use regular potato chips. These are wonton chips.
Crunchy, spicy, fresh fish flavor from onions in there. Finish it off with that sweet unagi sauce. But man, the flavors in this bite here.
The size we got was the full size.
Just do yourselves a favor, get this.
And another unique food you have to try here in Hawaii is a ube churro. A lot of you guys know what a churro is, but at a place here called Minasa, they do it so different. They have a ube churro cheesecake drizzle with a ube churro with a ube sugar. You guys definitely have to try it at Minasa in Waipahu. Look. It is ube churros, you guys. What can be better than ube and churros? Oh my. Guys, look at that. It is so hot. It is so soft on the outside, so crunchy on the outside. Ube cheesecake. This is like my perfect dessert. No. No, this is fine. And another unique dish you must try when you're here in Waikiki is at the Royal Hawaiian Shopping Center called Kokoro Cafe, and they are known for having the only shaka waffle soft serve, and it's in a shaka shaped waffle cone. You can choose your filling, you can choose your soft serve, the toppings, super Instagrammable, super duper cute, and it's here in Waikiki. Nice and refreshing, nice and tropical.
From the texture of a waffle, but very chew on the inside.
And the next unique spot that you need to check out when in Hawaii is Ululani for shave ice. Right here. And here at Ululani, it's all shave ice is not created equal, because it is not. Ululani has some of the best shave ice, and the reason why it's a unique shave ice is because the syrups are local, handmade. The ice cream is from Rosalani in Maui. The mochi is also a specialty mochi from Maui, so you're getting a lot of the local ingredients. They're right, their shave ice is not created equal.
The consistency of the ice is amazing.
Ooh.
Probably one of the softest actually I've had. It almost just blends in like a slushy, like powdered snow. I don't feel any ice shards or ice rock pieces. The fruit flavors are divine.
Cheers.
Oh, get the mochi for sure. All right, Foodie Ohana, that's gonna wrap it up for today's episode on the 10 unique food items you need to try here in Hawaii.
And guys, all the businesses and things that we featured today are locally owned and operated businesses, so make sure you support local. And as always, we'll leave the full links to the full videos and the links to the establishments down in the description. If you guys like this video, please give it a big thumbs up. And if you have not already, come and join our Foodie Ohana by clicking that subscribe button down below. It's free, it supports us, and we'll love you forever. See you guys on the next video.
Foodie Ohana, until the next one, try these unique items. Let us know what you think. Explore your inner foodie. Peace out.
Bye, guys. You guys are used to the original, the normal mollusk, and it's in a waffle-shaped cone. What?
You can get that at one of our. You can get that at
Hawaii. Wait, what are you doing? I thought I'm walking backwards.
No, you're walking towards me.
Oh, then let's go more. No.
Oh, on the.
They have the acai, they make their acai concoction smoothie, acai. Oh, and the spot that, and again, we leave the links to the if you guys want to check them out.
The beloved fresh, the beloved.
Starting off again? I'll start from the beginning.
No, okay.
And another unique.
Wait. I liked how I did it earlier. Okay.
They use
Unique items here in Hawaii.
I said it again. Is that weird? Let me try it again. Don't, just keep rolling.
Yeah.
And the next spot, and the unique Maui specialty mochi, what?
Today, we'll be checking out one of my favorite pho spots. I'll show you how to order and eat pho like a pro. Don't want to miss this one.
I can honestly say that. Like, I go here. Very meaty day. Very meaty day. Stick around. There's so much things to choose from, guys. It looked amazing.
What's going on, foodies? Welcome back to the channel. And today, we got a very special, highly anticipated episode for you guys. So today, we'll be checking out one of my favorite pho spots. And I know a lot of you guys been asking for that special pho episode where I'll show you how to order and eat pho like a pro. So stay tuned and stick around. Don't want to miss this one.
And if you guys are new here, I'm Amanda, this is Felix. We're a locally born and raised couple here on Oahu, and we take you guys on all of our foodie adventures. If this is your first time watching, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We take you guys along twice a week. Mondays and Fridays we upload, and yeah.
The Vaughn should be tagging along with us today.
And as you guys know, we've been to Vietnam before many times, so you guys know we're gonna take you to an awesome spot. Give this video a big thumbs up and let's get into the video. Let's go.
Because we're starving.
Let's go. Want to tell the people where we're going?
So we're heading to one of my go-to places to eat pho here in Chinatown. Well, more like on the outskirts of Chinatown. It's located conveniently in Cultural Plaza, so plenty of parking for you guys.
Validated parking.
Validated parking. And yeah, it's located off of Mauna Kea Street, so pretty close. I mean, you guys can't miss it.
It's in this like empty area part of this little shopping area. There used to be more stores, but
it was more like a grocery store on the side. This was always here. That's good. But on the right here, it used to be all like thrift shops and, you know, selling like kung fu movies and stuff. But yeah, it looks like they still have a crowd going. I was hoping it wasn't dead. That'd be pretty sad.
Try wait. Let's go. You gotta sign in. What are your guys' go-to fuzz? I like to get the combination. The only thing that I don't really eat is tripe, but I really like tendon. What about you?
Oh, it's gonna be a lot of pro tips in this episode, so you guys better be ready. Get your pen and paper, take some notes if you want an awesome time eating pho. If it's your first time or if you're not sure, just get pho dakbaek. This means combination pho. It has all the meats in there, all the different types of cuts, so that next time when you order, you kind of know which ones you want to order from now on. Like, oh, I'm gonna say, oh, I'm not really a big fan of tripe. She's not gonna get the one with the tripe. They have a lot of combinations, or you can even customize it. You can even just tell them, like, oh, I want pho, but just this and that, you know, like maybe just the meatballs and the brisket. They can make it for you. So get the dakbaek if it's your first time. Tip number 1.
And in the description, it says that they simmer for more than 12 hours. A soup base of brisket, flank steaks, oxtails, and bones, and herbs. herbs. I mean, that's pretty standard for a pho, but I like that they kind of spelled it out here. And this menu is very extensive. They have more things than just pho, but I mean, everyone comes here for the pho. Yeah, they even have like chicken pho if you don't like beef. And like I said, they have a lot of different kind of dishes. And even in the menu, they have some areas where it's just pictures. So if you don't really know what you like, then you can definitely... Oh, why am I all blurry? Oh, there.
There you go.
Oh, there. I want to get, I guess just get me the combo. I'll just get a medium. Oh, and they do have medium, large, and extra large. Oh, and they even have tofu and vegetable pho.
What are you getting, Yvonne? What are you thinking? Oh, just the meatball?
Yvonne's going to get the pho boying, which is meatballs.
Would you say that's like, if you're really not sure what to get, that'd be fine? Yeah, sure. We'll get 2 phở đặc biệt nữa, 2 tô, 1 tô medium, 1 tô lớn large. Thích ngoài. Mà có nước béo không nhỉ? Một chén nước béo với 3 ly cà phê soda. What do you want? What size? Medium. Right. You guys want chai? No, một chai on. Yeah. Come on, thank you. 3 ly cà phê. Water too. Thank you. So I just ordered our food. Like you saw, they're very nice. They're very English friendly here, so don't be intimidated coming here. I know some of you guys have anxiety because I know some of my friends that don't speak Vietnamese, they don't go and eat Vietnamese food unless I'm there. I'm like, oh, it's okay. Just point out a number, you know? Just say, oh, give me a number 2 or something. It's like Vietnamese fast food. See the combo you like? Point at the number. But yeah, that's why I like this place because it's very like relaxing atmosphere. It's not like, you know, like, what do you like order? Like, you know.
Yeah, this place they're very nice here. So I've been actually coming here since like in high school times. So over 10 years ago, guys, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, a lot of hangover cures. So guys, if my voice is a little too loud, still getting used to these wireless mics you guys got for us. Thank you all again so much for that, by the way. Since I did order in Vietnamese, so I ordered 2 combinations, one for me, one for Amanda. Mine is a large, Amanda's a medium. I ordered my meat on the side, and then Yvonne got her pho with just the meatballs. That's her favorite. And we ordered 3 Vietnamese iced coffees, because you know, you gotta get that. Every legit Vietnamese place has Vietnamese iced coffee, and you gotta try it. Trust us. Oh, and of course spring rolls, because who doesn't like spring rolls? You can tell a Vietnamese pho place is good when they have good satay. And if you don't know what satay is, that's the chili oil. This baby, not to be confused with sriracha, is this baby. If you guys don't know by now, satay is the crushed chili, garlic chili oil. This stuff is bomb. In some places they just, you know, use the cheap store-bought ones, but the real legit places are homemade, and this is one of the reasons why I like coming here. You know, your pho here is very customizable. So I recommend putting this over sriracha in your pho. I mean, unless you like sriracha, ain't nothing wrong with that. But in Vietnam, it's mostly this, crushed chili oil. That's what they put inside to give it, you know, a nice kick, nice spice. It's been a while, guys. I apologize. It's been a while since we've eaten Vietnamese food. Usually it's only when it's like family occasion, or usually just eat at home. Oh, but guys, the spring rolls came out and it looks so good.
They kind of look like the ones Mom makes.
Yeah. I guess I grew up like eating those, like the longer and skinny ones, versus like the thick, really girthy ones. I feel like it's like too much in your mouth for a bite.
And guys, Felix's mom makes the best spring rolls, so it's gonna be a real test right here.
Yeah, that's why I hardly order spring rolls, only when Yvonne's out, because she loves those. My mom makes it at home all the time, and hers is like bar none. I've been pushing her for years to open up her own little spring roll food truck, you know? Have you guys come out and try it, but she's too humble. She'll make it for free. Seriously, you just ask her, she'll make it. Don't look at my address.
Oh, and guys, we didn't mention, but for every pho comes this veggie platter. We got some lemons, bean sprouts. What are those called? Tooth saw herbs?
Saw herb, oh man. A lot of people don't like it because it's like kind of weird. It leaves like it's a very earthy flavor, and it has that like kind of rough texture, but I like that because the saw herb gives it like a nice crunch to the pho.
And basils.
Jalapenos, can't forget the jalapenos. So I know some people that I've eaten pho with the jalapenos, what they do is they put the jalapenos on the side and then they douse it with fish sauce. And they use it as like a topping. Like as they're eating pho, they'll take a jalapeno that's saturated in that fish sauce. I don't do that, but it's I've seen people do that. Well, I've seen some people just throw it in too. All right, thank you. So I guess with COVID now, they make the iced coffee for you in a to-go cup, which is cool. You know, you can, if you don't finish it, you can take it to go. Because I know Amanda and Yvonne never finishes it on the spot. It's like really strong. If you guys haven't had Vietnamese iced coffee, it's thick, sweet, and strong. It's basically like a Starbucks double shot on steroids.
More like a quadruple shot.
On ice, but
How is it? Yeah, strong. Just like Vietnam.
oh yeah. Oh, now I feel awake. Now I feel that zing. We'll finally get the show started, guys. All right.
Oh my goodness, it's already here.
Oh man, that's quick, guys. Oh man, look at mine, guys. Look at that, man. Can you guys see us? Is it working? We're trying to see if this is working. Can you guys see us?
Your Team Safety Assist and the tools and how you're advertising it, but have you conducted any assessments of how these features are impacting minors' use of your platform?
Our intention is to give teams tools, capabilities that they can use to keep themselves safe, and also so our teams can help keep teens safe. We recently launched Teen Safety Assist last year, and I do not have a study off the top of my head, but we'd be happy to follow up with you on that.
Okay. My time is up. I'll have follow-up questions for each of you, either in the second round or through statements for the record on a similar assessment of the tools that you've proposed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Kennedy.
Thank you all for being here. Mr. Spiegel, I see you hiding down there. What does yada, yada, yada mean?
I'm not familiar with the term, Senator.
Very uncool. Can we agree that what you do, not what you say, what you do is what you believe and everything else is just cottage cheese?
Yes, Senator.
You agree with that? Speak up. Don't be shy. I've listened to you today. I've heard a lot of yada, yada, yadaing. And I've heard you talk about the reforms you've made, and I appreciate them. And I've heard you talk about the reforms you're going to make. But I don't think you're going to solve the problem. I think Congress is going to have to help you. I think the reforms you're talking about to some extent are going to be like putting paint on rotten wood. And I'm not sure you're going to support this legislation. I'm not. The fact is that you and some of your internet colleagues who are not here are no longer, you're not companies, you're countries. You're very, very powerful. And you and some of your colleagues who are not here have blocked everything we have tried to do in terms of reasonable regulation. Everything from privacy to child exploitation. And in fact, we have a new definition of recession. A recession is when, we know we're in a recession when Google has to lay off 25 members of Congress. That's what we're down to. We're also down to this fact that your platforms are hurting children. I'm not saying they're not doing some good things, but they're hurting children. And I know how to count votes, and if this bill comes to the floor of the United States Senate, it will pass. What we're going to have to do, and I say this with all the respect I can muster, is convince my good friend Senator Schumer to go to Amazon, buy a spine online, and bring this bill to the Senate floor. And the House will then pass it. Now that's one person's opinion. I may be wrong, but I doubt it. Mr. Zuckerberg, let me ask you a couple of questions. I might wax a little philosophical here. I have to hand it to you. You have convinced over 2 billion people to give up all of their personal information, every bit of it, in exchange for getting to see what their high school friends had for dinner Saturday night. That's pretty much your business model, isn't it?
It's not how I would characterize it. And we give people the ability to connect with the people they care about and to engage with the topics that they care about.
And you take this information, this abundance of personal information, and then you develop algorithms to punch people's hot buttons, and send and steer to them information that punches their hot buttons again and again and again to keep them coming back and to keep them staying longer. And as a result, your users see only one side of an issue. And so, to some extent, your platform has become a killing field for the truth, hasn't it?
I mean, Senator, I disagree with that characterization. We build ranking and recommendations because people have a lot of friends and a lot of interests, and they want to make sure that they see the content that's relevant to them. We're trying to make a product that's useful to people and make our services as helpful as possible for people to connect with the people they care about and the interests they care about.
But you don't
That's what we
show
do.
them both sides. You don't give them balanced information. You just keep punching their hot buttons, punching their hot buttons. You don't show them balanced information so people can discern the truth for themselves. And you rev them up so much that so often your platform and others becomes just cesspools of snark where nobody learns anything, don't they?
Well, Senator, I disagree with that. I think people can engage in the things that they're interested in and learn quite a bit about those. We have done a handful of different experiments and things in the past around news and trying to show content on a diverse set of perspectives. I think that there's more that needs to be explored there, but I don't think that we can solve that by ourselves. One of the things that I saw...
I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. President, but I'm going to run out of time. Do you think your users really understand what they're giving to you, all of their personal information, and how you process it and how you monetize it? Do you think people really understand?
Senator, I think people understand the basic terms. I mean, I think that there's... I actually think that a lot of people
overestimate
overestimate
another
how
way.
much
It's
information
been a
there is that
couple
we
years
have.
since we talked about this. Does your user agreement still suck?
I'm not sure how to answer that, Senator.
Can you still hide a dead body and all that legalese where nobody can find it?
Senator, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but I think people get the basic deal of using these services. It's a free service. You're using it to connect with the people you care about. If you share something with people, other people will be able to see your information. It's inherently, if you're putting something out there to be shared publicly or with a private set of people, you're inherently putting it out there. So I think people get that basic part of how the service
Mr.
works.
Zuckerberg, you're in the foothills of creepy. You track people who aren't even Facebook users. You track your own people, your own users who are your product, even when they're not on Facebook. I'm going to land this plane pretty quickly, Mr. Chairman. I mean, it's creepy. And I understand you make a lot of money doing it, but I just wonder if our technology is greater than our humanity. I mean, let me ask you this final question. Instagram is harmful to young people, isn't it?
Senator, I disagree with that. That's not what the research shows on balance. That doesn't mean that individual people don't have issues and that there aren't things that we need to do to help provide the right tools for people. But across all of the research that we've done internally, I mean, the survey that the senator previously cited, there are 12 or 15 different categories of harm that we asked teens if they felt that Instagram made it worse or better. And across all of them, except for the one that Senator Hawley cited, more people said that using Instagram made the different issues that they face,
Mr. Zuckerberg.
either positive or...
We just have to agree to disagree. If you believe that Instagram, I'm not saying it's intentional, but if you agree that Instagram, if you think that Instagram is not hurting millions of our young people, particularly young teens, particularly young women, you shouldn't be driving. It is. Thanks.
Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our panelists who've come to have an important conversation with us. Most importantly, I want to appreciate the families who have shown up to continue to be remarkable champions of your children and your loved ones, for being here, and in particular to California families that I was able to just talk to on the break, the families of Sammy Chapman from Los Angeles and Daniel Puerta from Santa Clarita. They are here today and are doing some incredible work to not just protect the memory and legacy of their boys, but the work that they're doing is going to protect my 9-year-old. And that is indeed why we're here. There are a couple questions that I want to ask some individuals. Let me start with a question for each of you. Mr. Citron, have you ever sat with a family and talked about their experience and what they need from your product? Yes or no?
Yes, I have spoken with parents about how we can build tools to help them.
Mr. Spiegel, have you sat with families and young people to talk about your products and what they need from your product?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Hsu?
Yes, I just did it 2 weeks ago, for example.
I don't want to know what you did for the hearing prep, Mr. Chu. I just wanted to know if
it's an
you
example.
did anything
Senator,
in
it's an
terms
example.
of designing the product that you are creating. Mr. Zuckerberg, have you sat with parents and young people to talk about how you design product for your consumers?
Yes, over the years, I've had a lot of conversations with parents.
You know, that's interesting, Mr. Zuckerberg, because we talked about this last night and you gave me a very different answer. I asked you this very question.
Well, I told you that I didn't know what specific processes our company had.
No, Mr.
for
Zuckerberg,
answering.
you said to me that you had not.
I must have misspoke.
I want to give you the room to misspeak, Mr. Zuckerberg, but I asked you this very question. I asked all of you this question, and you told me a very different answer when we spoke. But I won't belabor it. Can I, a number of you have talked about X, Ms. Giacarino, have you talked to parents directly, young people, about designing your product?
As a new leader of X, the answer is yes. I've spoken to them about the behavioral patterns because less than 1% of our users are in that age group, but yes, I have spoken to them.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Spiegel, there are a number of parents whose children have been able to access illegal drugs on your platform. What do you say to those parents?
Senator, we are devastated that we cannot
To the parents, what do you say to those parents, Mr. Spiegel?
I'm so sorry that we have not been able to prevent these tragedies. We work very hard to block all search terms related to drugs from our platform. We proactively look for and detect drug-related content. We remove it from our platform, preserve it as evidence, and then we refer it to law enforcement for action. We've worked together with nonprofits and with families on education campaigns because the scale of the fentanyl epidemic is extraordinary. Over 100,000 people lost their lives last year, and we believe people need to know that one pill can kill. That campaign reached was viewed more than 260 million times on Snapchat. We also
Mr. Spiegel, there are two fathers in this room who lost their sons. They're 16 years old. Their children were able to get those pills from Snapchat. I know that there are statistics and I know that there are good efforts. None of those efforts are keeping our kids from getting access to those drugs on your platform. As a California company, all of you, I've talked with you about what it means to be a good neighbor and what California families and American families should be expecting from you. You owe them more than just a set of statistics. And I look forward to you showing up on all pieces of this legislation, all of you, showing up on all pieces of legislation to keep our children safe. Mr. Zuckerberg, I want to come back to you. I talked with you about being a parent to a young child who doesn't have a phone, doesn't, is not on social media at all. And one of the things that I am deeply concerned with as a parent to a young Black girl is the utilization of filters on your platform that would suggest to young girls utilizing your platform the evidence that they are not good enough as they are. I want to ask more specifically and refer to some unredacted court documents that reveal that your own researchers concluded that these face filters that mimic plastic surgery negatively impact youth mental health indeed and well-being. Why should we believe that because that you are going to do more to protect young women and young girls when it is that you give them the tools to affirm the self-hate that is spewed across your platforms? Why is it that we should believe that you are committed to doing anything more to keep our children safe?
Sorry, there's a lot to unpack there.
There
We
is
give
a lot.
people tools to express themselves in different ways. And people use face filters and different tools to make media and photos and videos that are fun or interesting across a lot of the different products that are
Plastic
here.
surgery pens are good tools to express creativity.
Senator, I'm not speaking to
Skin
that
lightening tools are tools
Senator,
to express creativity. This is
I'm
the
not
direct thing
defending-
that I'm asking
Yeah,
about.
I'm not defending any specific one of those. I think that the ability to kind of filter and edit images is generally a useful tool for expression. For that specifically, I'm not familiar with the study that you're referring to, but we did make it so that we're not recommending this type of content to teens.
I made
on
no
our
reference to a study, to court documents that revealed your knowledge of the impact of these types of filters on young people generally, young girls in particular.
Senator, I
and
disagree with that characterization. I think that there
with
have been hypotheses.
court documents?
I haven't seen any document that says
Okay,
that,
Mr. Zuckerberg, my time is up. I hope that you hear what is being offered to you and are prepared to step up and do better. I know this Senate committee is going to do our work to hold you in to greater account. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tillis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here. I don't feel like I'm going to have an opportunity to ask a lot of questions, so I'm going to reserve the right to submit some for the record. But I have heard, we've had hearings like this before. I've been in the Senate for 9 years. I've heard hearings like this before. I've heard horrible stories about people who have died, committed suicide, been embarrassed. Every year, we have an annual flogging every year. And what materially has occurred over the last 9 years? Do any of you all, just yes or no question, do any of y'all participate in an industry consortium trying to make this fundamentally safe across platforms? Yes or no, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Yes.
There's a variety of organizations
Do you
that
participate in
we
them?
work. Which organizations?
I should say, does anyone here not participate in an industry? I actually think it would be immoral for you all to consider it a strategic advantage to keep safe or to keep private something that would secure all these platforms to avoid this sort of problem. Do you all agree with that? That anybody that would be saying you want ours because ours is the safest and these haven't figured out the secret sauce, that you as an industry realize this is an existential threat to you all if we don't get it right, right? I mean, you've got to secure your platforms. You got to deal with this. Do you not have an inherent mandate to do this? Because it would seem to me if you don't, you're going to cease to exist. I mean, we could regulate you out of business if we wanted to. And the reason I'm saying it may sound like a criticism. It's not a criticism. I think we have to understand that there should be an inherent motivation for you to get this right, or Congress will make a decision that could potentially put you out of business. Here's the reason I have a concern with that, though. I just went on the internet while I was listening intently to all the other members speaking, and I found a dozen different platforms outside the United States, 10 of which are in China, 2 of which are in Russia. Their daily average subscriber or active membership numbers in the billions. Well, people say you can't get on China's version of TikTok. It took me one quick search on my favorite search engine to find out exactly how I could get an account on this platform today. And so the other thing that we have to keep in mind, I come from technology. I could figure out, ladies and gentlemen, I could figure out how to influence your kid without them ever being on a social media platform. I can randomly send text and get a bite and then find out an email address and get compromising information. It is horrible to hear some of these stories, and I have shared and I've had these stories occur in my hometown down in North Carolina. But if we only come here and make a point today and don't start focusing on making a difference, which requires people to stop shouting and start listening and start passing language here, the bad actors are just going to be off our shores. I have another question for you all. How many people, roughly, if you don't know the exact numbers, okay, roughly, how many people do you have looking 24 hours a day at these horrible images? And just go real quick with an answer down the line and filtering it out.
It's most of the 40,000 about people who work on safety and security.
again?
We have 2,300 people all over the world.
Okay.
We have 40,000 trust and safety professionals around the world.
We have approximately 2,000 people dedicated to trust and safety and content moderation.
Our platform is much smaller than these folks. We have hundreds of people, and it's looking at content, and 15% of our workforce.
I'm only mentioning these people have a horrible job. Many of them experience, they have to get counseling for all the things they see. We have evil people out there. And we're not going to fix this by shouting past or talking past each other. We're going to fix this by every one of y'all being at the table and hopefully coming closer to what I heard one person say, supporting a lot of the good bills, like one that I hope Senator Blackburn mentions when she gets a chance to talk. But guys, if you're not at the table and securing these platforms, you're going to be on it. And the reason why I'm not okay with that is that if we ultimately destroy your ability to create value and drive you out of business, the evil people will find another way to get to these children. And I do have to admit, I don't think my mom's watching this one, but there is good. We can't look past good that is occurring. My mom, who lives in Nashville, Tennessee, and I talked yesterday, and we talked about a Facebook post that she made a couple of days ago. We don't let her talk to anybody else. That connects my 92-year-old mother with her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. That lets a kid who may feel awkward in school to get into a group of people and relate to people. Let's not throw out the good because we haven't all together focused on rooting out the bad. Now, I guarantee you, I could go through some of your governance documents and find a reason to flog every single one of you because you didn't place the emphasis on it that I think you should. But at the end of the day, I find it hard to believe that any of you people started this business, some of you in your college dorm rooms, for the purposes of creating the evil that is being perpetrated on your platforms. But I hope that every single waking hour, you're doing everything you can to reduce it. You're not going to be able to eliminate it. And I hope that there are some enterprising young tech people out there today that are going to go to parents and say, ladies and gentlemen, your children have a deadly weapon. They have a potentially deadly weapon, whether it's a phone or a tablet. You have to secure it. You can't assume that they're going to be honest and say that they're 16 when they're 12. We all have to recognize that we have a responsibility to play. and you guys are at the tip of the spear. So I hope that we can get to a point to where we are moving these bills. If you got a problem with them, state your problem, let's fix it. No is not an answer. And know that I want the United States to be the beacon for innovation, to be the beacon for safety, and to prevent people from using other options that have existed since the internet has existed to exploit people. And count me in as somebody that will try and help out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tillis. Next is Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses today. Mr. Zuckerberg, I want to begin by just asking you a simple question, which is, do you want kids to use your platform more or less?
Well, we don't want people under the age of 13 using.
Do you want teenagers 13 and up to use your platform more or less?
Well, we would like to build a product that is useful and that people want to use more.
My time is going to be limited, so it's just, do you want them to use it more or less? Teenagers 13 to 17 years old, do you want them using Meta products more or less?
I'd like them to be useful enough that they want to use them more.
You want them to use it more. I think herein we have one of the fundamental challenges. In fact, you have a fiduciary obligation, do you not, to try to get kids to use your platform more?
It depends on how you define that. We obviously are a business, but
I'm sorry, Mr. Zuckerberg, our time is, it's self-evident that you have a fiduciary obligation to get your users, including users under 18, to use and engage with your platform more rather than less, correct?
Over the long term, but in the near term, we often take a lot of steps, including we made a change to show less videos that on the platform that reduced amount of time by more than 50 million
Okay,
hours.
but if your shareholders ask you, Mark, I wouldn't, Mr. Zuckerberg here, but your shareholders might be on a first-name basis with you. Mark, are you trying to get kids to use Meta products more or less? You'd say more, right?
Well, I would say that over the long term, we're trying to create the most
I mean,
value
let's look.
possible.
So the 10K you file with the SEC, a few things I want to note. Here are some quotes, and this is a filing that you signed, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Our financial performance has been and will continue to be significantly determined by our success in adding, retaining, and engaging active users. Here's another quote. If our users decrease their level of engagement with our products, our revenue, financial results, and business may be significantly harmed. Here's another quote. We believe that some users, particularly younger users, are aware of and actively engaging with other products and services similar to or as a substitute for ours. It continues, in the event that users increasingly engage with other products and services, we may experience a decline in use and engagement in key demographics or more broadly, in which case our business would likely be harmed. You have an obligation as the chief executive to encourage your team to get kids to use your platform more.
Senator,
Fundamental,
I think this is...
is that not self-evident? You have a fiduciary
Senator,
obligation to your
not,
shareholders to get kids to use your platform more.
I think that the thing that's not intuitive is the direction is to make the products more useful, so that way people want to use them more. We don't give the teams running the Instagram feed or the Facebook feed a goal to increase the amount of time that people spend.
Yeah, but
We
you
give
don't
people
dispute,
goals.
and your 10K makes clear you want your users engaging more and using more the platform. And I think this gets to the root of the challenge, because it's the overwhelming view of the public, certainly in my home state of Georgia, and we've had some discussions about the underlying science, that this platform is harmful for children. I mean, you are familiar with, and not just your platform, by the way, social media in general. 2023 report from the Surgeon General about the impact of social media on kids' mental health, which cited evidence that kids who spend more than 3 hours a day on social media have double the risk of poor mental health outcomes, including depression and anxiety. Are you familiar with that Surgeon General report and the underlying study?
I read the report, yes.
Do you dispute it?
No, but I think it's important to characterize it correctly. I think what he was flagging in the report is that there seems to be a correlation, and obviously the mental health issue is very important, so it's something that needs to be studied
we know.
further.
The thing is, that's everyone knows there's a correlation. Everyone knows that kids who spend a lot of time, too much time on your platforms are at risk. And it's not just the mental health issues. I mean, let me ask you another question. Is your platform safe for kids?
I believe it is, But there's an
Hold on a
important
second.
difference between
Let me
correlation and causation.
Because we're not going to be able to get anywhere. We want to work in a productive, open, honest, and collaborative way with the private sector to pass legislation that will protect Americans, that will protect American children above all, and that will allow businesses to thrive in this country. If we don't start with an open, honest, candid, realistic assessment of the issues, we can't do that. The first point is you want kids to use the platform more. In fact, you have an obligation to. But if you're not willing to acknowledge that it's a dangerous place for children, the internet is a dangerous place for children, not just your platform, isn't it? Isn't the internet a dangerous place for children?
I think it can be. Yeah, there's both great things that people can do, and there are harms that we need to work to
Yeah,
mitigate.
it's a dangerous place for children. There are families here who have lost their children. There are families across the country whose children have engaged in self-harm, who have experienced low self-esteem, who have been sold deadly pills on the internet. The internet's a dangerous place for children, and your platforms are dangerous places for children. Do you agree?
I think that there are harms that we need to work to mitigate.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to, I think overall
Why not?
there
Why not? Why not just acknowledge it? Why do we have to do the very
Well,
careful
I
code?
disagree with the characterization
Which character,
that you have.
that the internet's a dangerous place for children?
I think you're trying to characterize our products as inherently dangerous, and I think that
Inherent
first
or not, your products are places where children can experience harm. They can experience harm to their mental health. They can be sold drugs. They can be preyed upon by predators. They're dangerous places. And yet, you have an obligation to promote the use of these platforms by children. And look, all I'm trying to suggest to you, Mr. Zuckerberg, and my time is running short, is that in order for you to succeed, you and your colleagues here, we have to acknowledge these basic truths. We have to be able to come before the American people, the American public, the people in my state of Georgia, and acknowledge the internet is dangerous, including your platforms. There are predators lurking. There are drugs being sold. There are harms to mental health that are taking a huge toll on kids' quality of life. And yet, you have this incentive, not just you, Mr. Zuckerberg, all of you have an incentive to boost, maximize use, utilization, and engagement. And that is where public policy has to step in to make sure that these platforms are safe for kids. So kids are not dying, so kids are not overdosing, so kids are not cutting themselves or killing themselves because they're spending all day scrolling instead of playing outside. And I appreciate all of you for your testimony. We will continue to engage as we develop this legislation. Thank you.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to each of you for coming. And I know some of you had to be subpoenaed to get here, but we do appreciate that you all are here. Mr. Chu, I want to come to you first. We've heard that you're looking at putting a headquarters in Nashville and likewise in Silicon Valley and Seattle. And what you're going to find probably is that the welcome mat is not going to be rolled out for you in Nashville like it would be in California. There are a lot of people in Tennessee that are very concerned about the way TikTok is basically building dossiers on our kids, the way they are building information is held in China, in Beijing, as you responded to Senator Blumenthal and I last year in reference to that question. And we also know that a major music label yesterday said they were pulling all of their content off your site because of your issues on payment, on artificial intelligence, and because of the negative impact on our kids' mental health. So we will see how that progresses. Mr. Zuckerberg, I want to come to you. We have just had, Senator Blumenthal and I, of course, have had some internal documents and emails that have come our way. One of the things that really concerned me is that you referred to your young users in terms of their lifetime value of being roughly $270 per teenager. And each of you should be looking at these kids. Their T-shirts they're wearing today say, "I'm worth more than $270." We've got some standing up in those T-shirts. Now, and some of the children from our state, some of the children, the parents that we have worked with, just to think, whether it is Becca Schmidt, David Mollick, Sarah Flatt, Annalie Schote, would you say that life is only worth $270? What could possibly lead you? I mean, I listened to that. I know you're a dad. I'm a mom. I'm a grandmom. And how could you possibly even have that thought? It is astounding to me. And I think this is one of the reasons that states, 42 states, are now suing you because of features that they consider to be addictive, that you are pushing forward. And in the emails that we've got from 2021 that go from August to November, there is the staff plan that is being discussed. And Antigone Davis, Nick Clegg, Sheryl Sandberg, Chris Cox, Alex Schultz, Adam Masseri are all on this chain of emails on the well-being plan. And then we get to one, Nick did email Mark for emphasis, to emphasize his support for the package, but it sounds like it lost out to various other pressures and priorities. See, this is what bothers us. Children are not your priority. Children are your product. Children you see as a way to make money. And children, protecting children in this virtual space, you made a conscious decision. Even though Nick Clegg and others were going through the process of saying, this is what we do. These documents are really illuminating. And it just shows me that growing this business, expanding your revenue, what you were going to put on those quarterly filings, that was the priority. The children were not. It's very clear. I want to talk with you about the pedophile ring because that came up earlier, and the Wall Street Journal reported on that. And one of the things that we found out was after that became evident, then you didn't take that content down. And it was content that showed that teens were for sale and were offering themselves to older men. And you didn't take it down because it didn't violate your community standards. Do you know how often a child is bought or sold for sex in this country? Every 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes, a child is bought or sold for sex. That's not my stat. That is a TBI stat. Now, finally, this content was taken down after a congressional staffer went to Meta's global head of safety. So would you please explain to me and to all these parents why explicit predatory content does not violate your platform's terms of service or your community standards?
Sure, Senator. Let me try to address all of the things that you just said. It does violate our standards. We work very hard to take it down.
Didn't take it down.
We've reported, I think it's more than 26 million examples of this kind of content.
Didn't take it down until a congressional staffer brought it up.
It may be that in this case we made a mistake and missed something.
I think you make a lot of mistakes.
But we
so
have,
let's
we have
move
leading
on.
teams that
I want to
identify
talk
more than
with you about your Instagram Creators Program and about the push. We found out through these documents that you actually are pushing forward because you want to bring kids in early. You see these younger teenagers as valuable but an untapped audience, quoting from the emails, and suggesting teens are actually household influencers to bring their younger siblings into your platform, into Instagram. Now, how can you ensure that Instagram creators, your product, your program, does not facilitate illegal activities when you fail to remove content pertaining to the sale of minors. And it is happening once every 2 minutes in this country.
Senator, our tools for identifying that kind of content are industry leading. That doesn't mean we're perfect. There are definitely issues that we have, but we continue to
Mr.
invest a ton in it.
Zuckerberg, yes, there are a lot that is slipping through. It appears that you're trying to be the premier sex trafficking
Of course
site
not, Senator.
in this country.
Senator, that's ridiculous.
No, it
Senator,
is not ridiculous. You want to turn around and
we
tell
don't want
these
this
people
content
that.
on our platforms. And
Why don't you take it down?
We do take it
We
down.
are here discussing.
We do
need
more work to
you
take it
all
down
to
than-
work
than-
with
than-
us. No, you're not. You are not. And the problem is, we've been working on this. Senator Welch is over there. We've been working on this stuff for a decade. You have an army of lawyers and lobbyists that have fought us on this every step of the way. You work with NetChoice, the Cato Institute, Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and Chamber of Progress to actually fight our bipartisan legislation to keep kids safe online. So are you going to stop funding these groups? Are you going to stop lobbying against this and come to the table and work with us? Yes or no?
Senator, we have a.
Yes or no?
Of course, we'll work with you on the legislation.
Okay,
I mean,
the
it's
door
been hard
is
to-
open. We've got all these bills. You need to come to the table. Each and every one of you need to come to the table. And you need to work with us. Kids are dying.
Senator Welch?
I want to thank my colleague, Senator Blackburn, for her decade of work on this. I actually have some optimism. There is a consensus today that didn't exist, say, 10 years ago, that there is a profound threat to children, to mental health, to safety. There's not a dispute. That was in debate before. That's a starting point. Secondly, we're identifying concrete things that can be done in 4 different areas. 1 is industry standards. 2 is legislation. 3 are the courts. And then 4 is a proposal that Senator Bennett, Senator Graham, myself, and Senator Warren have to establish an agency, a governmental agency, whose responsibility would be to engage in this on a systematic, regular basis with proper resources. And I just want to go through those. I appreciate the industry standard decisions and steps that you've taken in your companies. But it's not enough, and that's what I think you're hearing from my colleagues. Like, for instance, where there are layoffs in it is in the trust and verify programs. That's alarming because it looks like there is a reduction in emphasis on protecting things. Like, you just added, Ms. Yacarino, 100 employees in Texas in this category. And how many did you have before?
The company is just coming through a significant restructuring. So we've increased the number of trust and safety employees and agents all over the world by at least 10% so far in the last 14 months, and we will continue to do so, specifically in Austin, Texas.
All right, Mr. Zuckerberg, my understanding is there have been layoffs in that area as well. There's added jobs there at Twitter, but at Meta, have there been reductions in that?
There have been across the board, not really focused on that area. I think our investment is relatively consistent over the last couple of years.
Right,
We invested almost $5 billion in this work last year, and I think this year will be on the same order of magnitude.
All right, and another question that's come up is when, to the horror of a user of any of your platforms, somebody has an image on there that's very compromising, often of a sexual nature. Is there any reason in the world why a person who wants to take that down can't have a very simple same-day response to have it taken down? I'll start with Twitter on that.
I'm sorry, Senator, I was taking notes. Could you repeat the question?
Well, there's a lot of examples of a young person finding out about an image that is of them and really compromises them and actually can create suicidal thoughts. And they want to call up or they want to send an email and say, take it down. I mean, why is it not possible for that to be responded to immediately?
Well, we all strive to take down any type of violative content or disturbing content immediately. At X, we have increased our capabilities with a two-step reporting process.
If I'm a parent or I'm a kid and I want this down, shouldn't there be methods in place where it comes down? You can see what the image is.
Yes.
An ecosystem-wide standard would improve and actually enhance the experience for users at all our platforms.
All right.
There actually is an organization that I think a number of the companies up here are a part of called Take It Down. It's some technology that we and a few others
all right,
built.
so you all are in favor of that, because that is going to give some peace of mind to people, all right? It really, really matters. I don't have that much time, so we've talked about the legislation, and Senator White House had asked you to get back with your position on Section 230, which I'll go to in a minute. But I would welcome each of you responding as to your company's position on the bills that are under consideration in this hearing. All right? I'm just asking you to do that. Third, the court. This big question of Section 230. And today, I'm pretty inspired by the presence of the parents who have turned their extraordinary grief into action and hope that other parents may not have to suffer what for them is a devastating, for everyone, a devastating loss. Senator White House asked you all to get back very concretely about Section 230 and your position on that. But it's an astonishing benefit that your industry has that no other industry has. They just don't have to worry about being held accountable in court if they're negligent. So you've got some explaining to do, and I'm just reinforcing Senator Whitehouse's request that you get back specifically about that. And then finally, I want to ask about this notion, this idea of a federal agency who's resourced and whose job is to be dealing with public interest matters that are really affected by big tech. It's extraordinary what has happened in our economy with technology, and your companies represent innovation and success. But just as when the railroads were ascendant and were in charge and ripping off farmers because of practices they were able to get away with, just as when Wall Street was flying high, but there was no one regulating blue sky laws. We now have a whole new world in the economy. And Mr. Zuckerberg, I remember you testifying in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and I asked you your position on the concept of a federal regulatory agency. My recollection is that you were positive about that. Is that still the case?
I think it could be a reasonable solution. There are obviously pros and cons to doing that versus through the normal, the current structure of having different regulatory agencies focused on specific issues. Right. But because a lot of the things trade off against each other, like one of the topics that we talked about today is encryption, and that's obviously really important for privacy and security.
Right.
But
can we just go down the line? I'm at the end, but thank you, Mr. Giacomino.
Senator, I think the industry initiative to keep those conversations going would be something X would be very, very proactive about. If you think about our support of the REPORT Act, the SHIELD Act, the Stop CSAM Act, our support of the Project Safe Childhood Act, I think our intentions are clear to participate and to lead here.
Yeah.
Senator, we support national privacy legislation, for example, so that sounds like a good idea. We just need to understand what it means.
All right. Mr. Spiegel?
Senator, we'll continue to work with your team, and we'd certainly be open to exploring the right regulatory body for big technology.
But the idea of a regulatory body is something that you can see has merit.
Yes, Senator.
And Mr. Sifrin?
Yeah, we're very open to working with you and our peers and anybody on helping make the internet a safer place. You know, I think you mentioned this is not a one-platform problem.
Right.
So we do look to collaborate with other companies and with nonprofits in the government.
Okay. I thank you all. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Welch. Well, we're going to conclude this hearing, and thank you all for coming today. You probably have your scorecard out there. You've met at least 20 members of this committee and have your own impressions of their questioning, their approach, and the like. But the one thing I want to make clear as chairman of this committee for the last 3 years is this was an extraordinary vote on an extraordinary issue. A year ago, we passed 5 bills unanimously in this committee. You heard all the senators. Every spot on the political spectrum was covered. Every single senator voted unanimously in favor of the 5 pieces of legislation we've discussed today. It ought to tell everyone who follows Capitol Hill and Washington a pretty stark message. We get it, and we live it. As parents and grandparents, we know what our daughters and sons and others are going through. They cannot cope. They cannot handle this issue on their own. They're counting on us as much as they're counting on the industry to do the responsible thing. And some will leave with impressions of our witnesses and the companies they represent that you're right as an American citizen. But you ought to also leave with the determination to keep the spotlight on us to do something, not just to hold a hearing, bring out a good, strong crowd of supporters for change, but to get something done. No excuses. No excuses. We've got to bring this to a vote. What I found in my time in the House and the Senate is that's the moment of reckoning. Speeches notwithstanding, press releases and the like. The moment of reckoning is when we call a vote on these measures. It's time to do that. I don't believe there's ever been a moment in America's wonderful history when a business or industry has stepped up and said, regulate us, put some legal limits on us. Businesses exist by and large to be profitable. And I think that we got to get behind that and say profitability at what cost. Senator Kennedy, a Republican colleague, said, is our technology greater than our humanity? I think that is a fundamental question that he asked. What I would add to it, are our politics greater than technology? We're going to find out. I want to thank a few people before we close up here. I've got several staffers who've worked so hard on this. Alexandra Gelber, thank you very much, Alexandra. Jeff Hansen, Scott Jorgensen. The last point I'll make, Mr. Zuckerberg, is just a little advice to you. I think your opening statement on mental health needs to be explained because I don't think it makes any sense. There is a parent in this room who's had a child that's gone through an emotional experience like this that wouldn't tell you and me they changed right in front of my eyes. They changed. They hold themselves up in their room. They no longer reached out to their friends. They lost all interest in school. These are mental health consequences that I think come with the abuse of this right to have access to this kind of technology. So I see my colleague said, you want to say a word?
I think it was a good hearing. I hope something positive comes from it. Thank you all for coming.
The hearing record's going to remain open for a week for statements, and questions may be submitted by senators by 5 p.m. on Wednesday. Once again, thanks to the witnesses for coming. The hearing stands adjourned.
A weathered old cemetery, a sprawling mansion, and a decaying bridge await on this list of some of the most haunted places in Mississippi. Let's check it out. Hey guys, and thanks for joining me on this journey through some of the Magnolia State's most iconic haunted places. Recognized as the birth state of Elvis Presley for its unparalleled cuisine and for some damned good football, Mississippi also boasts a much darker legacy, one wrought with spine-tingling ghostly fables, old hill stories, and classic Southern folklore. Are you ready to dive right in? Okay, so our first haunt has us traveling to the center of Mississippi to the Chapel of the Cross. The Chapel of the Cross, which is located just out of Madison, Mississippi, is a historic Episcopal church noted for its Gothic Revival architecture, as well as for an impressive assortment of associated local legends and tales of ghostly encounters. Historically, this church as a foundation would first be established on the Annandale plantation for the Johnston family who'd migrated from North Carolina to Mississippi to, in 1819, establish their forced labor farms. Though family head John T. Johnston had envisioned the construction of a full chapel, he would pass on in 1848, after which his widow Margaret would assume his plans. Construction of the chapel would begin in 1850, with Margaret utilizing the labor of those enslaved on her plantation. During the construction, she would deed the site to the Episcopal Diocese of Mississippi, and on September 19th of 1852, the church would be consecrated by Bishop William Mercer Green. In 1880, Margaret would pass on, after which Annandale would be abandoned for a time. On September 9th of 1924, the mansion would burn to the ground, and in 1903, the chapel would be declared a parish extinct. That is, until 1911, when Johnston granddaughter Margaret Britton Parsons would convince the diocese to restore the church's status, with the process fully completed by 1914. In 1956, the site would welcome a set of physical restorations. In 1979, it would be added to the National Register of Historic Places, resulting in the awarding of a $50,000 grant to finish said restorations. And to date, the Chapel of the Cross remains open, acting as a prominent place of worship to the community. This weathered church, which is literally built on the blood, sweat, and tears of the enslaved, has long been associated to a number of chilling legends and stories of supernatural occurrences, and those braving its bounds have reported the disembodied chanting of old-timey prayer rituals, instances of the front door opening and closing on its own, and both phantom footsteps and prints left in fresh mud. One more famous legend associated with this church tells of one Annie Devlin, a former governess who met her fate at the Annandale mansion. Incidentally, Annie's spirit was rumored to roam the estate until it burned to the ground, and ever since it's been sighted stalking the chapel, usually on moonlit nights. Also reported around the church and its grounds are extreme cold spots, encounters with the apparitions of both the enslaved and past parishioners, and instances in which those passing by swear they see lights or hear music coming from the structure at times when it's supposed to be completely empty. A final famous fable tells of Helen Johnston and her fiancé Henry Gray Vick. As history has it, Helen, who was the youngest daughter of John and Margaret, met Henry at her sister's home, Ingleside, in December of 1855. By 1857, they were set to be married on May 21st of 1859. However, just 4 days short of their wedding date, Vic was killed in a duel in Mobile, Alabama, after which his body was shipped back and buried in the churchyard. Helen would subsequently pass on in 1917 at the age of 78, and ever since her death, her weeping apparition, clad entirely in black, has been spied right near the grave of Henry, forever mourning the loss of her one true love. Our second haunt takes us about 2 hours to the northeast of Madison to the ever-famous Waverly Mansion. The Waverly Mansion, which is located just out of West Point, Mississippi, is a former plantation home turned historic house museum that overlooks the Tombigbee River, that stands as a prime example of antebellum-era estates, and it's shrouded in a chilling range of ghost stories. Historically, Waverly was first constructed by Colonel George Hampton Young, who hailed from Georgia, and while the exact date of its completion is still sort of unknown, it's generally accepted that this formidable residence was finished sometime around 1852. Notably, the Colonel's wife, Mrs. Lucy Watkins Young, would pass on before the mansion was ever fully completed. However, her spirit would live on in the English boxwood tree she'd ordered planted along its entrance. These odd trees are known for growing all of a foot over over a 15-year span, and incidentally, Waverly's boxwoods are estimated at around 150 years in age. In its earlier days, the site acted as a self-sustaining community and boasted a cotton gin, a brick kiln, an ice house, and a bathhouse complete with a pool. Over time, Mansion Grounds would evolve to also host its own lumber mill, a leather tannery, and a hat manufacturing operation. It produced some of the first American-made saddle blankets. In 1880, Colonel Young would pass on, was buried on site, and would leave Waverly to his family. And in 1893, the first fox hunt association ever was formed right at the mansion's grand library. Following the subsequent death of the colonel's last remaining son, Captain William Young, Waverly would slip into decline. The once prestigious home would be left to stand the tests of time, the elements, and even the occasional plunderer, and would fall rapidly into disrepair over the following 50 years, until 1962, when the site was purchased by Mr. and Mrs. Robert Snow of Philadelphia, who would work tirelessly to restore the once prominent residence. Today, the mansion is owned and operated by Charlie and Dana Stevenson, who continue to honor its legacy. In the present, Waverly remains open to the public and stands as both a monument and memorial to its own unique era in Southern history. Over its many years, the whole of this aged abode has played host to a number of chilling ghost stories, and owners, workmen, and visitors alike have reported a range of supernatural phenomena, including extreme cold spots, encounters with shadowy manifestations, and accounts of objects moving around on their own, or furniture found completely rearranged inexplicably overnight. One more prominent haunting experienced on site was first documented by former owner Mrs. Snow, who reported the apparition of a young girl who would appear, disappear, and even follow her around for great lengths at times, and that always called out for her mother. While the identity of this spirit is unknown, many believe that she may be related to the Young family, though this has never actually been confirmed. In the parlor, some have reported phantom music and laughter heard emanating from the space when it's completely empty. A spectral soldier has been spied rushing past out of the peripheral, and in the gardens, an ethereal rider on horseback has been known to appear and even leave hoofprints in its wake. Lastly, the spirits of the Young family have all been sighted across the mansion and its grounds, sometimes alone and at others together, seemingly acting out scenes from their lives long since past, in a fashion that leaves many to assume they're unaware that they're actually dead. And on to our third haunt, which lies in Lauderdale County and has us traversing an iconic Civil War era crossing. Stuckey's Bridge, which is located in Lauderdale County just out of Meridian, Mississippi, and that spans 112 feet over the Chunky River, is an iconic crossing that's grown wildly in both fame and infamy, partly due to its fascinating history, and partly due to its association with some of the state's most intriguing ghost stories. Historically, the region now holding this ominous crossing was initially inhabited by tribes native to the region, including the Choctaw, for thousands of years, up until 1830 when, on December 27th, the government coerced tribe leaders into the Treaty of Dancing Rabbit, which ceded 11 million acres of land to the United States in exchange for 15 million acres out of Oklahoma. The first rendition of Stuckey's Bridge was contracted in 1847 and constructed in 1850 in order to provide a carriage and horse route in and out of a nearby community which in 1860 was incorporated as Meridian. In 1863, and amidst the Civil War, Union General Ulysses S. Grant would capture the nearby town of Vicksburg, after which the Union would push its assault eastward towards Meridian. And in 1864, Union General William T. Sherman would reach the locale with his forces, after which he would order the destruction of as much of the railroad and military infrastructure in town as possible. Following the war, Meridian would begin to rebuild, and beginning in 1870, a population of only 2,000 would more than double over the following decade as a result of advances in manufacturing and industry. It was during this era that local lore intertwines with history to tell that the famous Dalton gang would pass through town on their way out west, and in the process would leave one notable member, Stuckey, behind. Though there's actually no historical evidence to suggest the following transpired, long-standing tales tell that after his abandonment by fellow gang members, Stuckey would set up an inn right off the banks of the Chunky, after which he would spend his nights lurking on the bridge now bearing his name, with a lantern in hand and calling out to wary travelers floating goods down the river. Stuckey would offer these travelers hot meals and a warm bed, only to enter their rooms in the middle of the night, murder them in their sleep, bury their bodies along the river, and keep all of their valuables for himself. And while Stuckey was certainly clandestine in his operation, eventually the town caught on to all the missing persons, resulting in the local sheriff organizing a posse, confronting the outlaw, and hanging him from the crossing before dropping his body into the river unceremoniously to join all those he'd previously snuffed out. Not surprisingly, the whole of Stuckey's Bridge and its surroundings are rumored to be haunted by the ghosts of former soldiers, of Stuckey's countless victims, and of the nefarious bandit himself. And those who have braved the site, especially after dark, have reported disembodied bootsteps and voices, odd patches of fog that descend upon the bridge alone, even on clear nights, and encounters with a host of apparitions clad in attire from various eras. The ghost of Old Man Stuckey, as he's more affectionately called, has been sighted on numerous occasions and is known to manifest in multiple forms. The first, as a threatening entity stalking lone walkers with that iconic lantern in hand.
I do not.
You don't?
Nope.
Wait, so you can know already?
Yeah,
Is that fast?
Yeah, the server just came up.
Oh, what the fuck? I always wait like 10 minutes. I don't know why. All right, I'm getting on. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
You know what? Someone in my chat. Oh wait, what the fuck is happening? My EA is downloading stuff. No, there's someone in my chat who was like, "Are you and Ming fighting in real life? Like, what happened?
Yeah, we
Why are you guys fighting in real life?"
And I went over to and bitched her out. I was like, fuck you for doing this. Fuck you. I'll never want to talk to you again.
Yeah, I just got a lawyer so that we could settle our finances for the end of our 7-year long distance relationship.
Fuck. You got lawyers involved?
Yep.
That's fuck.
Can't trust anybody nowadays.
Trust anybody.
Did that river song actually just come up on shuffle?
Yeah.
It did? I
Yeah.
thought you played it because you thought I was gonna fall in a river.
No.
It takes two.
Takes two.
Just okay. Put it out. Wasn't it funny? Okay. Okay, I'm finally leaving you. I'm gonna play my own music.
What?
I said I'm finally leaving you. I'm gonna play my own music now. Oh wait, is there It Takes Two music? I don't remember.
I think so.
Oh.
Maybe.
And I guess I won't be listening to any music.
But didn't we turn it off?
Perchance? I don't remember.
I don't know.
I really don't know.
I just don't know.
Wait, am I supposed to be boy?
I don't remember.
Which side is boy? Wait, you're supposed to be the host. You have to host it.
Was I the host?
Yeah, you were the host. Right, you invite me. Cody!
Okay.
Hey.
Okay. All right. I'll invite you, and I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
How do I receive it? He's gone. I don't know how I'm supposed to. I don't know where the invite is. He's gone. He's supposed to. Maybe it's an EA. Theme overlay?
Second is a phantom body spied swinging from the bridge for moments before disappearing, and the third as ghostly cries and splashing that emanate from the chunky river below without source. And as a word of caution for those maybe thinking of searching for old Stuckey, some claim that his spirit can get quite aggressive at times and has even been known to attack those who cross his path. So if you plan on visiting visiting this haunt, watch out. Lastly, many visiting the crossing have also documented extreme cold patches, orbs visible to the naked eye, and dozens of pale, spectral figures that appear walking amongst the nearby foliage. Several informal investigations have yielded extreme EMF fluctuations, chilling EVPs, and hits on communicative devices, and more perturbing accounts detail instances in which cell phones or other personal electronics die inexplicably, and of well-maintained cars outright refusing to start. Now, onto our fourth haunt, which takes us just to the northwest of Jackson to the fabled Glenwood Cemetery. The Glenwood Cemetery, which is based out of Yazoo City in Mississippi, is a quaint and quiet burying grounds recognized for its fascinating history as well as for its association to one of the most infamous pieces of folklore in the state. Historically, what is now Yazoo City, or at the time Hannon's Bluff, was first founded in 1824. Shortly afterwards, it would be renamed as Manchester, and in 1853, it would finally re-establish itself as Yazoo City after the Yazoo River, which was previously named in 1682 by French explorer Robert La Salle as Rivière de Yazoo. As with all budding communities, a space was allocated in order to lay the locale's dead to rest, and as far as we can tell through documented history, the Glenwood Cemetery was established sometime around 1856, after the land it sits on was given to the city by one Captain John Willis and his wife Annie. Through the Civil War, and following a Union victory in New Orleans and Memphis, the Confederate ironclad, the CSS Arkansas, was constructed out of Yazoo City's shipyard in order to challenge Union control of the Mississippi River. One of her notable accolades transpired when she helped an all but imminent fall at the Battle of Vicksburg. However, later, on May 21st of 1863, the Union would push up the Yazoo River and would destroy the CSS Arkansas's shipyard, while burning down the local sawmill and lumber yard in order to capture existing vessels and prevent the construction of further vessels. Following the July 1863 capture of Vicksburg, Union forces would occupy Yazoo City for a period, during which time the Union ironclad, the USS Baron de Kalb, would be lost to a mine. Later, through September and October of the same year, the community would be occupied by federal troops. On March 5th of 1864, the Battle of Yazoo City would transpire, with the Union holding their ground but withdrawing the following day, and on May 19th of the same year, federal forces would once again return. Following a lengthy reconstruction of Yazoo City, and just as things were getting back to normal, in 1878, the yellow fever epidemic would strike. In 1904, the city would all but be consumed by a massive fire, but more on that later. In 1915, the Orr Modern Motor Car Company was founded locally by G.A. Wilson and C.D. Orr, and would focus its efforts on producing Orr's Worm Drive, though it would only assemble one prototype before closing its doors. And finally, the Great Mississippi Flood of 1927 would cause additional damages to the community, though effective flood prevention measures were put in place afterwards, and it's remained safe from such threats ever since. More recently, on April 24th and November 29th of 2020, and again on May 2nd of 2021, the locale was wrecked by multiple tornadoes, and though it's since been rebuilt, it seems Yazoo City just can't catch a break. According to legend, however, there's a reason for that. Located within the confines of the Glenwood Cemetery sits a marker surrounded by an iron fence that's known as the Witch's Grave. According to long-standing legends, through the late 1800s, an old woman believed to have been a witch lurked along the banks of the Yazoo River and was known for luring in fishermen, after which she'd torture and kill her unsuspecting victims in what some describe as ritualistic sacrifice. Eventually, the town got wise to her ways, and a local sheriff is rumored to have chased the witch deep into the swamp, only finally catching up to her on May 25th of 1884, when the old woman was discovered half drowned in quicksand. As the witch was sinking, however, she uttered these words as one final curse: "In 20 years, I will return and burn this town to the ground." Now, for those of you paying attention, our previously mentioned fire actually occurred on May 25th of 1904, which is literally exactly 20 years following the death of the Witch of Yazoo. This fateful fire leveled 200 residences and over 324 buildings in total, and though a number of theories regarding its origins have been posed, none have actually been proven. One account tells that the blaze began in the parlor of one Miss Wise, who was preparing for her wedding. As these stories tell it, as Miss Wise was lighting candles, a strange wind picked up inside her sealed residence, causing the flames to jump to surrounding furniture and walls, and according to those present, the fire acted as if it had a mind of its own, or as if it was driven by some sort of supernatural force. Whatever the case, on the day following the fire, a slew of concerned citizens made their way to the Glenwood Cemetery and placed large iron chains around the grave of the witch so that she might never sully the beautiful town site again. To this day, the whole of cemetery grounds are rumored to play host to the vengeful spirit of the Witch of Yazoo, and those who have braved them have told of extreme cold spots, of disembodied laughter and music, and of encounters with both shadowy figures and with burned, full-bodied apparitions that are believed to be linked to the fire. Additionally, some have reported terrifying run-ins with the entity of the witch herself, who usually appears gliding through the skies, cackling terrifyingly after any who cross her path. Additionally, a number of Civil War soldiers were laid to rest in this very same graveyard, and the ghosts of these fighters in full uniform have been spied lurking about after dark. Saving the best for last, our fifth and final haunt takes us to the prestigious city of Oxford and onto the campus of Ole Miss. The University of Mississippi, or more affectionately Ole Miss, which is located out of Oxford, Mississippi, is the state's oldest and most prestigious public university that totes the title of being its second largest by enrollment, and that's tied to a number of chilling campus legends and Old Hill folklore. Historically, on February 24th of 1844, the Mississippi legislature would first charter the university, with planners selecting a site just out of Oxford for its isolation. In 1845, residents of Lafayette County would donate land west of the campus, and in 1846, architect William Nichols would oversee the construction of the Lyceum, 2 dorms, and faculty residences. On November 6th of 1848, Ole Miss would open its doors to its first class of only 80 students. In 1854, the University of Mississippi School of Law was established, and in 1858, school president Frederick A.P. Barnard would amend a number of school policies and positions in an attempt to increase the college's stature. Following the election of U.S. President Lincoln in 1860, sadly, Mississippi would become the second, after which the student body actually organized a military group called the University Greys, and within a month of the start of the Civil War, fight student league closing its doors in 1860 as a morgue figure or anything, and through November of 1862, the whole of the site would be evacuated as General Ulysses S. Grant moved his forces toward the area. Incidentally, while the Union destroyed nearly all available medical equipment, a singular professor who'd actually remained on site managed to persuade him not to burn the whole campus to the ground, which is literally the only reason the school is still standing. The University of Mississippi would reopen its doors to enrollment in October of 1865, during which time it would literally eliminate tuition in order for veterans to afford an education, though notably, the student body was entirely Caucasian, and in 1870, the chancellor would actually declare that he would rather resign than allow African American students to attend classes. In 1882, Ole Miss would begin enrolling female students. In 1885, it would become the first southeastern U.S. college to hire a female faculty member when it accepted one Sarah McGehee Isom, and from 1900 to 1930, Mississippi legislature would push to relocate, close, or merge the site with Mississippi State University, though this motion ultimately failed. In 1954, Brown versus the Board of Education would officiate that the rejection of students based on race was unconstitutional. But even still, 8 years later, all attempts made by African American students to enroll at Ole Miss had failed, until 1961, when following the inauguration of President John F. Kennedy, one James Meredith, who was an African American Air Force veteran and Jackson State University alum, applied. After months of pushback, the U.S. Supreme Court ordered Meredith's enrollment, with the Department of Justice and Kennedy himself standing with the case on his behalf. And even then, Governor Ross R. Barnett and Lieutenant Governor Paul B. Johnston Jr. would actually physically block Meredith from entering the campus. Eventually, things got so bad that the U.S. Court of Appeals would hold Barnett and Johnson Jr. in contempt, and would issue charges of over $10,000 for each day they refused the young man. Finally, on September 30th of 1962, Kennedy would dispatch 127 marshals, 316 border patrol agents, and 97 federal prison personnel to escort Meredith, resulting in riots in which bottles of acid and Molotov cocktails were thrown, and 2 men were killed by gunfire, after which 13,000 soldiers were dispatched to quell the chaos. On October 1st, Meredith was finally able to attend his first class, and by 1968, Ole Miss would would boast an African-American student body of around 100. More recently, in 1972, the university would purchase the former home of William Faulkner, the Roanoke House. 2002 would mark the school's 40th anniversary of integration. A year later, the mascot Colonel Reb was retired. In 2015, the college would remove the Mississippi state flag complete with Confederate battle emblem, and in 2020, it would relocate its long-standing Confederate monument. Today, the sprawling and prestigious University of Mississippi remains open, toting a student populace of around 24,000, while offering a very wide range of degrees and certification options. Chillingly, and over its lengthy existence, Ole Miss has acted as a birthing grounds to a number of ghost stories and disturbing campus legends, and both faculty and students exploring the school have reported extreme cold patches felt in adverse weather, disembodied voices heard from empty spaces, and run-ins with shadowy manifestations that have been known to stalk lone walkers after dark. In the Lyceum, which acted as a primary ward when the university was used as a hospital through the Civil War, accounts tell of phantom knocking heard emanating from within the walls, of the smells of blood and of burning flesh without source, and of encounters with spectral Civil War soldiers. Objects have been sighted moving inexplicably, and often overnight, furniture is found completely rearranged in the morning. Reported across campus and confined to no area in particular are ghostly gunshots and shrieks, strange patches of fog that descend upon certain areas alone, and the unnerving feelings of being watched, of being followed, or even of being touched or pushed by someone or something unseen. William Faulkner's former residence, Roanoke, boasts its own assortment of legends. One of the famous writer's favorite ghost stories talks of the Shegogs, who owned the property prior to his purchase. As it's told, the daughter of Colonel Shegog, one Judith, fell deeply in love with a Union soldier, and her discovery that he didn't share the same feelings resulted in her jumping from the balcony to her death, after which her body was discovered the following morning and buried in a shallow grave beneath one of the site's magnolia trees. The apparition of Judith has been sighted roaming Roanoke as if in a trance, and from Faulkner onward, those who have braved the expanse have told of phantom crying sounds, of objects found in different locations than they were left, and of odd electronic malfunctions with phones and other personal devices. Across the whole of campus, disembodied bootsteps have been heard, the spirits of Civil War soldiers have been sighted, and a number of instances tell of well-maintenance vehicles refusing to start entirely. Coming as no surprise, the aforementioned Farley Hall, which acted as a morgue through the war, is another focal point for otherworldly tales. Also known as the Dead House, the bodies treated within are believed to have been moved to the Civil War Cemetery, which boasts a total of 430 grave shafts, and those who frequent Farley have told of entities sighted in the peripheral, of loud scratching and knocking noises that emanate from the top floor, and of instances of students walking up the stairs surrounding corners to find the layout of the building has completely changed, or is warped into a darker version of itself. Additionally, those who reside on Sorority Row, which sits directly across the street from Farley, have described spying a man climbing its brick walls, and have even called campus police, who always arrive to find the property completely vacant. Incidentally, the Civil War Cemetery, which sits right behind the Tad Pad, is believed to harbor the ghosts of soldiers lost in the fight, and long-standing legends tell their spirits might return to Earth to haunt this weathered graveyard at certain times, especially on Halloween night. Lastly, by day, the J.D. Williams Library may seem a peaceful place to catch up on good reads, but this site houses possibly the most paranormal activity across the whole of Ole Miss. Mezzanine A hides a secret trapdoor-style hatch that leads to a dark room known as the Well of Souls, and throughout and near it, many have reported hearing loud bangs as if someone or something is trying to escape from within. Also reported at the library are instances of mysterious figures walking into the bathroom only to never emerge again. And on Mezzanine C, objects have been known to move on their own, disembodied whispers are commonly heard, and several have described